This one is for all the kids, little kids. Interesting, he cut his VOD in 2 different places. Hello, horror. This is the one that you said you didn't want to be here for, so just letting you know before you end up getting exposed to it. This is the one with Mylianopolis. If you're up for it, I at least let you know it's gonna be worth it and funny. Okay, that's understandable. I'm just getting things set up in the back end right now, because it finally finished the goddamn edit with like 6 minutes before 4. And administrative upkeep took me longer. So, when Kasalik handed me this story, this is the background that he gave me. Mylianopolis just happens to show up. Was invited to Podawful for 2 episodes. The first episode followed, or rather the second episode followed after the first. After he shows up 40 minutes late to this Podawful. He then goes on for 2 episodes straight to have a masterclass of how to mob Buster Brown and his fat Italian manservant. And by that I mean Dick Masterson and Vito Gesualti. Because, as I learned from Kasog, Milo has been trying to get Ethan Ralph to be sober. To the point that if Ethan Ralph can be sober for an entire month, Milo will start a podcast with him. The events of what they talk about, because of that, is what leads to what happens in the second podcast. Simply off the fact of how he described it to me, although not everything that was to be exposed, I'm expecting a fucking 5-alarm shit show. But I didn't pre-watch anything so that it could be fresh. So we're gonna see what happens. And we're gonna see what we're fucking working with. Why can't I find the name of what I just put down? There we go. Couldn't get the fucking name for my shit for some goddamn reason. Okay. Boom, boom, boom. First one. He said that it's safe to skip all the way to 40 minutes. Because he says nothing happens from there. And I'm queuing the shit up. While I'm also figuring out what I'm going to do with myself. Picture. Perfect. Picture in the back end. Perfect. What do you mean figure out what I'm doing myself? Hands. Hands. Could DSP? Why DSP when I could Twitch it? If I'm going to expose myself in some way, I'm going to just get her to come up here real quick on her lunch break. It ain't going to take nothing but, like, what, 2 hours, 5 minutes, and 57 seconds? It will be the longest ban on my channel, and it'll be worth it. I believe in real meat. Anyways. Off with the Delta Rune. On with the cringe. This is the first time I've ever seen his intro. It's like starting up a fucking version of a fan rip of a hack of a mod. All stylized and shit. Yes.
Is this live? Are we live? Hey, what's up, everybody? Welcome to Podawful, the program. You're being reprogrammed.
Here's a question. Why do you ask that question when you know that the entire point of VsChat is to transform content through criticism and reaction? Are you new here, Milliwigs? It feels like you're new here. You put spotlight on yourself. We're gonna have a question, or we're gonna have an answer. I've never seen them here either. Very weird, very functional. Lord have mercy, streamer chat room. I need them to fix the bug that makes it so that it copies the hidden thing to thing for the thing. That's a good question. Where did they go? Because I didn't do anything. Very interesting. Very interesting. Get your visas, kids. Get your visas.
We're having on Milo Yiannopoulos tonight. Sorry, I was real thirsty. We're having on Milo Yiannopoulos tonight. And if you missed yesterday's show, we went over the now deleted, completely deleted from YouTube, Milo Alex Stein interview. Alex has hidden this thing. He's running scared. And Milo re-uploaded the entire episode to Twitter today. I guess he noticed as well as I did that that Alex has hidden it. So he re-uploaded the whole thing. If you missed yesterday's episode, just here's a quick refresher of how it went for Alex.
20,000 views last night. I mean, I get more views than that farting on Twitter.
Well, our YouTube page has some issues, but our clips are going very viral.
Because there was,
oh no! Oh no! He's got him trying to defend the virality. Oh no! No!
swear there was an unfortunate incident.
No, he's British. You don't know what you're doing. That's a part of the trick. No.
Wasn't there? We're taking over Elijah Schaffer.
That was a bad
Of all the people to want to follow in the footsteps of Elijah Schaffer, I mean, good lord. I mean,
that was the wrong move.
who's ever wanted to inherit anything from Elijah Schaffer except maybe the HPV virus?
Okay, so we'll be inheriting the HPV virus tonight when we get Milo on. I gotta ask him about Alex Stein. I gotta ask him about Elijah Schaffer. Is it Schaffer? I like that he doesn't even give a shit if that's the guy's fucking name. He is now in a fight with Ethan Ralph and a fight with Dick Masterson. You know, today...
I said what's not a fight with Ethan Ralph. He's trying to get Ethan Ralph sober so that he can be able to make content. If he can get him sober, he will be his podcast co-host. Meanwhile, with fucking Dick Masterson, what is there not to get in a fight with that guy? There's plenty of things. Realistically, if anybody would call themselves King of the Trolls, which there isn't, and technically even if there was fucking a King of the Trolls, it wouldn't even be Niall Yiannopoulos. It'd be Jim. It'd be Medicare. A position and role which nobody can be able to take over. Welcome, Just a Girl. A position and role which nobody can be able to take over. If there were a King of the Trolls, it is Medicare. If you wanted to say there's a Duke of insult humor of the internet blood sports scene, the best gladiator that's ever been in the arena, maybe it's not. It's probably also Tim. But if there's a runner-up, if there's a pretty boy who always gets the women in the audience to swoon and the femboys to bend over, it's probably Milo. So, considering what Dick Masterson's been trying to do, and what Vito's been running around trying to do within the last, 6 years of them trying to be relevant on the internet, considering them trying to fuck around and find out with Gamergate, Comicsgate, and now whatever the fuck they're doing now. No, I can imagine why he'd have problems for them. Let's see through a bit of this, and then we're gonna start skipping forward ahead if it is just fucking boring as shit in the beginning until Milo gets there.
Either today or yesterday or tomorrow, I'm not sure what it is. You know, yesterday we announced on the show that Milo is coming on, and I said either tomorrow or the next day Milo is also supposed to go on Dick Masterson's show. Well, oops, wouldn't you know it, Dick canceled everything.
Welcome back, Milliwigs. Why did you leave when I asked you a question about whether you've been to my channel or not? Here's the consequence about drawing attention to yourself in my chat room when asking inderative questions such as, does Jesse know that you're restreaming this? Yes, I asked you a question. I asked, have you ever been on my channel? After you asked that, and I said, and I quote, that's really interesting that you would say that, as though my channel and VsChat is not based on reaction and good faith effort of criticism and commentary. We're all still waiting for an answer. I know you can interpret faster. You're a smart human being. You think you're just happy to be here. Well, here's some ground rules for you, friend. Probably don't enter into a commentator's chat room with a message that can be interpreted as a threat. Let's start there. Keep all your hands and vehicles inside of the Carlsmobile at all times and enjoy the show. Don't make me have to turn and look at you again.
Now, he tried to make it sound like it was because he didn't want Ethan Ralph around his pregnant wife.
No, we don't want to go there. I ain't gotta go there. I better not go there, but I'd be hilarious. Just tell Locke about his furry suit when he gets stuck up in the bag of Burning Man. If you didn't know, Dick Masterson has a fursuit that he wears when he goes out to desert ayahuasca concerts or normal nomenclature hovels like Burning Man, and he has anal sex with men while in the suit. I forgot what Kassav told me the name of it was, but it's something he does. Just for funsies. If you have no knowledge of the back history of Dick Masterson, please strap the fuck in.
Which I would believe if anyone said
Correct, Juju the Clown. So you remember the Sektur. Told on yourself.
it other than Dick Masterson. Number one, because Dick Masterson obviously doesn't actually want to have kids. He's probably hoping there's some way to miscarry that baby. But number two, because I know that Dick Masterson is running scared from me, Jesse, from Podawful.
Podawful one. Podawful one.
Why wouldn't he be? This is one of the worst fucking combinations that could ever happen in internet history. Podawful, Milo Yiannopoulos, and it's...
To be quite serious, chat, not a single person outside of maybe a couple of people in the sector and some elite racists know about Podawful. But they made sure to tell me about these 2 episodes. Simply because the shit that happens here, in the terms of the Internet Baccalaureate scene of Internet blood sorts, this is a historic offering. Truthfully. What we're going to see here is a masterclass at work. But I have never heard of you, Jesse. Now let's assume that we're in the alternate universe where Milliwigs is actually the host of this podcast. Despite having never heard of him, something akin to the discovery of cold fusion and cold fission happened on his broadcast. That alone makes it great. The fact that nobody saw this, nobody meaning people in the higher zeitgeist that are in the Overton window, saw this or are looking at this, is why I wanted you guys to see this shit here.
fucking happening tonight. Let's go.
Gotta say, I appreciate fucking, I appreciate the quality. That's a lot of overhead you've got there. With a video packet, too.
See this? $3.99, YouTube. I know you like this.
Nigga. I'm actually doing everybody a favor, and I'm just gonna slightly lower the volume actually to about 80%, because that was annoying. I'm beginning to see reasons why people are not necessarily watching all the time. He's got the aesthetic of Mike of PA in his Central Committee era. Fresh off of getting dumped by fucking Kira chats. Yeah, that's really obnoxious. But you know what? We gonna rock with him because we rocking with Jesse.
Actually, I probably shouldn't say bum if we're having Milo on. You know, he's sober from butt. So we are having Milo on in just a bit. Welcome everybody. This is Podawful. I'm your host, Jesse PS. We are live over at podawful.tv, where we've been live every day this week. We got a live chat room. You can see it right here. Let's see what they're saying. Love this song. The internet is about to get a whole lot more dangerous, they say. Recovering Bussy Holic. Best intro in the game. Thank you, everybody. So, here's the deal. Somebody in the chat, I saw this. Somebody was like, well, Dick's house is on fire. You know, we were talking yesterday about the fact that California is on fire. And, of course, California is on fire because they are surrounded by water. So, who knew? This is a brand new... I'm trying to still...
For people who somehow have missed that news story... The eucalyptus tree underbrush, which is common inside of the Hollywood Hills, has not been swept up because the commission refused to do the damn work. And even when Trump was in office, and for 4 years extra plus, they kept refusing to just sweep it the fuck up and rake it the fuck up and dispose of it some ways where it would not cause damage to the houses that it surrounds. On top of this, the water tanks had been drained to deal with a repair which then somehow elongated and elapsed in the time period where there was not enough water available to put out the house fires. So, the iconic Hollywood Hills were in fire because that black fire executive that was responsible over the fire chiefs thought it was clever to make this into something about politics rather than, granted, even though it's mostly celebrities, the celebrities and other Californian residents that would be suffering the fires and the relocation that would be required for evacuation that are now probably being told by a little fucking Hollywood twink, if not a fucking art hoe with glasses, that they will have their rebuild permits rejected, and if they don't immediately turn on the political body, they will, at the minimum, go blue. And then screech saying this is Trump's fault, or go red, and screech saying, none of this would have happened if we had voted for Trump. All of this is the responsibility of having not prepared for the basic recovery of a fire, and then not being able to handle it, and all of the consequences that came with it, from the setup happening. Now, having been a California native, I don't like seeing the Hollywood Hills on fire, period. Because as you should know, California is more than just fucking tech coastal, elite celebrities. Newsom is way, way beyond fucking incompetent. And the less I say about that black fire chief, the better. I will say slurs. Because the shit that she said in reaction to it, something along the lines of, if your family member has to be escorted out of a fire, then they were stupid enough to need my help in the first place, I will say slurs. I will go from being a professional racism to being an international Olympic bigot on the spot.
We'll work out the math on this. I still have people tweeting at me, leaving comments, messages saying, well, you know, Jesse, the salt, they keep mentioning the salt and the water and how it's bad. They go, the salt is bad for the land.
They shouldn't have gotten themselves in
this situation. If you use the salt water to put out the fires, then you can never grow a crop again. Oh, yeah. So worried about all the crops from Cal. Oh, no, we can't have almond milk anymore. Here's the thing. I'm pretty sure you probably need to have, all the other stuff beyond the land in order for the farming part to make any sense. Like,
to be honest, that's probably one of the stupidest fucking farming takes I've ever heard. Let's see if I can try to intellectualize that. Do you really need to worry about having completely desalinated water to use on fires? Probably not inside of a city if you're dealing with just putting out fires by dumping water on top of it. However, the general problem is that there's more than just that land. If you salt the fucking earth, you're probably not going to be able to expand to grow trees. So, if trees are burning, if palm trees are burning, then it fucks everything in the goddamn soil. Yes, thank you, Horror. We're together on this. If you fucking salt the earth completely, the fucking nutrients in the mulch goes kaput. The nitrogen is fucked. The nitrogen's fucked. The glycerin is fucked. The nitrogen, glycerin, oxygen. There's a chemical I'm forgetting that's basically given from carrots that you can use in box planting. But anyways, the land is fucked. Beyond belief. 9-year unrecoverable unless you're willing to fucking go so far down to remove the layers of the land that's been saltinated that you're able to then get to a layer of dirt that can then have new transplanted dirt. And that's assuming that you don't end up with a fucking Chaz Chop situation in terms of farming. You will have to do so much work to undo the salting that it's smarter to have clean water reserves on hand. And there would have been if Newsom had done his fucking job, but he didn't. It's okay. Assuming that Jesse doesn't know about farming, that's alright. Not everybody plays Stardew Valley.
Like if it, all right, let's say that the soil is not ruined, right? Maybe it's even made richer by the fire. What's going to be really hard to grow your crops with is all the fire fucking, if the crop is on fire, you're probably not getting anywhere with it. So anyway, Dick's house is not on fire. That's not the excuse. That doesn't work because Dick, I believe, is going live right now on his own channel. Hang on a second. Let's actually check in with that real quick. YouTube.com.
What the fuck was that?
And let's go to, what is it? Biggest pro.
1 second. I heard a loud noise. I have no fucking clue who that was. Press 1 if you heard that sound too. Press 2 if Carl's crazy. I swear I'm not insane.
Problem. I think biggest problem is live. Now, I mentioned Ethan Ralph at the top of the show. Ethan Ralph, Dick Masterson, Vito, they're all having this gigantic falling out with each other right now. As we speak, it's getting crazy. And Milo literally made Ethan, for the first time ever, snake on Dick, which is kind of incredible. Oh, yeah, see, we're 2 minutes away from the biggest problem in the universe starting. So I guess, I don't know if Ethan was supposed to be on the biggest problem right now. I don't know how Milo was supposed to be involved. I'm not sure what the fucking deal is with any of this stuff. We'll ask Milo about it and figure it all out. But Milo's entire timeline, he's an interesting guy. Every day is a new, horrifying, dramatic problem. And I know, Milo is an ex-gay guy, but you wouldn't know it from looking at the amount of fights he's in every single. It's one of the most over-dramatic, queenie sort of things you've ever seen. Every single day he's getting into a fight with a new guy. You got Alex Stein, which I love. You got Dick Masterson. I love it. You got Ethan Ralph. Holy shit, Ethan Ralph.
It looks like he's just going to be talking. I was hoping to see if he'd have anything else to say, but it looks like we should just skip. Let's take a sampling. Because I'm looking at his chat, and I'm also looking at... his chat, and I'm also looking at what they're talking about in it. Let's see if he says anything interesting up to the 40-minute mark.
No fucking clue. Does the chat know? Chat, who is Adam? Chat. Hey, chat. Who is Adam? Does anybody know? Would we know who that is, even if you said it?
Mount Skeptic. Oh my god. Oh, historic fucking art.
Might not mean anything. This bitch is psycho. And over again, she just kept accusing him of being a drug addict.
malicious designer.
I thought that was like on brand for like I just assumed you did it.
Listen,
Okay.
If it
So he calls in at some point. Let's get to when he calls in, because I'm assuming that's when he puts his image on the backboard. Right about here.
So what I'm doing, I have all these questions, and I know once I'm in the moment, he's just going to start talking, and I'm going to forget everything. I'm just going to let him steamroll. My wife asked me today, well, what happens if you have Milo on the show and he starts making fun of you like he did to Alex Stein? And I went, that's awesome. I'll just let him. that's like a badge of honor. That's like incredible. And also, like, it's not exactly hard to hit back on Milo. I think he can take. Oh, he's messaging me. I got to ask him about his logo. Do you remember his old logo here?
What about if rather than hit you, he hits on you?
Oh, it seems like that's not actually Milo talking until he calls in, but he's talking to whoever helps him with his upkeep of his studio and set.
He starts coming onto you.
Yeah, maybe. Oh, he's ready. He's ready to go. I'm gonna call Milo, guys. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Milo. Thank you, everybody. All right, let's go. Calling Milo Yiannopoulos. See if we get him here. It's ringing. You have to believe me because Discord doesn't make a sound. He says,
Nigga, Discord makes a sound. Everybody knows it.
Says now. All right, he's typing. Let's see, ladies and
Or
gentlemen.
rather, it doesn't make a sound necessarily when you're calling unless you set one. It makes a sound when you're receiving.
At Nero on Twitter. Milo Yiannopoulos. If you don't know Milo, he's part of the Mount Rushmore of Gamergate. And also one of the internet's funniest characters, truly.
Hello.
Hey, Milo.
Oh, well, I can't believe you made me download Discord, which is exclusively for trannies and pedophiles.
Listen.
Of course, I'm repeating myself. Which are you?
Well,
You're using a logo, a very old logo. This is a logo. This is many iterations old. You didn't ask me beforehand. You should have asked me my current branding. This is a very old logo. It was pointed out to me afterwards. I think I was sabotaged.
it's a guy bending over, getting fucked in the ass.
Yes, it is, but I didn't know.
Yes, thank you.
I didn't know. I didn't see it.
Thank you.
I saw it. I saw it very, very much afterwards. I didn't know at the time. I didn't know.
All right, number one, you might have noticed, but I'm a little into aesthetics, and I was actually going to message you and say, is there like a certain photo, you want?
How would your viewers know from your set that you're into aesthetics?
Yeah, exactly. So I was going to ask, like, is there a certain photo you want? Because I get it. You're gonna.
But you didn't.
I didn't do it. But I don't have this.
1 second. Ow! What? That's what happens when you sleep on all day. Oh. Now the wonderful question: did I step on a thumbtack?
Up because of
Did you do it? Did you do it because? Did you not ask me because I bailed on you last time?
No, I didn't ask you. Well, all right, here's the thing. You were overly apologetic. I don't think you bailed on me at all. I barely even asked you.
I think technically I ghosted you. Technically.
A little bit, but you were very kind about I had nothing but praise for you yesterday on the show.
I wasn't overly apologetic. I was merely British, merely English about it. So it was nice of you to say that.
That might be enough, to be honest. But no, I only brought this up. I brought this up because when you first came out,
it looks like a man bearing his bottom like a baboon. I see it now.
Okay.
I see it now.
See,
I think
I thought
I'm a victim. Really, I'm a victim of it. I'm a victim of a malicious designer.
I thought that was like on brand for I just assumed you did it.
Listen, if it had been on purpose, don't you think I would have pointed it out to people?
I thought you were being sneaky and coy or something about it.
Girl, I'm not that subtle. No, listen, if it was...
Only fucking 2 minutes of Milo, and it's like we're back in 2015. Pre-Twitter ban, of course.
If it was somebody offering up their
Welcome,
bottom
Buster.
to all comers, I wouldn't. But literally, I would. Sorry, family show. I wouldn't have been able to resist but pointing this out every time I'd ever given a speech. No, I just didn't really pay that much attention. I said, yeah, that looks like my name. That's fine. I was busy. There was a lot going on. It was 2016. So you know, I see now that it is a man on his. Well, he's on his hands and knees, isn't he? Let's be honest.
Yeah.
He's on his hands and knees. His head is bowed presumably because he's in pain, and he's offering himself to passers-by.
See, I always see it like this is one leg, and then this is like his dick hanging down, and then
you don't need to explain it. We get it. We get it.
And then he's looking.
We get it. It couldn't be any more obvious now that I see it. Yeah.
But then you know what's crazy about it is like. I mean, at the time, you were so gay that I was like, well, is this like another butthole too? Or is it like his head is also a fucking hole?
Because it was a sort of a fractal homosexuality. There's just sort of multiple. No. You know, unlike almost everything else I do, it was not intentional or on purpose at all. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Well,
by the way, I apologize to your viewers. I'm in a car on the way home from supper, and thank you for starting the show late and everything. And I'm sorry I was late, but I will appear on video in about 20 minutes when I get home.
See, guys, we got it all fucking worked out. People just assume I was joking and lying.
I'm so sorry that you've had the kind of career where your own viewers think you're a liar, and I can only express sympathy for you because mine do too.
Yeah. I think we're a little bit similar in that way, actually. It's
it's people don't understand the whimsical. They don't understand whimsical people. They don't understand people who appreciate mirth and satire. You know, people, the kind of person who would have a logo like that. You know, people don't appreciate it. You see, I have often felt about you that you're one of those people like me who will only be appreciated after their death.
Thank you so much. Thank you. That really. Listen, I'm not on the Mount Rushmore of Gamergate.
No, but you can put that on the back of your book. You know, I've often felt he's one of those people who will only be appreciated after death. Milenopolis, you can have that. There you go.
I'll be clipping out the audio and putting that in like a bumper or something for the show.
I'm sure. This is. I mean, I gotta say, this was one of my proudest moments.
Really? I thought it was going to be like the most embarrassing thing that ever happened to you in your entire life.
What could be embarrassing about appearing with Ethan Ralph?
Exactly. All right, so here's the thing. I've known who you were for like, you know, the entirety of you being viral online. But I'm not a gamer.
Since I started popping off, bitch.
Yes, exactly. I'm not a gamer, and I don't know anything about Gamergate. Even to this day, I don't really know about it.
No, I mean, nor me, really. I would just shamelessly opportunistic from start to finish. No, I'm kidding, of course. I'm kidding, of course. No, I like to think that I not only mainstreamed this movement into, that eventually blossomed into Trumpism, but also, in a way, invented grifting by not giving a flying fuck about video games.
I think you're right.
Being redeemed by the end of it in not necessarily playing any more video games, but appearing in 9 of them. So you will find a torrent if you go online called Based Video Games, and among the video, am I allowed to use terrible language on your program?
We're on YouTube, but so.
Very well, then I won't name any of the video games that are in this pack, but many of them involve the N-word. But on one of the games is called Milo Tosser. Milo Tosser, and Milo Tosser in this. Just go if you're at home and you're feeling like committing a mild act of copyright infringement this evening, go onto your torrent search engine of choice and look for a Based Games collection or Based Video Games, and you will find a number of games. Some of them have very I mean, I have to say, very offensive titles, which I'll...
The one on the far right was Ethan Ralph under his former identity as the what's it fucking called? Because Internet Aristocrat is Medicare. That's the one on the third. Fucking Christ, I cannot remember what that goddamn identity for Ethan Ralph is called. But far right, ironically, is Ethan Ralph. To his left is Internet Aristocrat, which is Mr. Medicare. Directly next to him, I cannot remember that individual. I want to say Baked Alaska. Directly next to him, to his left, is obviously Milo, and then on the furthest left is Carl Benjamin, Sargon of a God. Who is this bootleg Sticks and Hammer? I know you mean Tara Warwick. This is Jesse of Podawful. Somebody can fact check that easily, because this picture is so famed and well known now, but there was a time period that Ethan Ralph called himself something else entirely and used this iconography to hide himself before he then made all of his podcasts of the Ralph Retort just himself. I can't remember when the changeover happened. I think it was the leftist Ask Questions, which would be 2014, 15, 16, 17 era.
I will not repeat on a family show, but one of those games is Milo Tosser, and it's one of the 9 games that came out featuring or starring me between 2015 and sort of 2018.
Also, that is not correct. But most of these individuals, Sargon is a classical rebel, Milo is just a troll. If we're talking Bake Alaska, he's unironically a fucking informing agent. Nobody cares or even knows what Jim's politics are, because he does not care, and he wants them all to burn and die. The politics, not the people. Unless... And then, of course, Ethan Ralph is whatever he needs to be at that moment in order to make a buck. Any of the true, extremely far-right figures, if you wanted to say that Alienopolis is far-right, that depends. Are we talking far-right like any individual that could have been aligned with, fucking, what was her name? Not Malay. Marine Le Pen? Which, that wasn't a far-right movement. That was a populist movement that was labeled far-right. No. If you mean he wrote for Breitbart before Breitbart was then known as a true right-wing hovel, where it was comparable to the Daily Stormer, maybe. But in terms of politics, Milo's whatever the fuck he really needs to be able to put himself in the limelight and attention as well. He's gay, he's straight, he's a born-again homosexual, he's a recovering homosexual that's now going for Christianity, trying to dress like George Michael. True far-right figures do not care about politics unless they are themselves Christo-fascists. Because for the Nazbols, they are much more functional as to anarcho-primitivists. Because you gotta have faith. One brain cell! Right here! Me and you! But in any case, no. The majority of the figures here that actually have political careers, as has been shown by how they developed, which most especially includes Carl Benjamin, they're not all far right.
Teenish, after which nobody remembers who I am. But in 2016, this game, Milo, and it is a game. It's built on the I think the Unreal Engine, so it's the familiar mechanics to anybody who plays video games. Right. But basically, you toss me off a roof in Iran, and you have to you have to hit the target on the floor and ensure that I don't bounce onto any jihadis. And the person who has made, and you know, you obviously get bonus points for getting me in the middle of the target. And the person who's made this game clipped so many things I don't even remember saying, but they're obviously me. Just like hilarious phrases when you win or don't win the game. It's wonderful. It's brilliant. I mean, I should really just have told you to go and buy it, I suppose, now that I think about it. But I'm just telling you how I found it in this torrent. But I'm sure it's on Steam. But so I didn't finish it. I wouldn't say any more of a gamer, except for one thing I will tell you in a minute, which nobody will believe, and nobody ever does believe about me. But I did finish it in 9 video games, so I feel I earned my credentials. I mean, people play video games for 40 years for a little guest appearance. I'm in the expansion pack for Postal 2, Paradise Lost, where I play a coat check in the gay nightclub. But there's a special Milo mode. If you put a code in, every NPC in the game turns into me, and I recorded all the vocals for this video game. So it's like, "Don't kill me, darling," and you can just sort of take. It was very popular among feminists because you can take a chainsaw to every character in the game, and they're all me, and you're just sort of screaming in death and all that.
Is the code you put in up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down for no reason.
Yeah, it's the same thing you put in Photoshop to come up with that logo. Yeah, no. So it was very good. It's very good. So there's only one exception to that, which is that subsequent to Gamergate, in the years that have passed since, I have racked up 10,000 hours in Counter-Strike.
By the way, Carl, not to distract, you got a new... Yeah, I know. Inhumane modules could come out. I don't think I'm allowed to purchase it. Whatever money that I have, I need to hold for the end of the month. But you know, if you support your if you just support your Negrosity today, you too can be able to support your homie at home. Because he could very well lose himself in Darkest Dungeon 2, just like I did in Darkest Dungeon 1. It's so cringy. Well, just a girl. Welcome to Internet Blood Sports, where you can have conversations with people, and it's like 5 different insult comics making fun of each other with observational comedy. The first to get super mad loses. Honestly, in terms of conversations that you usually have with people, this is pretty much bog standard for Milo. I'm not going to defend Milo's character. He is an odious individual. But that doesn't mean that he can't be funny. It's a different kind of funny.
Which puts me in like, I mean, you don't play video games because you're not shocked and awed and excited and impressed by that. But 10,000 hours is a fucking long. Sorry. I mean, 10,000. Excuse my language. 10,000 hours is a long time.
I don't have to play video games to know that, Milo.
Well, all right, okay, but so 10,000 hours. You know,
just imagine a gay guy that really, really, really loves to oversell details, and you've got Milo to a T.
That's what's that? That's the Black Swan guys, like how to become expert. Anyway, so I am one of the best Counter-Strike players in the country. That nobody knows about this, and I never let anybody know this, and nobody will ever know what my username is, because it is. There's so little about my life that's private, that's secret, that's just for me. Because I vomit every thought I have onto Twitter or Telegram, everywhere else, and anything anybody asks me in an interview, I'll just tell you. So there's so little in my life that's just for me, and one of those things is my identity in Counter-Strike, because I am one of the best players in the country.
Was Counter-Strike the one that Elon Musk said he was like one of the top?
That's fair enough, just to go.
Or is that a different game?
I didn't notice, but I'm obviously the old Counter-Strike, so Global Offensive, and you know the terrorists win. That's my game.
Do you like playing as the terrorist? Hello? Oh, do you like playing?
We're going through a black spot.
Okay.
We're going through a black spot. I'm sorry. That's
His name is Adam, and he has a giant liver spot on his forehead.
That's a telecommunications term. Let me. Sorry, I can't see you anymore. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. You hear me?
Oh, fine. Yes, no, I think we're right. I'm going through a black spot in Los Angeles, which is not what it sounds like. It's a period of it's an area of telecommunications problems.
I thought it was from the fire.
No, I've been very lucky. So I live in the safest house in Los Angeles. I live in the Garber House, which is a 1920 concrete and travertine marble mansion built by Frank Garber, who was afraid of fire. So it's on an artificial mountain, well, at least a large hill, and it is a house that is entirely flood, earthquake, and fireproof. So I'm in the only place in Los Angeles I know that I could just sit tight and be okay.
Does it concern you? Does it concern you at all that you live in like a creepy old castle on a hill, and then also you're involved in a mountain with a skull on it?
Well, I knew when I was born that I was destined to end up on the mountainside. I mean, my mother says because we were thinking of abandoning you there when you were a child. But it's turned out instead that I've been carved into mountains, figuratively. Somebody asked me the other day. They said, if you were to carve your own Mount Rushmore, who would be on it? And I said, well, it would be 5 of me. In honor of all the people who had my back over the years.
Yeah.
So, no,
Cuckoo, Kachu. Thank you, Boster, for the 100. I forgot what your currency's called again for the potential Darkest Dungeon run. Wonderful.
I've been through some.
I'm gonna jump ahead 5 minutes. Zlotzi? Zlotzi. I feel like I became Russian. Zloty. Zloty? Close enough.
That looks like the most expensive hair that you could possibly buy. You could sell that hair for a fortune. You could tell people it comes from Mr. and Mrs. Goldenberger in just outside Moscow. You could get 10 grand for that if it was a weave.
I've always said I look like an Orthodox wife. Well, anyway,
or sort of like John Lennon if he was
classic.
Just ever so slightly more feminine. Maybe you're somewhere between.
All right, hang on a second. I'm not fucking taking that from you, Milo. Jesus Christ.
I'm just. Well, listen. It's I'm working. Look, you're a very masculine man. You have a fine baritone register to your voice.
Is this fake? I'm putting this on. I don't. I actually talk like this all the time.
It's the bum fluff. It's the beard and the moustache. We need some finasteride. Good for that. I'll send you a bottle. I can't do that. It's prescription.
Listen, I saw what you were rocking on Alex Stein's show. You were sort of
can't grow a beard at all.
But look, I'm the same fucking way. But if you can't grow it, then don't. We're both making this mistake at the moment. All right, we were both we both needed a visit from the fashion police on that one then. Could you just though the guy who was saying that he really liked this and didn't see a guy getting
Are we gonna be talking about this logo in an hour?
No, if you let me fucking finish the thought, then we can move on from it, okay?
Well, the problem is you've invited Marlene on your show, and I've never been known to allow anyone to finish any thought.
I'm not
correct.
I'm going to stop you. I'm going to let you run.
No, it's fine. I'm going to be quiet until you tell me to carry on.
Okay, here's all I wanted was the guy who brought that up and insisted that I'm the only one who saw that. I was just hoping that maybe you could let him know. His name is @Morbin. I was thinking maybe you could say, "Hey."
Oh, I know. No, I know exactly who that is.
Oh, could you just call him? Could you call him gay?
I have in the past, actually. There's a reason, Mr. Morbin, I know who you are. There's a reason why you saw that so quickly, and it took us a while to notice. It took me, it took 2 years, and I was pretty gay. It took me 2 years to notice. In fact, I didn't notice. Someone pointed it out to me. And I realized much later. You, on the other hand, sir, Mr. Morbius, whatever it is, you saw it immediately, didn't you? You knew right away. And that speaks, I think it speaks to what is on your mind. I think it is telling about the things that are bouncing around in that degenerate cranium of yours. So I'm not going to call you gay, but you obviously have a lot of fruity thoughts. Because I think it takes a particular kind of disposition to see that logo and immediately think he's getting it up the rear.
So speaking, and I did also immediately think that.
React hard of contemplating. Oh God. It's so. I'm gobsmacked by him, and at the same time, I'm bored of him. The back and forth, that is it. Also, I put the fucking link into the chat room for people to be able to join to the call. If they don't join the call, that's ultimately not necessarily my fault, but you're right. However, fucking Christ, please. Skip forward 5. Why do people make who they're attracted to their entire personality? Ego. Ego and, like, a little bit of the desire to be seen. Lord knows that Milo Yiannopoulos likes attention, so when he was more than happy to brag about his homosexuality, it had more to do with seeing how many people he could piss off than it had to do with people that he could annoy in general sense. But in the general sense, most people tend to brag and or be very prideful of their attractions because they don't have anything else. Once again, me, whore, right here, same fucking brain length. She says to fill the void because they have no soul. I say because it's a replacement for the personality. So let's say my entire personality was nothing but rough, cringy dad humor jokes and damn near sexually assaulting women. Where every single comment I made had to have some kind of sexual tinge to it. It'd become very boring, very fast. It'd become very boring, very fast. And so lack of interactive. Because you can expect what's going to come out of my mouth. Except, that's obviously not my personality. I have facets of them. In fact, I have multitudes of them. The point being, a good troll, because Milo's a troll, a good troll will keep most of the cards close to the chest. And they'll play off of whatever version of a person has made of a simulacrum of their head of you that you will and can. So that when you actually have to give your real personality, you can throw them off entirely. It helps. Shit, Lord knows that this works all the time for fucking Medicare. Only because, for Medicare's opinions over the years, he's been very clear that he's just living TV off on repeat. All he ever fucking wants to see is real shit anymore. And nobody makes real shit anymore. Nobody can really be real shit anymore. Usually they are just real dog shit. Most of the people who are all ego and all personality, they have the ability to hide behind a persona of themselves to save themselves from having to deal with being found out. So with absolutely nothing else there to fill for the void, it becomes very obviously that there's nothing else going on inside their heads. Versus, you know, a person playing an autism simulator in the background to keep his hands busy, and being reminded why it's why that he needs to pay attention, or rather, react harder with the words out of his mouth. Because while I'm listening to Milo Yiannopoulos talk, I'm obviously thinking, this is such bullshit. Why can't you just simply not troll this guy mercilessly? But then again, it wouldn't be Milo if he wasn't mercilessly trolling people. It's probably one of the most annoying qualities that comes with people who have, like, an ego problem. They feel that they're above everyone else so that nobody can ever compare to their level, despite the fact that it usually goes untested. They say that they're the best, and functionally, in their own element, they might be the best. But what happens if you put a little pressure on them? And usually the best trolls that have ever, quote, done it have all been defaced by the fact that back in the era of Google Hangouts, you could demonstrate who actually had the ability to have conversations simply by who was getting mocked the hardest in a conversation by the person bringing up the most frequent criticism that you could, and you just could not wiggle out of it. You couldn't get away from it. Even now in chat rooms where I'm involved with other people, especially if there is some person in that audience that's known for being loud and obnoxious and usually taking up the most breath of air, I usually prefer to not say anything and just listen to other people, to the point where some people would think that my responses are curt, crass, and based out of annoyance, when really I'm not even thinking about the situation involved at all. I'm just absorbing information passively, so I can then regurgitate it later should I need to use it. Use it, retain it, break it down, whatever. Most of these people, like Tonka Saw is just an internet tough guy. So somebody like that, more than happy to brag about what he would and wouldn't do, regardless of the fact that that boxing match between him and Andy Warski never actually happened. Andy Warski showed up in the fucking arena. Tonka Saw talks shits behind the screen, but doesn't show up to fucking do it in public. In an era full of Tonka Saws and the burner shows and individuals that will use platform rules to deplatform you, stop you from being able to talk about things, claim your content because they want you not reacting to it, because they don't want people to see what they're doing, that they'll take down the original VOD, then try to strike down any re-upload so that people can see what actually happened and see what really made that nigga that mad. They hate people like Milo. They hate people like Jem. They hate people like Mr. Ramburicam because he'll do it in YouTube poop style. He'll turn you into a puppet. He'll turn you into a fucking puppet. Then write a song about it. in his speed mashball style. Or is it called mashed potato speedball? Mashed potato speedball. In an era full of people like that, the people who could be able to sit in a call with other people and still have humor to them is what makes people who have nothing really going on inside here or inside here really fucking upset. Because if you're not talking about them, you're not doing enough. Now most of those people are just influencers. Oh.
Saying the N-word. And then the various other things they cut. You know, I had my past on me. I had my Kanye West.
To keep myself from not allowing there to just be dead air while I listen and criticize every other thing he says where I have to pop in for context, I'm going to start leaping forward by 5 minutes. Because I know somewhere in this, Vito jumps in here and he starts getting mad as hell. I think it's a call-in.
This gave me a lifetime hard R pass.
You're allowed to say
and I had it on. I had it on me, you know, like what higher authority could there be? I had it on me, and I was censored. I was censored. My speech was censored. Anyway, then they started when Alex started realizing how badly that show had gone for him. His editors started chopping at it. So the version on YouTube kept getting shorter and shorter and shorter. So your viewers will be happy to know that I've just posted in anticipation of this show, because although I was an hour and 45 minutes late, I'm still working on some of the gay hangovers. Although it was an hour and 45 minutes late, I did, in anticipation of this show, out of respect and love for you, post the entire Alex Stein episode on my Twitter. I'm sure the flatulent lesbian Alex Stein will DMCA it in no time. So if you do want to go see it, now's the time, ladies and gentlemen. You can go and find it on my Twitter.
Yeah.
I mean, at that point, if he tries to take it down, you just upload it to Rumble and BitChute and Odyssey and fucking F-Motion, however many sites you have to put it up to if you don't just put it up on a fucking, on the Google Drive. Usually Google does not care enough unless it's a hyper-politicized situation. Like a shooter manifesto.
Uninterrupted, the whole thing uninterrupted.
To myself, I do want to apologize. You'll see on that.
Shit, you could probably upload it to Megas.
So, an example or an instance of me saying to him, Alex, you were the future once. You know, I thought, and
right.
If you're wondering to yourself, why are you paying Alex Stein so many compliments? I just want to reassure your viewers, I was making fun of him. So you know, I had to set it up that way, you know. But I'm very happy. I'm very happy. Thanks. I'm very. What is that awful noise? I'm very happy to have given voice to the voiceless. And by the voiceless, I mean the 11 remaining viewers of Primetime with Alex Stein. And I'm very happy to have given everybody who watches Alex Stein, who has been screaming at their LCD monitors for the past 16 months, desperately praying, hoping that this car crash of a show would not be renewed, hoping that somebody would come to their senses and get Alex Stein off the television. Of course, he's not on television. He'll never be on television.
Here's something.
Okay, let's step forward.
If I minimize this window on my iPhone, I hope it doesn't end the call. But since you said that, I just feel the need to tweet it. The algorithm parlance.
Yeah,
by Podawful. Is doing. I'm sorry. I just need to get this tweet out. I'm so sorry.
No,
is doing so poorly, and then to this
with Milo, and then there we go. Okay, so I died watching that episode. It was so fucking funny. It was so good. I was so happy that you brought up that he stole the Eliza Schaefer channel and how fucking sad that is.
No one's ever said it, and I said it to him on his show.
I've been waiting. So here's the thing. You don't know this, but I was the first guy to know. I revealed that. Like, I was the one who was telling people.
Were you?
Oh, yeah.
Sitting a little bit further ahead.
Thank God, he's awful.
And by the way, is there a bigger closet case than Elijah? I mean,
and you choose the U-chat.
Yep.
Uh-oh.
No, Elijah's. Oh God, Elijah. Ooh. Anyway, look, I can't. I'm about to go into business with somebody who's in business with him, so I got to be a little bit careful. But not a fan. So look, Alex Stein, however, let's keep our eyes on the prize. Stole his YouTube channel, which is just such a typical Blaze thing to do, isn't it? Just sort of scummy, low rent, nasty. I mean, if it were any worse, it would be the Daily Wire, and that's as bad as it gets. So, you know.
Random plot shot of Ben Shapiro! Honestly, the more that I actually think about that, the more that that's becoming even more resoundingly painful. Imagine you're Brett Cooper. You marry your partner. You're supposed to be a Daily Wire darling. They've got you out here prepared to do some kind of fucking movie where you're going to be Snow White, amongst other things that they have on the brand. You host the comment section with Brett Cooper. You're told that you're let go from the company and that they're going to retain your channel. Then they take your channel and they give it to your friend / coworker, who then knives you several times in the spine, while the watchers abandon ship because it's not Brett Cooper, just like if it's not Priest on the Crease, they don't fucking want it. Your friend is floundering, trying to find a way to retain viewers that were not going to stay. Ben Shapiro and company start finding ways to write you out of the mix, like it's Circa 2010 Steven Crowder with Mud Club being hosted still by Rebel Media, and like dying rats trying to escape a ship, they are desperately trying to pivot away from you talking at length about what happened to you. Even as you are giving a speech on stage, and they are actively trying to send you a cease and desist. It's a level of scumbag that there are people who can outright steal someone's channel, whether it's somebody that you worked with before, or somebody will try to take over your channel in the world of fucking internet blood sports, and that people just simply cover it up and just forget. This actually happened to myself, Poe, Amy, Olivia, and Baku concerning digital blackface, because that's where the Burner Show came from. Burner Show and Time Shark actively sitting inside of the old server, treating it like shit, ratting it the fuck up, actively just trying to fucking lecture and debate people as though they had any knowledge about debate bro shit. Then, on episode 13 of the podcast, he tries to sabotage it, tries to upload a call-out video trying to get someone to give him airtime on the hijack broadcast. One of the few saves of Poe's online relevancy, because people knew who he was, they gave him a back door to get his account back on YouTube. And we basically crushed that rebellion dead in the water. And then Poe got bored, because then it wasn't funny for him anymore.
It's marvelous. Anyway, point being, stole this YouTube channel. YouTube now doesn't know which one is, well, it does know which one the real Elijah Schaffer is, and it now doesn't really understand what that old channel is doing or is for.
Right.
It just never surfaces it in the algorithm. Sweet justice. I will tell you this. I'll tell you something serious, okay?
Okay.
Alex Stein, I thought was merely a harmless, if somewhat embarrassing buffoon, and he is a somewhat embarrassing buffoon. In fact, he's a very embarrassing buffoon. But something worse than that. Since I went on that show, I mean, my God, it's ignoramus. It's just levels of imbecility in that man. He's such a slimy son of a you know what as well. After the show, he's like, "Oh, what are you doing tonight?" And I'm like, "Well, I made plans because I knew you wouldn't invite me for dinner." And he said, "Oh, well, yeah, I'm busy tonight." I said, "So why did you ask me what I was doing? You're just a You're just a scumbag. Like why?"
Okay, that's boring. Moving forward.
No, I've heard so many stories from so many people who've explained the disgusting behavior of Alex Stein. And you know, if it's somebody else, if it's Sarah Gonzalez or if it's James Poulos or whatever, understand the deal they've done. They understand the situation they're in, and those are both, to my understanding, and so far as I have experienced, I can't talk about how they treat other people. It really is a great picture of me. I can't say.
Yes, Cowboy Brokeback, coming soon to a gay theater near you. Make sure you're waiting.
About how, you know, for others, but they have both said, you know how the Blaze is. If you hope you understand such and such.
The Blaze. The Blaze. What could I say about the Blaze that you couldn't be able to get from a historic stand-in from all the greatest hits of fucking Lauren Southern?
Such and such. I'm like, you know what? Fair enough. Fair enough. They level with you. They explain the situation. They say what you can. Alex Stein is so proud, and pride makes you stupid, and pride makes you hateful, you know? And Alex Stein is so proud that he can't bring himself to admit that he's not the king of the universe and he can do whatever he wants. And this, over time, has eroded his self-confidence. It's eroded his performance abilities. It's eroded his comedy to the point where he's no longer really funny at all, if he ever was. And on his show, what I sought to do, and I think demonstrated really, really well. No, I don't think it was ever funny either. What I sought to do and demonstrated really well, I hope, was that you might have BDE in a room full of suits, but you don't when real talent is opposite you. And in dominating him.
Damn. Milo's now vibrating on the single brain cell that both myself and Horror are connected on.
As completely as I did on his own show. You know, he was screaming and shaking his papers and saying, I want to get on the show. And I just said, how can we get on the show when we haven't finished the introductions? You know, I was trying to
host cucked him. You completely host cucked him.
And yeah, I thank you for knowing the word. And I did. And, you know, I do that to friends too. I do it to Tim Paul every time I'm on, but I do it with affection. You know, I do it with affection. I've sort of done it a little bit this evening. But I like to defer to you out of respect because I think you're a good guy. You know, so I at least let you ask questions, you know, once every 20 minutes. But the thing about Alex, I wanted to demonstrate what it's like to be in the room with actual talent. Because obviously he doesn't know. He stays away from. He doesn't invite anybody who's actually good on his show. He doesn't invite anybody with brains or talent or intelligence on his show because he knows his limitations and he needs. Sorry, you're going to hear some car doors. Sorry for the noise.
You're fine.
He needs to be the loud, brash mess. Without which he doesn't have anything. And so I thought, well, you know what?
They're still just bashing him.
Loudmouthed liar and coward.
Still just bashing him.
Famous, whereas Alex Stein never, because there's always the risk it might.
Jesus Christ, Milo.
Like,
why can't you fucking find a period?
They're much.
Also, 1 second. My single brain cell's telling me that I should check the kitchen. 1 second. Okay. The off chance that the sound that we heard was glass breaking inside of the kitchen is not the case. We're good.
Must be a secret ingredient or something. I don't know if you.
You know, people say, oh, everyone says that about Joe Rogan who hasn't been invited. Well, I've been invited. I've done it twice, and I still think it. No, so look, I am uniquely positioned to talk about Joe Rogan's homosexuality. So let me.
Wow. Waking up, your thing, getting your super chats ready, end your day. It's like these people are adverse to long-term success. In the world of content creation, and definitely in the world of like lower level influencer marketing, there are people that want fast success, and with fast success comes a level of manifest cringe that you cannot necessarily get away from. Most of the time, it's like heating up a car. Some people, they gotta be like in the moment, and they have to be in their flow state in order for it to work. For some people, they can be able to bang out a performance, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it's their best work that they've ever done, or the best outing they've ever done. It's one of the nature elements that makes live streams actually hard. Because if you talk about the YouTube model versus the Twitch model, you're looking at two different types of broadcaster. I lean more on the era side of the YouTuber model of commentators, which is insert material or insert personality and thing passionate about, get consistent performance, opinion, viewpoint, crash out, whatever. Stimuli reaction. Versus the Twitch version, which is, look, the famous person will perform for us while the streamer basically holds our hand as a babysitter. So basically, Hassan Piker versus EFAP. People like Hassan Piker, similar to Alex Stein, they frequently get away with not having to actually work hard. So, in a room full of seats, they can get away with it because, at least in the business world, money talks. But much to what I said, and also to what Milo reaffirmed, when you're in a room with real talent, it makes people who don't have it nervous. So usually they'll flex personality, and they'll hope that recency bias gets them over. Because between somebody who has raw talent and somebody who doesn't, but they have popularity, they're hoping that recency bias and popularity wins out. Because people have heard of them, and people haven't heard of you. So, if you factor in the X factor that you're living in an attention economy, where at any single moment and point, a funnier, prettier, more handsome, more sexually attractive, more wealthy, more well-connected person can just steal your shit and just completely underwrite you. It involves everything.
Let me rephrase that. Leader of men. About the fact that I
can at least be able to tell you from knowledge that I know that the second one has a lot more mocking in it. But it feels like the first one is going to be a nothing burger, but I'm still skipping ahead to see if the conversation is good.
Elijah Schaefer would
I would really love if they could just get off Elijah Schaefer.
I had
never see.
And I could have been fired for any of those occasions. It don't prove anything.
Right. Let me ask you this. In your time of troubles, when you went through your troubles, and
I'm still in it.
So many people abandoned you. So many people that were once that you thought were your friends or you once called friends were no longer there for you. Out of all those people, because I've been watching you sort of set fire to all this stuff, and I've been enjoying it. And
quite good fun, isn't it?
Who was the worst? Who was the absolute
Okay, so two answers. First of all, I'm not telling you who the absolute worst is, because the absolute worst is not a household name, but somebody everybody knows, everybody's like big name.
Okay.
Who came to me a week before I was cancelled and asked to borrow some money, and to fulfill a lifelong passion. If I tell you what it is, you'll figure out who that is. So I'm not going to tell you. But
kind of hint at it, like sort of fuzzed around the edges.
This might work on other people. It ain't gonna work with me. I will say
whisper it when I want to. Whisper it.
I'll tell you afterwards. I'm not.
Draw a picture.
No, I won't. You're luring me in. It's that glossy hair. It's the glossy hair. You're luring me in.
Is it a guy or a lady? Oh, here we go. Hang on. Milo's on cam. Hang on. Let me throw him up on the board here.
Look. I'm not telling you. I'm not telling you.
Come on.
But I will say this. This person borrowed from me.
Well, there's the blonde tips. He's back to the blonde tips. Live example of what happens when somebody actively fucks up the bit.
6 figures, a large sum of money, all the cash I could lay my hands on at the time. Mm-hmm. And then like 6 days later, like it all went down. And it's a nice look at that. Look at the lovely glossy hair from this view. You could.
All right,
No. Cut back.
I'm taking myself off a screen here in a second.
Whoever's producing this show, I command you to cut back. Cut back to the rear view. There we go. Look. You could.
This fucking team is not portraying. The team is working with the views to make sure that he can get prime fucking real estate.
Be Brett Cooper. You could be Brett Cooper with that. You could. This could be her new set. You could be Brett Cooper with that hair. What a lovely setup you've got. It's like a lovely. You take kids to like the ballpark. It's like a lovely gay version of that, isn't it?
Okay, well, it doesn't have to be gay just because. Look.
Now he's ripping into him.
Lights are gay.
It's gay because it's purple and pink, and it's. I noticed that.
Hey, he's right. He's got bisexual colors. You got bisexual lighting. Wait a minute now. You got bisexual lighting.
And you know when
when you're a fucking hammer, every problem's a nail, Milo. I mean, Jesus Christ.
The gay decor is given away by one characteristic, which is there's always a tell, and it's that desperate small feature attempting to reclaim or restate masculinity. And for you, it's the horns on the wall behind you. There's a little. I noticed there was a little like go to your wide camera. There's horns on the wall behind you. Yeah. Look. There's a little antelope.
It's a deer. It's our dear God. It's dear God.
Dear God. It's the only heterosexual thing on the set, and it's that little thing that just says. It's a little thing that just says, "See, I am a man," and it's surrounded by pink, purple, and that hair. But no, look, it's the only. Look, I'm just saying.
Hey, listen, I'm not taking this from a guy wearing a shirt that says "ex-gay" while also wearing sunglasses that have pearls attached to them. Okay, you know, like.
I do that, don't I? Yeah, no, I do.
It's not happening.
I've got my.
Energetic, but still boring. I can tell you that on the side here, inside of the chat room, Dave Rubin invited Colin Moriarty to a show. Why don't you ask Milo what he thought went wrong? The gays, I figured that he admitted, and he's lying about it, that it's number 2. Sounds like the Goon Alarm, and Milo called the Moon Gay Spay. This is why maybe Milo should have better taste in who to make. Pretty satanic, no lies detected, these poor children more. He got him in trouble last time. I finally agree with Milo. The gay dude that buys babies is bad? Huh, who knew? His chat's going off about like 5 different fucking things at once.
More or less likely that Dave Rubin will have sex with it. I think it's tough to say. On the one hand, you would like a normal person would be a bit put off by this fact, but I think he's going to consider it a sort of, as all homosexual adoptive parents do, a kind of accessory, and an accessory not just that he owns, but that is an extension of him, and therefore sex with it really is just a kind of masturbation. And in any case,
Skip.
Still, it's good to wait, you know.
They say that in abstinence, don't they?
Yeah, it's you know, build the anticipation. You know, a lot of times it's about the anticipation.
From the moment it's there in the crib, yeah, dad, in the back of.
Very big skip. I'm gonna start skipping my 20 minutes now.
As grounds to start an armed
Ralph, who comes in.
Oh no, pigger tits.
Who comes in?
Poor pigger tits. You. No, I'm sorry. You're missing. No, you're missing. You're missing 4 folds.
No, he's only got 3 tits. I know it's strange, but he does have 3 tits.
Does he? He's like you would find him. I'm sorry, I'm going to out myself as a no. You'd find him in Mos Eisley, wouldn't you?
Yes.
The cantina in Star Wars. You would.
Okay.
Most people drawing themselves, wanting to, give themselves a bit of flattery, by surprise, because he knew that he wouldn't be able to roll with the punches and survive the experience. Such was his.
Go a little back before that.
Rather than just be like merrily tweeting away like a bastard.
Well, I had the particular misfortune of the whole show is kind of riding on him being there, because in reality.
Okay,
what a bitch!
I want to hear what they're talking about before the second.
He wasn't. Let me correct you. Completely incompetent and useless he was.
Yes, that's exactly.
Alex has.
Okay, still talking about Alex.
Rather than be merrily tweeting away. Oh yeah, he's classic for that. Rather than just be like merrily tweeting away like a bastard.
Well, I had the particular misfortune of the whole show is kind of riding on him being there, because in reality I wasn't.
That's quite. Who could be expect? I mean, who would expect you?
Stop skipping all the good parts. We are not completely interested in the full conversation. We would like to get to the parts that involve. Hello. We would like to get to the parts that involve. Vito Giswalti. Hey, Horror. I think the person who was sitting in the chat room sat there and tried to call Jesse. Welcome, Jesse. Welcome to the channel. I've heard about your show from a person who's an avid watcher of you, but We are trying to get background on the second episode that has to do with Vito Gasualti. So is there no section inside of the first? Because I was told that there were sections inside of the first. Okay, that's acceptable. Ethan Ralph, Pound of Flesh. Horror and Hellfire is my head moderator, so she's telling you exact context. Is there a specific part inside of Pound of Flesh that begins, or does it start from minute 0 and pick up from there? Yeah. I joked. She's correct. The only reason I hadn't have you vet this is because you said you didn't necessarily want to be involved with this extra stuff. Then again, would you say that your show necessarily has to do, would be necessarily involved with the sector? Can I assume that I'm speaking directly to Jesse, the host that is on the screen? I'm not trying to disrespect you, it's just when the, what was this person's name? When the user Milliwigs came in, they came in with an accusatory tone like they were about to go tattle to someone. And, here inside of, Casa de Carl, we don't like fuck niggas. It was wafting fuck nigga energy. I haven't done anything since, but I'm assuming they must be someone who's directly connected to you because you showed up about here. Or you got a ping on the back end. In any case, let me cue it up. Call and response is so hard. Now, by all means, there is a link in the chat room. I'll repost the link again. I will give you a visa to the Negrohood. If you want to come on here and talk about this, I invite you to do so. By all means, we're not trying to ape your content and steal it and outright take it and not react to it, but we are trying to get to the juicy bits. Mainly because I would love to watch nothing more than Vito Gasualti get his shit pushed in. Because Lord knows that whenever he's sent out on the behalf of fucking Dick Masterson, he will never be there to do it himself. He always sends his fucking minion. Okay. Everybody should be able to see this now. We're going to start it from the beginning. Assuming that we're talking to Jesse. They say it takes a second to get into, so let's hope it starts from the beginning. If you don't mind, I will skip over the preamble, but we will let the opening play.
I got excited, very excited to see all of this.
All right, hey everybody, welcome to the program. Tonight on the show, Ethan Ralph, also Vito and Milo. I'm pretty sure everybody's coming on. Hi henchmen, welcome everybody.
Hi Jesse.
Hello. Hi. So last episode, I had Milo Yiannopoulos. Yeah, okay, I call him Milo. He's like pretty much my best friend. But anyway, Milo was on the show, and an interesting thing had happened. You know, Milo was supposed to go on the Dick Masterson program, and he was supposed to go on there with a fellow by the name of Ethan Ralph, and Ethan has been going through some troubles. Okay,
drugs and getting into fights in foreign countries and getting mobbed and mugged, all the M's, anything that rhymes with ugged.
And you could say that pretty much at any point in human history, and that would still remain true. But for whatever reason, this particular time, Dick Masterson, even though he's the one who planned the entire event, decided to call the whole thing off.
Because he got scared of Milo coming in.
And decided not to have Ethan Ralph on the show, and thus Milo not on the show. And so Milo was pissed. Ethan was pissed. Now everybody's flinging shit at each other. Everything's going
as is, was, and will be again. Internet Baccalaureate brings in the best blood that only nicking the knife could drain from your veins.
Going fucking crazy. I was interviewing Milo about it. I start telling him about this thing called Juju the Cow. Okay, I don't know if
it would have been nice if I had gotten a timestamp about the Juju the Cow clip and how he reacted to that, but I guess we'll hear it on the Revod.
Anyone here is familiar.
Dick good, Jesse bad.
But Juju the Cow is a real deal thing where Dick Masterson likes to dress up as a furry.
Feel free. If there's a timestamp for it, let me know. Either tell me in the chat or tell me on the side, and I will pull it up. Itchy. In your feed.
Free cow lady for sex and get a sparkly dildo up the butt. And it seems like everybody now knows this on the entire internet, except for...
Immediately after this came through, and the one in our audience is Kasab that talks about your show, Jesse, assuming you're still sitting there. And assuming that it was Jesse in the first place. As soon as this information became more popularly known, because most people who know about the Sektur already knew about Juju the Cow, but the second that this hit the timeline, it was much like the Destiny information. Don't know if you know or care anything about the Destiny leaks, but right now, the Destiny leaks about his sexual infidelity and nearly pushing an e-girl to kill herself is currently beating out Dick Masterson getting clowned on by the internet by about that much. Like that much. Because people just don't know or care about Dick Masterson or his television show. Usually they get annoyed by Vito Caswalty trying desperately to try and get clout off of a situation. He flies around like the internet Bloodsport's version of fucking what's his name? Ian Miles Strong.
Milo Yiannopoulos, who you would think would be the first guy to know something like that. Like usually that would be the sort of thing that would come across his transom. No emphasis on the trans.
What does that mean?
Miles. Anyway, the point is, so I was telling him about this Juju thing, right? You guys saw it, right?
Yeah, I was there.
It was a pretty good episode.
Amazing.
Everybody, I got tons of
episode.
good feedback about it. Everybody loved Milo on there. Yeah, so Milo should be coming back on here tonight again, but I'm telling him about this Juju thing, you know, that I've been screaming about for 5 years. Now everybody's like, yeah, we knew. You did? You did?
To be seriously, yes. Most people did. They learned because of the Maddox shit. They learned because of the Maddox shit, then didn't care. Then people just, like, forgot. For the people that were in IBS, they outright forgot and then remembered. Because it was right after Digibro came out as transgender, because they had finally gotten him to trune out. It's your first case example of me using the word trune. Right after Digibro became Digibra, and Anthony Gramucci would continue to push to have a YouTube channel right after he starts making his content videos about Lily Pichu. Thank you, Whore. Right after he mentions shit about Lily Pichu, all of this started coming back out again because as he was fucking around with his bullshit involving Comicsgate, trying to grift about that comic book that they still have yet to finish returns on, while books back to back to back with the Riververse continue being completed, shipped, done, completed, shipped, done. People just started bringing it up so that it could be discussed on these podcasts because they wanted people to mock on live. But whether you want to say it was a class act or just him wanting to be away from the special retardation energy of it. People like Ripper the 5'9", Eric July just said, fuck it, they don't like me, I don't like them, I'm not going to speak crass words about them any more than I have to, blase, blase, blase. Okay, 3641. Swapping over really quick. I want to see his reaction to the Juju to Down clip.
Please give the host the ability to do that.
Wow, lovely. I love when it does that. I love when the clip desyncs. Love when the clip desyncs.
A feud with me, and I don't know their name.
Here, who's my, like, who do I?
Trying to go right up to about, let's go 3, 5, 55.
Not only found, because a lot of people who find happiness with a partner and have kids, they kind of let other things go because it's like,
I want to lead into the clip.
Negroes have been before. No, I've got very, Gavin McGinnis's best joke was like, so he said, so now you're straight, can you fart now? Because I imagine before it was just like, I laugh for days.
Is Gavin a good kisser, by the way?
I've never, like when you vomit and it's like from your ass and your dick and your balls, like you're vomiting from that deep a place. No, he's not. No.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, he is a guy that kind of pisses all over himself and stuff, so you never know. Did you watch him?
Regularly. His wife buys very expensive furniture for their house.
Yeah. The less that I explain about that, the better for your sanity, Bolster. The less I explain about that, the better for your sanity.
And he will come home, pass out, and wake up just in puddles.
Yeah. It's. Do you know his little manservant, Ryan Katsu Rivera? His guy?
I am a great fan of Ryan's.
Ryan and I are best friends. And
okay, great. Because when you said his little manservant, I started to get worried.
No. We talk all the time. He's
founding president of the Casa Rivera fan club.
Okay, cool. So there's one member, huh?
Well, in fact, yes, I'm both founding member and.
That's a good question. Why do you ask those questions? Because if I give the answer, you're just gonna be upset. Because you can't be like, well, why did I ask for this? You did.
Founding president and current president and treasurer and secretary and membership manager and the member. Yes, but I think he's phenomenal, and I'm really happy that he has not only found, because a lot of people who find happiness with a partner and have kids, they kind of let other things go because it's like, oh my God, but he has found God at the same time. He has kind of entered this new second chapter of life where he has this enormous richness and comfort, contentment, satisfaction, and intellectual curiosity about the religious side of his life, and beautiful family growing as well.
I know, he doesn't fucking shut up about it to me. It's really annoying.
Yeah, that's why I don't talk to him as much as you do. It's just obnoxious, isn't it? But he does produce pretty children, and honestly, it couldn't happen to a nicer guy. I think he's great.
I don't look at content creators' children. I don't see. They're like NPCs in a fucking survival game. You don't attack the kids.
That's awesome. Again, I got to go back to this. The Dick Masterson thing. Were you supposed to go on a show tomorrow or something? What happened there?
I think we were supposed to have a showdown. We were supposed to do the Ralph intervention on Dick Masterson's show. Tomorrow, and then I got the news that Dick had pulled out because his girlfriend had said she wasn't comfortable with Ralph or something. It wasn't me.
That's bullshit. She doesn't want to be there on the fucking show, and she's halting content to try and stop fucking shit from happening. That's bullshit. I inherently don't believe that explanation in and of itself, because when has that ever stopped Dick Masterson doing any fucking thing? Any situation, anywhere, at any time, he sends his audience to go harass other people and do whatever the fuck he fucking wants. And he sends his goddamn minion to go right up there and escort them like fucking attack hornets. I don't believe that.
the first time ever. Ralph's been over there like a million times.
I am very happy to say one of the many great things about being friends with Ralph is that I'm not the problem, and I'm always the problem.
Right.
But it's sort of like a moral, it's like a self-esteem boost.
well, Dick's girlfriend is pregnant, and I do wonder if maybe the father of the child had a problem.
Is Ralph?
No, had a problem with Ralph coming there, and maybe it wasn't up to Dick whether or not.
Wait a minute. So Dick is with someone who's having someone else's baby.
Well, I can't imagine it's Dick's because Dick's a gay guy. So
Dick's homosexual?
You've never heard of Juju?
Okay, that's diabolical. Number one, class. Do you know how hard it is to confuse the shit out of Melly Ramos? He leads the fuck up, and he leads him into the shit. Well done. Well done. Now let's see this drive.
To the cow?
Oh, you see, I've been so out of this for so long.
Oh man, yeah. Let me catch you up real quick. See, Dick Masterson, he enjoys having furry gay sex where he is the female cow. He dresses up as a cow.
Yeah.
And he calls himself Juju.
Yeah.
And he goes to Burning Man every year, and what he does is
that is
right. And then he finds guys on Craigslist and offers to suck them off at Burning Man.
And Craigslist? You can't find them off Tinder like a good fucking degenerate.
And that's what he has to do because he's so brown and so large.
He's not really that large. To be honest with you, he actually does.
He's like 280 pounds.
Wear platform shoes, but
No, I meant girth.
Certainly not that either, from all accounts.
Well,
I've talked to people in the know, and I don't think so.
So you go deep on this. So you say I'm not an A-log, but you go deep on these.
Well, listen, I'm petty.
You're like me. You're calling up the niggas bitches.
I'm a petty kind of guy, and I've spoken.
I intuited that about you, and I've always liked that about you.
Thank you so much. Here's my
mad respect.
My quick history with Dick Masterson is Dick has made his entire career off of just stealing Maddox's fan base.
Correct! And then never getting called on the shit because nobody's aware, or the people who are aware that have already left, he acts like it's an entire era that didn't exist and didn't happen. And pretends that it was him the entire time.
My quick history with Dick.
Yeah. I said Masterson and I was sure to say it, okay? I'll say Juju.
I tweeted. What was that?
I don't know. Are you haunted?
Yes.
Did you let out a fart and it went?
Honestly, it's Gavin. Look, Gavin is a very funny guy, funnier than me, and
was that the end of the clips, horror? I'm going to assume so unless you say something. Swap back over. Let's see here. It still does play the theme song, I think. Yes, it does. But we're going to go from the start from 10 minutes. I will skip around only to get to the material. And it breaks again.
Jesse PS is legitimately the world's greatest guy.
Oh, god damn. That picture is so fucking old. The memories. Oh, the memories of staying up and listening to these fucking things.
Hi
Bye. Yay! Welcome to Podawful. I'm your host, Jesse PS. You can follow me on Twitter at Podawful. Check out our website, podawful.com. We're banned on lots of stuff. A lot of our content's missing from the internet. You got to get it over at podawful.com. We're live over at podawful.tv. Live every single day this week. We've got the chat room going on, which will, man, the chat room's going nuts right now. This is all fake. It's a wrestling work, guys. I have seen so many comments doing wrestling thing. Listen, I know Ethan's into wrestling. Leave me alone. Leave me out of it. There's no kayfabe. There's no... All of this stuff is gay, and you stink, and you're retarded. What else are they saying? Suffadax, they say in the chat room. Dick snorts pink Diddy powder. I don't even know what that means. And
That's probably Fen.
I don't want to know what that means, but welcome, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. Share that show. Podawful.tv is the short link if you want to share the show. Let me see what Ethan's saying. I've got him in the back here. He's working on his camera. Vito is here. All right, so we're gonna. I mean, we don't want fucking Vito just sitting here, right? Like that'd be weird, right? I don't know either.
I find it interesting that the chat room is right. He's lighting them up on this. Let me read some of these. Go from the live. Is there a live feed? Nope. So I have to read off the top. Oh, I broke it.
Maybe we just bring Vito on. Well, Ethan's trying.
Yeah, bring him in.
Yeah.
Ethan's trying to work.
Odds of rehab are question mark 1,000 to 1. David O'Neill, thousands of suffered axes and claps. Couple of 07s. Never Freya, Never Mia. You know the sad videos of cows crying when they get loaded onto the trucks for the slaughterhouse? That's Juju right now. Dick Masterson, a true Hollywood story presented by Ralph and Podawful. If Dick is really watching, he should just call in too. He wouldn't do it. He wouldn't do it. He would send Vito so that he doesn't have to be in the room because he knows that he'd laugh at the jokes that they would say about Vito. Because he does not fucking like Viswalty whatsoever. It's just the weakest person who has a lower self-esteem than Masterson himself that he could be able to make into his podcast host. If he could have been able to get these regular fucking also-rans that exist inside of the fucking anime scene, and if the anime scene wasn't so protractedly against actual fucking comedy humor in conversations, he could have found somebody amongst them. Maybe Pedantic Romantic or some fucking clown like that. One of the co-hosts of Trash Taste. To be able to get him to get shit over. It'd give him a little bit more depth. Where's my deodorant? It'd give him a little bit more depth. Because without having someone weaker than himself, every single bit of everything Dick Masterson does starts falling to the wayside. Because he's always had to have a podcast host to hide his crueler intentions. So he had to find someone just as cruel as him, but more irrelevant, than him. Because for all the trolling attempts, my shirt's backwards, for all the trolling attempts that he's done alongside Vito Viswalty, they only work because most people have no idea who they are. I don't need the heater right now. Where's my speed stick? I found my speed stick. They only ever fucking work because nobody knows who Vito Viswalty really is. They remember his Dave Chappelle shit that he did when he was getting harassed by those individuals. But it's like, you're the guy that's famous for being harassed by people. But then you cut to any of these other clips, like the dumbass opinions that can be found in my fucking video on my channel that I did on Vito Viswalty's dumb retarded takes. You find out that he just goes around the internet looking for people that he thinks that he can get one over on, and when it doesn't work, he basically tries to block all personas, block all relevancy of the person in question, and just try again like the person doesn't exist. 5 minutes. 5 minutes of coverage on something that has to do with some zeitgeist featuring fucking It's a Gundam, and it's a wrap for him. For both of them.
Work out his camera right now, and he just got home. You know, he was in LA, the fires. He went all the way there to, I think, to see his son, but more importantly to, you know, scream and holler at Dick Masterson, it seems. So I don't know. Well, I really don't, you know, people like to lump me in with, and I hate to even say this term now, the Sektur. You guys feel a fucking chill? People like to, yeah, it's, oh boy. It's getting a little spooky in here after that one. They like to lump me in with the Sektur. Now there's going to be people.
Technically, the Sektur is just anything that has to do with internet blood sports. That's it. That's all the Sektur is. Anything that has to do with old world internet blood sports, Sursa, pre-influencer 2014 shit, as it started to give away until 2019, that era of the internet. And anything that has to be existent on the federated internet. That's the area that's considered the Sektur. I mean, it's a death knell for somebody to label you the Sektur and you're not the Sektur, because they're going to immediately ask, what's the Sektur? And then as soon as somebody says Kiwi Farms, you're going to be like, Nazi, 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 Nazi. I can get it. I can get it.
We're like, no, we don't. It's too late. I've already seen all of your Kiwi Farms posts where you go, kayfabe, it's kayfabe. Jesse he's working us into a shoot. Go back to middle school. Remember when your parents weren't divorced? Now there's Jesse he's working us into a shoot. Go back to middle school.
When he cut in like that, I thought somebody was talking in my ear inside my fucking chat room. Your setup is intimate. It's like the Nazis are in my ear. I joke. You're not a Nazi.
Remember when your parents weren't divorced? Travel time. Go back there. No, it's impossible to remember something like that. Holy shit. Back before you had your first cigarette, but you were thinking about it. You thought, like, maybe I'll try one. Anyway, I think there's some ground rules we should cover here before I bring these guys on. Oh, Vito is saying bring me in.
Of course his bitch ass is.
Just got back from LA. He's back in Honduras, wherever he's from now. And so before I bring Vito in, before I bring everybody in here, I just want to go over some ground rules.
He's back in Pigsville, Tijuana, where he got jacked for his merce.
He understands how this is going to work, all right?
Oh, yes. Ground rules. Yes. Don't let Vito do whatever he wants. Yes. Moderation. Something that didn't exist.
Just throw this over here on the board. Okay, so again, Ethan promised that he would be sober as a judge, but we have a threat alert system here. And I just want to be clear. Again, Ethan claimed sober as a judge, but we will be monitoring the progress throughout the episode. We also have hungover as a surgeon, buzzed as a bartender, drunk as an airline pilot, zooted as a line cook.
There's not enough hollering on the board. You needed one that had alliteration with H. Hungover and hollering honestly should have just been fucking the last one. But you know, not my show, not my jokes.
Strung out as a rent boy and giga fried as a Mexican tourist. Okay, so
my vote's on line cook.
What's that?
My vote is on line cook.
Okay, well, I don't know. I think we're gonna be sober as a judge the whole time. We are currently at threat level sober as a judge. Let me just throw that on here. We're gonna circle that one. Okay. So we are currently here. Now we could end up anywhere through here, but we're hoping no. We don't want any of this, Ethan. We don't want any of this. I'm on Ethan's side. I hate when a guy is doing poorly when it comes to drugs. I hate drugs, so we're gonna help Ethan out. You know, I learned the error of my ways when I talked to Milo about this, so we're gonna get it all figured out. We might get the hungover as a surgeon. You know, let's be honest. Let's be realistic about this one, right? And I think that one's fair. If we don't go further than airline pilot, I think we're good. Okay, so I'm gonna bring.
The best is when you don't have him screaming at the top of his lungs, trying desperately to find a way to take off his shirt and beg for fucking super chats. Honestly, that's the best that Ralph is at, and that's the best we can expect of him while he's still cooked out of his fucking mind, going through withdrawals.
Bring these guys in, which means I'm gonna go from here. Oh, Vito's in call-in. Actually, we can just bring Vito in right now. I didn't even see that. Actually, Vito should have the ability to just come in here. I'm gonna give him that ability. There you go. Hi, Vito. You're in. He's probably listening to the stream right now.
Yeah.
So he's probably a little delayed, and he doesn't really get in. He's never going to release his comic book.
True. Where's the book, Vito? Where's it, you fat bitch? Where's the book? You're so far behind in your fucking comic book that Grums is actually catching speed up on you. Where's the fucking book? Is it shipped? Is it printed? Is it ready to be sent out? Are people going to be able to see versions of it? Do you even have a copy to sell on a fucking on a merch push?
That's my Vito impression. Is that a pretty good Vito impression?
That is, actually.
All right, let's see. It says I'm suppressed retard. He says, well, it says you're not on my end, retard.
Can
so
you just
now what?
toggle him server muted?
Yeah, I did.
There it is.
There we go.
There.
All right, sorry.
You had me muted.
Okay. Do you see what the fuck I've got going on here, by the way?
Okay, but like, instead of doing like a 5-minute routine about, oh, this guy can't even figure out his microphone here. Why not the log and see that?
Immediately as he enters in, immediately fucking kvetching. Immediately fucking kvetching. He never changes. He never changes. I'm gonna do everybody a favor. I'm only going to up the microphone volume by 20, 30, 140. Any louder than that, and you are probably going to start having your ears bleeding. Don't let your kids watch it!
I'm fucking muted.
Hey, listen, I know.
On our side, to be fair, on our side.
I know over on your little show, you can fill the time by reading your idiot fans' stupid super chats, but over here, I don't make any money.
You don't have any fans.
Yes. Yes, thank you for stepping on.
You have to convince me that you niggas have fans. If you have fans, I'm pretty sure more than 66.3% of your fucking audience hate watches you. But, you know, what do I fucking know?
The punchline. Anyway, so when's that comic book coming out, Vito?
That was like kind of like more like an art there was like a
Oh, it's just kind of like an art project, huh? Super Killer #1, a blood-soaked superhero comedy on Indiegogo right now. Get it with Swalty. One campaign, Los Angeles, United States. Put this on the screen real quick. Super Killer #1, a blood-soaked superhero comedy. $118,185 by 2,173 backers, with US 70, about a little over 71.2K by several backers on July 2nd, 2023. Still not out. Important. RE shipping costs only collected after the book is ready and printed to ship. They go towards the Indiegogo platform. Let's see here. Choose your perk, guys. Do you want cover A? Do you want cover B? Do you want cover C? Do you want all of them? Each one's $25. Get the super pack for $25. Originally, $85 fucking dollars. 11% off. Get the value. Make sure to get the Not Safe for Work poster and the trading cards. Estimated shipping December 2023. What about that? Where's merch? Where's the Ultimate Collection? Oh, $100, guys. You get the pen set, the Pogs, the electronic Yogo, the trading cards, the Slammer token, the fucking chrome cover foil, and the Multiversal Agent Guide. All still shipped at 2023. $100, $175, $300. It was just an elaborate art project, guys. We even got marketable plushies. It was just a marketable comic, guys. It was just marketable. It was just a marketable art experiment. You know, it's just a thing. It's just a thing. Meanwhile, let's go ahead and go on over to Rippaverse and go straight there into the store. And oh goddamn, Gyra #2. Let's go to the comic section. Bloodruth, Alpha Core, Gooding, Isom #1, Isom #2, Rippaverse Trinity, Rippazine #2, The Horsemen and Guy were number 1. Out, or prepared, or being made, ready, shipped. And let's not forget the merch store. Don't forget your fucking merch, guys. Get the alternative cover, get your t-shirts, get the pre-orders going, get some immediate purchases going for the most popular. Similar prices, let's be fair, similar prices, but somehow he got them ready and waiting. Let's just go by low to high. Why don't we do that? Let's be fair. Let's go by low to high. You've got yourself sales for posters for Blood Ruth. $28. Rip Reverse Hat. $5. $5. $5. $5. $7. $7. $10. $13 to $29 for the alternatives. Literally a fucking third slash of the cost. At least this one's a pre-order, but the rest of these, sales, 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 sales. Man, he's just running a better fucking product, huh? He's just running a better art experiment, you know? Getting all these famous people like fucking Dixon to come do his works and shit.
It's like a theoretical kind of thing. It's like a thought experiment.
I read it. I've seen it now.
So in a way, it's almost well. You already got it then, so we're good.
I gotta say, you know, Mint Salad released your comic book against your will? Is that what happened?
She put out like an old rough draft of it.
Okay.
So,
yeah. Well, I hope.
Well, look here, Shaq. You want to be able to get a hold of this fucking super killer? You're gonna have to get a hold of that goddamn rough draft. This shit ain't ever fucking coming out. This shit ain't ever coming out.
That was rough.
The actual comic.
I hope it was rough because it does need some more work. You do need to put.
It needs some work, like a fucking wood chipper. It needs to go inside, and it needs to go back to the first draft, and then try over again.
Some more effort onto it, but I gotta say,
it's like trying to rip off. His book is like trying to rip off Image Comics. He's like trying to rip off a pseudo Shapesmith story, or a pseudo Shapesmith character, with all the flims and trimmings, and with none of the fucking energy.
Don't worry about that.
Give me a critique. No, what do you mean? Do you like it or not?
It's not terrible, but you cannot be making fun of Eric July's comic books.
Thank you.
In what aspect of Eric July's comic books?
All of them. We can start from all of them. Also, you better not crash out, Vito. For all the bullshit you and fucking Buster decided you want to do, you better not crash out. You better not crash out when he criticizes you.
Not make fun of.
Layouts, art. Mostly layout. The art is okay. Maybe this is just my own personal take.
It's mid.
I believe that most of the characters in your comic book Super Killer, which I saw because a retarded girl leaked your comic book because you made her mad, which is very funny, and I'm actually on her side about that and nothing else because she is a piss whore. What was I saying? Oh, I believe that the character designs...
She got beat on?
She got beat on. I believe that the character designs are like proportionally retarded. Like your main character,
okay, Buster, we'll see you.
Is his name, I think.
Yeah.
He's like, he doesn't. There's something off about him. Like his arms are too short and his body's too wide. There's something just. I can tell whoever you've got drawing it. Who's the artist?
His name's Keter LeBeau.
I can tell.
Mexican.
Ugh. That might be part of the problem. All right, well, let's build the wall and see if
the real problem is that I get a lot of weird different critiques, and a lot of it comes down to
the weird different critique of your book takes too long to come out. Why can't I be able to see any fucking storyboards or arts of the work? Why don't you have anything interesting to show about the work? You know, anything of the things that would go into a normal comic book. You know, just basic weird criticisms like that.
The personal preference, but I don't look at that comic. I don't go look at that comic and go, "Oh my God, what a disaster!"
It's not a disaster. It's not a disaster. It needs polishing.
It is an indie. Well, it is an indie comic. That's not like.
If you're going to use the excuse of it's an indie comic, so what do you expect? I don't know. Let's go over to Dan Fan. Should I go through the backlog of what fucking what Trisha Kafari's been putting out? Because somehow Kafari is able to put out consistent books, no problems. My mutual, Piper, consistent books, no problems. For the ones that she's involved in that she didn't get fucked over on. And then continuing to do so with her own projects into the future. Back to Riververse, no fucking problems. Fucking, published releases, also using the shipping method, no problems. Should we talk about the original pop-off of Comicsgate? All of those individuals and all of those books, Common America and the bunch, no problems. Of course, ya boy Zach, even though he's on the crazy end of fucking shit that he does now, no problems. So what do you mean you gotta understand it's an indie book? Do you mean it's a Sektur book? Because it's a Sektur book, that's why you can't get it done?
Like to excuse everything, but like I did purposely seek out, you know, not a guy who's like an established like comic artist. I was like, I kind of wanted to have that like, I don't know, indie feel to it.
What does you mean when you say indie?
They're telling me to. They're telling me to kick you.
Maybe the proportions are.
They're telling me to kick you off the stream, Vito. And I don't know if I can disagree.
I'm just genuinely interested in like people go like, oh, this comic's like such a disaster, and I go,
I'm out. The entire side chat here is just lighting him up with multiple fucking things. 1 second. Pop out. Let me pop it out. It won't let me pop it out. So, on the side here, I would not fuck Mint, but I was going to beat the shit out of her. Oh brother, this guy stinks. Remember Riley's little chihuahua lipstick wiener? The Riververse is like Smallville, fun but not high art. What the fuck did Vito even come on? Sacrificial Vito for the Gunt to scalp? Better than Flash's comic. Lol, Vito does not know business like Eric July. 3D assets. Mint salad has disgusting saggers. Tomatoes, 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 tomatoes. She gets peed on by a Charred Wrangler groomer boyfriend for money. Tomatoes, tomatoes, tomatoes. Deathstroke Wolverine. The opening act always sucks. Tomatoes, 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 tomatoes. Pesticore's here. Immigrant labor. Tomatoes, tomatoes, tomatoes. Vito the Lolly expert. Tomatoes, tomatoes, tomatoes. It repeats between him and mint salad and tomatoes about 10 times. And fire and kick Vito.
I don't know, man. It seems pretty good to me.
Listen, I'm saying this.
I'm pretty happy about it.
I'm saying this not as a troll, but as an artist. It's not the worst. It does need polishing, and I'll tell you the writing is a little clunky in some parts where I'm a smart guy and I couldn't follow along. And then there's also...
It's mostly because of the layouts. The dialogue is not capable of moving with the action of combat or with the dialogue of the scene. And because of the layout, the action does not give you easy means to follow along, and thus the conversations makes it hard to follow with what's being said or how it's being said, let alone the general pacing of the book. It's a basic criticism that anybody could be able to give about any kind of fucking thing. If you wanted to be able to go write something, he might as well have started off with a fucking Dojin. Or he would have started off with whatever kind of fucking book smut he would have wanted to write. Whatever the fuck would be popular between him and Dick. And they should have just fucking bounced back and forth between script ideas between themselves. You didn't need to get another writer for it. You didn't need to get an editor for it. Really, you only really need to get a fucking artist. You get an artist, you sit down with Dick, you put it through a fucking wordsmith, you put it through a fucking cracked version of Word 07 or Word 11, or even fucking use Google Docs. You knock the shit out, you put out a rough edit of the shit, you give them a manuscript. You give them a manuscript to work from, get the shit done in a year or less. That's what you should have done. You didn't do it. Now you're coping.
So the problem, like the layouts are a little.
I wish you'd sent me some notes. I mean,
the layouts are a little clunky.
He's telling you notes now. What the fuck do you mean?
But listen, it doesn't matter. The thing's never coming out, so who cares? All right. Anyway,
the layouts.
The layouts.
That's how they get you.
The layouts. So
doesn't even defend himself. Amazing. Well, off to a better start.
Are you saying that things are not laid out? That you don't? There's not a certain rhythm to comic books where you have to figure out the order of the panels?
I know. I just wish you had like an example of like what
Dude,
layout. Like,
it's been like fucking 2 months or something since I looked at this thing. I know,
but you read it and it clearly stuck in your mind. You're like, oh, this layout's throwing me. I would think you would be like, well,
yeah,
right here,
sucks.
this
it does suck.
page.
Actually, the more I think about it, the worse it is. All right, let's do this. Let's get rid of all these other people and try to get Ralph in here and figure all this out. Because what even happened? You and Ralph had a fucking, what happened with that?
Well, it seems like what happened is Ralph came to California and he was unable to get on a show with Dick Masterson. I think he wanted to hang out with him and broadcast with him. And it seems like Dick believed he was inebriated. And
Well,
said,
that
"No, I don't think,
that certainly stopped them from having him on every other time.
Yeah.
Dick Masterson.
I think
Dick Masterson,
I don't think that-
well-known sober guy. You know.
Well, I don't think he invites, Ralph over with the explicit intention of getting him wasted.
Well, we'll find.
He doesn't, but he seems to always encourage anything that gives him content to do it. So, I kind of like don't believe you. The fuck? I kind of like don't believe you.
Find out very soon if that's true or not. All right, let's do this, guys. Listen, if you want me to ask Ethan any question, or Vito, or whoever any questions on this one, and you are brand new here, you do have to pay a retard tax, which is called super chatting. So you can find our super chat thing over at buymeacoffee.com/podawful. I don't actually normally do super chats. Nobody who normally listens to the show has to do this. I'll just read your comments in the chat room. But if you are brand new here and you're just here for the drama, retard tax, go do it. It's pinned at the top of the chat. And Vito, I'll see you over in the other chat there. Thank you to the henchmen. Bye-bye. And also you can join our Discord, podawful.com/Discord. Let's get Ethan on right now.
Honestly, the best compliment that I can pay Jesse, should he still be listening here, is every single video packet that you have prepared for this program. Beautiful. It's very well done. Every single bit of the aesthetic is great.
Is this a cult if I ever heard one? Yes, it is. It's a cult. I mean, it's the cult of cult.
All right, calling everybody. I'm just calling everybody, and whoever answers, we'll get them on here. Buy coffee. Do we have any? Maybe people already sent some in. I haven't even looked. Oh yeah. Okay, people are sending stuff in. People are sending stuff in. We'll ask some questions here in just a bit. We're just waiting for. See now, Vito. What is Vito's excuse this time? He was just in. Now he doesn't know. Am I suppressing him in this group chat? Who do we got? Anybody answering here? I think everybody said no. Well, you know what? That's fine. I could just not do a show. It honestly does not even matter to me at all. Again, Ethan did ask for this. Vito says, I am no longer on. You have to answer the fucking call.
The more things change, the more they stay the same.
I've entered a call. Now you enter the call, and then we're good. Ethan says kick. No, you're not kick. All right, I'm gonna try this one more time here. Holy shit. These boomers, man, they don't know how to use Discord. Actually, this might prove that Vito is not a pedophile. He can barely use Discord.
True.
For now, I guess. It should be fine. I'm in the call. They seem to not be able to figure out how to add themselves into the call. All right, we might have to do it this way then. We might have to get them just back into my on-air thing and try it that way. If you guys can't join the call in here, let's try this. Join my server and jump in on air. This is why I hate having. Oh, Vito figured it out. All right, so it's working, right?
Yeah.
Okay. What happened, or what was the excuse this time? Did I do this one?
Well, you didn't tell me. I don't. Why do you got two things going? I don't get it. I don't know.
Vito is so stupid he does not know how to put on his own pants without one leg on.
Oh.
Holy shit. But did you hear? I mean, I think this is proof that you're not a pedophile. That's nice.
Yeah, I can't navigate this Discord at all.
Yeah, how would you possibly be asking for underage,
I right-click on their sexy little bodies, and I can't even save as PNGs.
Dude, I tried. I threw out a fucking bone to you there, and you just... You typed the word "we" in all caps all over.
It's anime. It's anime. It doesn't count. Right?
Fucking! I know that's your camp's fucking opinion on this, but golly, we'll talk to Ethan about that too. Now, can Ethan figure his way onto here?
She's a dragon. She's 1,000,000 years old.
I don't want to know about your proclivities whatsoever.
Her name is Mayumi-chan.
Fuck me, man.
I have a little doll. We go on adventures.
Let's see if Ethan figures out to join. All right, we might get him. I just gotta watch now because I don't know what's going on. Did you see, Vito, my chart?
Is it a no?
Well, yeah, I've got a chart now. Ethan promised to be sober.
Oh, how sober Ethan Ralph will
So he said he would be sober as a judge. Okay. That's what he said. He said he would be.
That's it. That's a good saying. You don't hear it very often.
It's very
I'm surprised
rare.
That's in. You know, people say Ethan Ralph's not a writer, but that is a good line.
Ethan Ralph is actually a linguistic genius.
Be sober as a judge.
But we are going to be tracking him throughout to make sure that we stay at least in this area up here. We want to stay as close up here as we possibly can and not get anywhere near Gigafried as a Mexican tourist. Now, I want to do the right thing because now I don't think
he's getting a lot of primo. I'm gonna skip through.
Ethan Ralph.
Yes. As always, sober as a Mexican judge was the line. Get it right.
Whoa, I don't know about that one.
He's sounding a lot better. He sounds a lot more energetic now.
Yikes.
I think I said Mexican judge, if I recall correctly, but no, I'm actually sober. I've been flying all day. I know that's my weakness, one of them. And pussy and Xanax.
You sound lucid.
Yeah, I hope so.
Alive.
I hope so. And thank you, Vito. I appreciate that. I decided I had a lot of people tell me not to come on this show, actually.
What? Why would they say something like that? Who was it? I'll come to their house. I'll kick diapers at them.
Well, it was Dick Masterson.
Oh, okay. Well, that actually changes some things.
You talked to Dick? He told you not to come on here?
He said, do not come on this show. No, I'm just kidding. He didn't say that. No, he didn't say that, but I bet he's probably watching. Well, I would have to imagine so. But I don't know. Maybe he's
seething,
busy.
Laughing.
Killing cats or something like that. I'm not sure.
How did you know? Hang on a second. I'm so excited that you know about that, Ethan, because I've known about that since like 2017.
Dude, I was shocked. I'm not gonna lie. I was literally fucking appalled and shocked. And I'm gonna try to show my camera. I can't I'm not Discord.
If you can get it, if not, no.
Yeah, I'll get it. I should be able to get it.
And Vito,
but
if you
I had
can
no idea. Vito, can you defend this story? And I know you love cats, right?
I do love cats. Yeah.
Okay,
I don't know the story.
I don't want to get you fired, but tell the story then, Jesse.
All right,
where was this story told? Who told this story? Did he tell this story?
This is a story told by. This is a story originally told by 80s Girl, actually.
Where?
Well, not publicly, obviously, but
no, I can find it because somebody tweeted at. I didn't believe it. I was like, "There's no way somebody's this fucking." I don't like the word evil on it.
Oh, when you were away, the first thing that he got into him about was Vito not delivering on his Super Killer book, and then coping about how the book is just an art project, a very, very avant-garde indie art project. Then demonstrated exactly what that art project has amounted money for, and measured up against the entire big, black catalog that belongs to Eric July and the Ripperverse. He got his shit pushed in about it multiple times. Now they have brought on Ethan Ralph, and they're trying to talk about the cat story.
Honestly, but this is pretty fucking evil, right? I don't know. Killing cats is pretty fucking bad.
Well,
and killing a cat. Well, I mean, if it's trying to attack you, right? Okay, things has to happen. I didn't kill my cat the other day when the motherfucker attacked me. Right? But so the story is that 80s Girl got a cat from a guy who was on some fucking movie.
Hang on, Ethan. This part's important. Let me tell this part, okay?
Okay, tell it. Go ahead and tell it.
So, it's not just some guy. 80s.
No, it's not.
80s,
Yes, you're right. Go ahead.
80s girl dated Greg Sestero from The Room. Okay, so the guy who's not Tommy Wiseau in The Room.
The other guy.
She fucked.
Okay.
She fucked that guy. That is proven. That's a known thing. She fucked that guy. Dick hates Greg Sestero. You'll try to ask him, Vito, one day to watch The Room with you. See if he'll do it. And she was given a cat by Greg Sestero from The Room. You know,
they were dating.
Hi, Kitty.
I would assume.
Yeah, when they were dating. So then,
I like how Vito has absolutely no mind about what the fuck is about to be said to him. It's so cute.
He still had that. She still had that cat. Now here's the thing. She dated. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Hang on a second. Ethan Ralph, everybody. Look.
Thank you, sir.
That's actually him. Can you fucking believe that? That's.
You know, I almost didn't show up. I'm not gonna lie. And if I'm telling the truth, I had a whole elaborate plan for Vito to come in here and troll you and to not show up. To be honest, and I could tell that you could kind of smell it a little bit because I was like, I want Vito in here first, right? And you know, I could feel it. I could feel that you could kind of tell what was going on, and Ralph's gonna pull some type of trick. And then I said I would be a pussy bitch if I didn't show up on this program tonight, and so here I am.
Yeah, you had to do it. I knew that you'd be backed into that corner, and so I never had a single fear in my heart about this. Everybody all over the internet was saying you aren't. This is like some cave.
I was gonna show. Yeah, it was fake. It's not actually. I wish it was because. Anyway, go ahead. Finish the story. Finish the story.
Point is now 80s girl dated 80s girl's Dick's wife. Are they? She's having his baby.
No, of course not. What, are you crazy?
I don't know. They're boyfriend and girlfriend as adult fucking 50.
Common law way, I guess. But yeah. But yeah, go ahead.
So she's having his kid now, right? Anyway, the point is she dated Maddox and Lord knows how many other people in between Greg Sestero and Dick Masterson. But Dick's dream is to be Hollywood Dick Masterson. He wants to be Hollywood Dax. Mm-hmm. And so he's been incredibly jealous of that story of Greg Sestero this whole time. So he forced 80s girl to have her cat destroyed.
I don't think that's not the story I heard.
100%.
Okay, what'd you hear
true.
then?
Yeah, what'd you hear?
Because that's the story I heard, and I don't know the truth. But when I heard that story, I was like, that's the most fucked up thing. I mean, you know, molesting children. No offense. Right.
Already, he's like half hauler. He's already at half hauler.
I mean, I've heard more fucked up stories, but it's one of the more fucked up stories that I've heard, right? Like, it's like, oh, your boyfriend gave you this cat, so take it to the kill shelter, and, you know, they're not going to survive. An adult cat has, like, I don't even know, like a 4% chance of getting out of a kill shelter, right? Like,
right. Okay. So, yeah, they brought it to a shelter. What I heard was that it is one of these shelters that if the cat doesn't get adopted, they'll kill it. But it's not the same as like bringing it to the shelter and being like, "Hey, feed this cat in the grinder." Like,
no, but he took it to the kill shelter. And...
So you're trying to the story. So the general idea, he hates this fucking cat because of what it represents to him. So he tells her to take it to a kill shelter. And Vito's reaction to that is to try and defend the integrity of Dick. Wow.
Old cat. What do you think happened to that cat, Vito? Seriously.
Like, I don't know.
He's dead.
Hey,
what
Vito,
the fuck? Like, I mean...
Hey, Vito, what do you think happened at the kill shelter?
They found it a loving home. Of course.
Hey, Ethan, you should rename your show to The Kill Shelter. That would be actually a great.
And put a little image of a cat down the bottom. Yeah. Dude, I couldn't believe that. I'd never heard that story. So I don't know all the lore, and I'll tell you why. Because Dick was my good friend. At least I thought so. And you know, he'll have all kinds of reasons why I'm doing this, and you know, Ralph's an addict and this and that. Guess who's an addict? Dick Masterson is a drug addict. And he told this story on air 2 weeks ago. This is the reason I came on your show, Jesse. I was gonna bounce, actually. The reason I came on your show, he told this story 2 weeks ago. A person I cannot name publicly due to legal restrictions left me, and they left me while I was at Dick's house.
And what are those legal restrictions, by the way?
Well, I can't get into that, Jesse. Right? You know,
you can't say names. You can't talk about.
I can't say names, right? And you know, it's unfortunate. I will say we have something we share in common. Let's just put it that way, right?
You've had a bit of a disagreement.
He's trying to talk around it.
Yes.
That's what it looks like when you have to legally talk around the issues of a case, Alyssa Mercante. Not the shit that you did the other night with fucking David Jaff.
We've had a disagreement, not speaking about any particular names. I have to be very careful about this. Like, that's something I can't fuck around about.
You got it.
But anyway, it happened while I was at his house. Nice. So the first thing I did, brilliant me, I poured up a full glass of Wild Turkey 101 and drank the whole fucking glass. Okay. And so then I did a stream, of course, and Dick, to his credit, said, "Hey, don't do the stream, Ralph. Like, you're not in any mood. Like, don't do this." And I did it anyway because I'm me. Like, I'm like, whatever, fuck it. And so I got on air and I said all this shit. And then after, I don't remember what happened, but I went into his drawer in his kitchen where he keeps all his drugs. And
his drug drawer.
His drug drawer. I'm not kidding. He has a box. Vito, don't even lie. You know I'm telling the truth. He has a box of drugs in his fucking kitchen. No, but you know I'm telling the truth, though.
I know, but like, I feel like I'm on a back foot here to be like...
You're on the back foot for what? How would you not know that he does drugs, Vito?
No.
Hey, Vito.
Vito, you're here.
You don't have to confirm. You don't have to confirm, but I'm telling you, he has a box of drugs in his kitchen.
His drug drawer. Vito, have you ever rifled? Have you ever rifled through the drug drawer? Vito, have you ever rifled?
Have I ever gone through the drug drawer?
Yeah.
I go to Dick's house. He's got a great espresso machine. I make myself a nice.
He does have a great espresso machine.
Got a great
I will say that he really does. He really does. And 80s girl kills it with the espresso. I will say that 100%. But he also has a drug drawer full of all kinds of substances. Like, I don't even know.
Okay, right back. Hang on. In fairness, Ethan, I don't mean to stop you, but in fairness, isn't it possible that the drug drawer actually belongs to his girlfriend, the school teacher?
Look, man, I don't want to go there.
You already went there on Twitter.
Well, you know, that was a mistake. I don't feel like that's appropriate to do. But you know,
there's one thing me and Ralph will both agree on: is 80s girl is a very nice person.
I do agree with that, and really I feel bad. You know what makes me?
I think that's simp behavior because she was a webcam, you know, model.
Well, I'll tell you the simp behavior later on. The simp behavior was not letting this debate happen between me and Milo. That was a simp behavior because she's the one who called it off. And I found that out later on.
Well, hang on. Do you believe that though, Ethan? Like, doesn't that sound like an excuse?
She told me on Instagram that she was psyched for it and she was hyped for it, and like, let's, you know, I hope we can get together and have dinner and we'll have a show. And she seemed excited. Now, Milo said that she called it off. Now, I don't know what's true, but I just know what Milo said, and so I can't say for sure.
Right.
But that's what was said, right? That she called it off. And if so, she lied to my fucking...
Vito's super fucking quiet all of a sudden. Wonder why that is. He never shuts the fuck up any other time. Why is he not saying anything now?
Face, well, to my virtual face, right? But she's like, yeah, let's get together. And I always liked her. She's always been great to me. I won't say a bad word about her, and I don't think it's fair to try to like fuck up her life.
Listen, I don't want you to say anything bad about her if you don't want to. But I
don't want to.
Have you ever seen her bent over in the schoolgirl outfit or no?
No comment. I'll say.
Okay, that's good enough for me.
I didn't see it personally. I saw it because you spread it all over the internet, but whatever. Anyway,
that's true.
I didn't see it in person, but she's always been fabulous to me, actually, and a great person. That's actually, this is a sad thing for me.
She seems like a great gal.
I talked to Vito about this. I talked to multiple people, some who said do not go on the show. And this is actually a sad thing for me. It's like, okay, we had
the sadness is your relationship with Dick, correct? Like, this is a relationship.
Well, both of them.
I wouldn't say that, you know, she hasn't said to you, hey, Ralph, fuck you, you know?
Well, no, but I assume she feels that way now. Like, but I mean,
I wouldn't assume that. You know, obviously, you know, Dick's the man of the house, and she's the girlfriend, so she's got to go along.
The girlfriend of the house.
You know what's going on or whatever.
Well, you know, I felt bad because these were my friends.
Just likes you, you know.
Dude, these were my friends for 6 years. We went all over the country, almost the world. They were gonna come down here to Mexico and booked a trip and all this stuff. Like, it wasn't just like a streamer thing, right?
I get it. Here's the thing, though. Like, do you think Dick dislikes you as a person now? Like, he thinks you're a bad person?
I mean,
it depends.
He called me a fucking drug addict when he uses more drugs than Pablo Escobar.
True. And he will always say that he is negative and he's this and that and the other for as long as it gives him the ability to say it's somebody else. So,
like, what in the
fuck? If somebody called you a drug addict, would they be like completely off base in saying that?
No,
have there been points
they
in
wouldn't.
your life where
But if they called Dick Masterson a drug addict, would they be off base?
It's very possible the same thing could be
watch the Patreon bucks, Vito. Be careful.
Yeah.
Be careful.
I mean, he's obviously an alcoholic. I don't.
He's an alcoholic and he's a drug addict.
The man's
now, what he thinks his difference is, he's a drug connoisseur. He knows how to control it and not just how much to use and only on occasion. No, he's a drug addict, just like me.
So you're saying that he's being hypocritical in his.
Yes,
I don't want.
that's exactly what I'm saying.
Ralph's a little too wasted right now.
Yes.
Look. Yeah, I mean,
but I wasn't even wasted. That's the whole thing. Like, okay, when I came in on Friday, I had a couple drinks on the plane, right? And I already talked about the rehab stuff. I won't go into all that. But I did have a couple drinks on the plane. I guess I put out some stupid video. Me and Milo were talking about beating each other with crowbars. We talked in DM.
Just to know, in the upright homing position,
I did have a couple drinks on the plane. I guess
believing that he is drunk as an airplane pilot.
Put out some stupid video. Me and Milo were talking about beating each other with crowbars. We talked in DMs about making it as crazy as possible, right? Because nobody would believe it unless it was crazy, right? And I'm like, oh yeah, you're 6'3", well, I'm gonna hit you with the crowbar, bitch, and then you'll be down to my size, right? And so we were just saying all kinds of crazy shit. I had a couple drinks on the plane. I think I put out a video. I don't even really recall. And then all of a sudden it's like code 5 alert, code 4, whatever the fuck, the highest code that Ralph's fucked up and he can't be trusted and this and that. And Saturday I woke up and like, I'm ready to go. You know, should I have had those drinks on the plane? No. But I mean,
a few.
We had a huge event. It was me and Milo. Everybody was gonna be watching that. It was gonna be fucking funny as shit. And at the end, me and Milo were gonna shake hands and hug. Like, I love that guy. And he talks shit about me. I talk shit about him. We've known each other for 10 fucking years.
Hey, I'll say this. I want to say this. I had Milo on the show on Friday. I tried to get him to talk shit. I mean, as a joke, but I tried to get him to talk shit about you. He wouldn't do it. He wouldn't do a little joke here or there.
I did hear the eulogy. I did enjoy that, actually. The eulogy was pretty funny, but he really didn't. He actually told you to stop at one point. He's just like, hey, just stop.
He straight up said to me that he's actually worried about you. And let's be clear, Dick Masterson is. That's all right. Dick Masterson won't fall off your chair into a big.
No, I won't. This is a whole different chair. This motherfucker's so sturdy it would hold up. Never mind. I won't finish that joke.
It doesn't hold up anything because the joke is that it can barely hold up you.
We'll be putting that to the.
It can hold your bullshit or it can hold you. It can't hold both at the same time.
I believe that Milo actually does care. From what I've spoken to him about, to him about
he does.
you. But Dick Masterson does not, because Dick Masterson was caught in 4K on the phone saying that you are nothing but entertainment, but content to him. He does not care about making you better whatsoever. And this is the guy. I mean, let's face it, Ethan. Like, you know, we had a little bit of a run-in before this, but you know,
it was because of him.
My big history with you starts more or less at you sort of defending the fuck out of Dick Masterson.
Well, because first off,
on
look,
the kill stream,
I don't want to get
called
into that stuff totally because I don't know like all the ins and outs there. But yeah, I just defended him because he's my friend.
Right.
I was like, okay, this is my boy.
That's a bad stature to go through, where you're defending somebody specifically just because you know them. Sometimes there are people that you have to cut off.
My boy, I don't give a fuck like what he did.
Yeah,
you know, that was my stance.
But
because that's how I was raised. I'm from Memphis, dude. It's
I
like,
agree.
okay, that's my boy, right? Like, okay, that's my boy.
I'm on your side on that. I'm on your side. Of course, that's what I would do too. But the problem is that's a one-way relation. That's a one-way street.
Well,
he never felt that way about you. And by the way, Vito, you've called into my program before, a few after shows and stuff, and I've said the same thing to you. It's the same fucking deal. With Vito, you were hired on The Biggest Problem to be a punching bag. He wouldn't have hired you if you weren't, you know, a big fat guy, basically.
Well, he knows that, and I don't even blame Vito for taking the job. Like, I mean, I would cash that check too. Like, I mean, what the fuck? But like,
I have a different look. I will say that I think a thing with Dick.
I'm gonna scoot eventually.
I'm trying to
Get
think
it
the
right.
best way to put this is, you know, he is a guy who doesn't, you know, want to get involved in other people's problems. And both me and Ralph.
Bullshit and a half.
For guys go
What?
through problems for ourselves.
What? No, Vito. His whole show is him getting involved in other people's problems.
Well, he
But
can
like, if
sometimes
it's his
find
friend, he doesn't really like. He'll give you like a one-line response. Vito knows what I'm talking about. Like, I'll write this thing out, and it might be something really serious in my life, and he's just like, well, you know what you can't do now, or, you know, who knows what could happen, right? You know, I wanted a relationship back at one point. I won't say who, and. You can probably figure it out, but he's just like, well, you never know what could happen, and it's like, really, is that like the response? Like, I mean, and I don't know. I get it to a certain degree, like just don't get involved with people's shit, right? But it's also it's quite cold, is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Do you feel?
In my opinion.
Do you feel Ralph at all betrayed? Like, I know you heard the phone call that Milo had.
Yeah.
Did you feel betrayed? What was your feeling in that moment?
When I heard it, yeah, I did actually, and I listened to it a couple times because I wasn't sure. Do you have a transcript of it? Because I've heard a couple different like interpretations of the call, but yeah, he seemingly basically said, "I don't give a fuck about Ralph."
I actually played it at the top of the show, and what he says directly is that you. He basically says to Milo, "You know how it is. It's not about actually doing an intervention. It's about content, and you're better off, you know, basically drunk." That's the way he said it. Now maybe
that's what he said. I didn't hear this call.
Yes.
How haven't you heard the call?
Look,
it's on the. We just played it.
You can play it again.
I'll play it.
Oh, what? That doesn't make any sense. Why would Dick want Ralph drunk and then Ralph gets drunk?
Now what?
What? Gee, I wonder what reason a person whose content is based off of treating everyone around him like trash. I wonder why that individual would have a reason to bring somebody onto his content, specifically to take advantage of them and use them, and then treat them like dirt. I wonder what would provoke someone to do that. I wonder if there's a particular thing that would cause motivation for that. It's escaping me, chat. Can't figure it out.
Said on air, and I want to give him fair play here. He said on air that it would be unfair to Ralph to have him out there like all sloppy and shit during an intervention or whatever. I heard that part.
But is that the reason, or is it 80s girl is the reason? It can't be both of those. Come on.
Well, I know it can't be. It has to be one or the other, or another unknown. The known unknowns, like Roosevelt said, and the unknown knowns. But yeah, I don't know why he didn't do it. Did he think I was gonna punch 80s girl in the stomach, or like what? Like what did he think I was gonna do?
That's what he thought.
No, but seriously, Vito, I've been to his house so many times I can't even fucking count. Did he think I was like gonna start breaking shit or like hit him over the head with a bottle or attack his common law wife or like what did he think I was gonna do?
Maybe he was. He has a dog, right?
He does have a dog.
He does have his dog loves me better than him, by the way.
I don't know. Maybe he was afraid that you would have it destroyed like that cat or something.
Ralph with the ultimate win. That dog likes me better than Dick.
Didn't you hang a dog or something? Isn't there a story about you hanging a dog?
I didn't hang a dog. Somebody accused me of that.
Yeah, it's a that's a crazy story. If
you couldn't hang this dog though. This motherfucker's like 300 pounds, but needs to go on a little bit of a diet. Ozempic. I don't know if it works for dogs or not, but anyway, no, I did not hang a dog. Regardless. Now I lost my train of thought, Jesse.
I'm sorry.
See, now they got him hollering.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that.
Do you want me to play the clip?
What did he think? Like I was.
Now, if only the individual told me when he gets here. Oh well, we'll have to watch in real time.
Gonna do, or me or Milo were gonna like fight Milo, the fucking
I think he was
gay guy,
you were, like gonna be like pass out fucking wasted, man, and that it was gonna be like bad for you. I think that's what he thought.
Is that what you really think?
Well, why?
Because
else
I mean,
I don't think he's ever been
messaging him.
But you've never been violent towards him. I don't see that being
never. Well, no, because I mean.
Let's be clear. Okay, so when were you at his house? Weren't you at his house this summer or last summer?
Yes, and I'll tell you a story about that.
Let's hear it.
And so I went over the summer, and I'd been sober for about, I don't know, 60 days or so. I went to California. I smoked weed. I'll be honest with you. I smoked weed.
It's easier and better for you to smoke weed, for you to smoke any of that shit that you've been smoking when you went on your fucking day trip and got mugged. We would prefer you smoke the devil's lettuce than you get your ass beat in the fucking streets and left for fat. We don't want you to die of fat in the street.
I fell out on the couch.
Fuck, dude.
Because I was tired.
Come on.
I know. Oh my God, I smoked weed. But anyway, I shouldn't have done that. I'm not defending it. I'm not defending it. Anyway, I did that. And so I fell asleep on his couch, and he's just like what's going on? Mary Jane, a viewer of mine was there, and he's just like, what is this guy on? Is he on Xanax? Is he on drugs? And like just enraged. And A.O. Anderson, another viewer, he's like, where is this guy? Is he gonna come get Ralph? I was just sleeping on his fucking couch, dude. Like, I mean, there was nothing going on there. And so I heard that story, and that was actually what brought me on this show tonight, because I heard that and I was just like, who talks like that about a supposed friend?
Right.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, and then the story he told that we're going back to earlier about how, the breakup happened and all this stuff, and I was super fucked up, no lie, and I took 50 hits of acid by accident, and you can't OD on acid, but you can get really fucked up. And he's like, man, that was really
acid by accident.
Yeah, because I was blackout drunk and I just knew where the drug drawer was, and I opened it and took the acid.
In fairness, when there is a drug drawer, that seems like an accidental kind of thing.
Well, were the tabs all like stuck together? You thought it was one?
It was liquid drops, dude. There was not tabs.
A random bottle of liquid.
I just said boom. Yes,
because we live in the future, fat man. You can be able to take drugs through liquid forms instead of just pills.
I just tipped it. And anyway,
can you understand why you might be a little concerned? I
woke up the next morning, and this is a verbatim quote. He said, "You're lucky you didn't swallow this tube here, because this is some experimental shit somebody else sent me. I don't even know what it is. You'd be dead right now."
He's doing research chemicals.
And I'm like, I was glad I wasn't dead, obviously. But I was like, okay, well, maybe you shouldn't have that in your drug
That explains the cow shit.
It looked just like the other vial, too. And I'm like, okay, But everything I'm saying is the absolute truth. And he told this story on air like 2 weeks ago, and he said I was buck naked, which I wasn't. Like, just trying to diminish me. And this story was retold to me by Mary Jane and a couple others, and that's actually what made me come on this show, because it's like, you don't have to add anything to Ethan Ralph swallowing fucking 50 hits of acid, right? Like, that's funny in and of itself, right? Like, Jesse, do you have to add anything to that, right? Like, I mean, that's just hilarious.
That seems all right for me. I'm fine with that.
So I heard that and I was like, did he really do that? And I heard the clip, and yeah, he did. He's like, Ralph was buck ass naked on the floor, and we thought he was gonna die, and this and that. And it's like, you think for a guy who knows so much about acid, you would know you can't actually die from 50 hits of acid, but whatever.
You die when the guy on acid grabs a kitchen knife and goes on a rampage. That's
True.
Yeah, but that's what the fuck. If anything, I would have killed myself, Vito.
No,
I just fucking my relationship just broke up. What the fuck? I mean, that wasn't his fault. That wasn't his fault. Like all that.
Even in fairness, let's say you're that 50 hits of acids I mean, come on, that is insane, right?
That's crazy. I'm not gonna lie, but I lived.
But
like, what the fuck?
of course, but and of course you would. You're the your constitution. You're the
alpha male.
The alpha male. So the point I'm saying is you're that high, and you're gonna start seeing things. I mean, the machine elves are gonna get
believe me.
But imagine a guy dressed as a cow comes at you while you're that high. You're liable to do anything in that moment. He's squirting his udders at you and jacking off with a purple dildo.
He's never gonna forgive me for telling this story, and I know people don't believe it, but we went to a rave. It was Playa or something in Vegas, and we went with the head of Odyssey, Julian. We went with Dick, and we went with 80s Girl. And me and Julian are just wearing regular clothes, way too light, by the way, because it's super fucking cold in Las Vegas on New Year's Eve. Just spoiler alert. Anyway, I was way underdressed, but I didn't care. It's like, okay, I've never been to a rave, ecstasy's everywhere, whatever. Okay, let's do some drugs. I swear to God on my life, and I won't put my children into this, I'll just keep myself here. They both had on matching cow outfits. I swear to God.
What?
I swear to God. And I didn't understand. I was like, I don't know if they were playing into maybe they were playing into the meme, to be fair.
No.
I don't know.
No, he doesn't do that.
No, they literally both had on matching cow outfits. I swear to God. Ask Julian, I don't know if he'll tell you the truth or not, but I swear to God.
When was this? When was it?
No, I couldn't. I would immediately start recording something on my phone. I would not. Lord have mercy.
This was 2021,
Vegas, right?
the last day of the year, 2021. Yeah.
Crazy. That was probably right after.
And you can look, I can probably find the event that it was at. Let's see, Playa 2021.
That's insane.
New. I checked my phone for pictures, by the way, but I didn't take pictures because I wasn't trying to embarrass him. That's the thing. But he loves embarrassing me for some reason. Okay.
Just to be clear, at the time, you didn't know about the cow thing, right?
No, I didn't, because I never read any of that stuff. Jesse, that's what I tried to tell you at the beginning. It's like, I didn't read any of those files because it's like, it's my friend. I don't even care. I didn't want to know.
Okay.
It's like, whatever. That's why I don't know all the lore. I don't know about the cats and all that stuff, because I just didn't read it on purpose. Because I don't want to know that about my friends, right? Playa Playground. That's what it's called, actually. Playa Playground. And here is the link. December 15th, right here. This is it. This is what we went to.
December 15th. Right here. December 15th.
Well,
of
no,
2021?
the day was actually later. It was New Year's Eve or whatever. But that's a article about it right there. And it was terrible, except for the drugs. Those were good. But the MDMA was good, and he did hook me up with MDMA, so I will give him credit there. Two rolls, so that was pretty nice of him there.
Have you ever done mushrooms with Dick?
Do you know
if he does them? Do you know if he does them?
I don't think Dick's really a mushroom guy. I've only ever done acid with Dick.
Honestly,
I'm so bewildered by the fact that as argumentative as he was before, Vito just shuts right the fuck up. Not a single got a goddamn thing to say. He's not defending him for fuck.
See, that shocks me because don't mushrooms grow on cow shit?
All right, now you're reaching.
That was a little too much. No, I've done plenty of acid.
On that one, Jesse.
Like I don't have problem. Like acid. If you want to do some acid, do some acid. Don't do 50 hits. But like, we had a lot of fun. We talked about doing acid on New Year's Day in Las Vegas. This was the day after. We did acid. We did Molly the night before. We did acid the day after. Got kicked out of Binion's like Hunter S. Thompson. Even he didn't get kicked out. And all these stories are public knowledge. And I don't even care that he does drugs. Why would I? Like, I care that he's calling me a fucking drug addict when he's a fucking drug addict. That's what I fucking care about.
Right. It's the hypocrisy.
Yeah, it's the hypocrisy, and it's living around drugs when you're,
I mean, I've
got some questionable associations.
Okay, well, let's talk
leave
about
it there.
No, let's talk about those questionable associations. What is the deal there?
I don't want to go into it, but that's a problem, and you're risking somebody else's life by doing that, and you don't care.
Do you think it's at all a questionable association for Dick and anybody else that you might be inferring or referring to here? To have like not only be doing these drugs, which they're adults, whatever, who gives a shit, but
do drugs, yeah, I don't care about that at all, obviously.
But then what about the part of having like an autistic retard underage girl around while you're doing it and stuff? Is that weird or is that cool? I don't.
I don't know who that is.
Ooh, Vito's talking at the same time as him. What did you just say?
Retard underage girl around while you're doing it and stuff. Is that weird or is that cool? I don't.
I don't know who that is.
Mint salad.
Oh, Mint
is retarded, but I don't see her around. So
well, shit.
You don't see Mint Salad around. You don't see Mint Salad around. Oh my god. I hate French cuisine, and I hate the fact that mint salad is a delicatessen. It's gonna take me a second to pull it up.
He hates mint. By the way, you brought the right topic.
Yeah, I know. I mean, am I wrong? Wasn't she hanging out there at his house when she was like 17
as far as I know,
years old?
she's not into that type of stuff, to be honest with you. But I wouldn't know. I made up the lie that we banged or whatever. That did not happen.
I was going to ask.
Here we go. We're gonna probably have to go off the Hackerverse Anonymous post because it was the first one that I could be able to pull up that had the full clip, other than the Kano Casino clip with Mint Salad history back from June 11th, 2024. Oh, whose account is this that's connected to this that's deleted itself? But back on the clip, the Ricotta coverage, the uncivil law coverage from Mr. Unsmiley 2000. PPP is probably using a lot of hyperbole about this Max or singing her crew. He has a weird and undeniably strong influence on middle-aged dorks like Nick Hitter, Carl Herberger, and Ethan Skyver. Really is total scumbag, absolute piece of shit. Carl got his marching orders from Dick. 100% the reason he's going after Seoto, with Ricada being Dick's buddy and a source of lots of content and being rich. Carl actively avoiding being with Seoto before Dick's buddy, despite for a million reasons, with Carl just doing what his E-Daddy tells him to. With goofy comic stuff gate in the second half, and PPP being really kind, that Mint Salad is probably Forrest Gump IQ level at best, a moron without exaggeration, and a furry, and Dick himself being a furry coincidentally. And then, see if I can find the first time that he met her. Giswoldy Dick Salad. There we go. Hardly ever met her. Clipiverse versus Vito versus Mint Salad. Vito Giswoldy, Marie Hint Sala, that's Mint Salad. Dick Masterson. I wish I could pull this up. What's this? Dick, what do you mean? What's this?
Did Riley know
What's this? 4 months ago, Chrissy Mayer, Mint Salad explains Riley Young Ripper versus Vito Giswoldy drama to Chrissy Mayer and Simcast. 1 year ago, Mint Salad saw Star Wars Episode 5, The Empire Strikes Back. Who's that? Vito! Vito! Buddy! Couldn't happen to a better fat man. I'm telling you, it couldn't have happened to a better fat man.
Ask you about that.
No, we did not bang. I just said that because she knocked the shit out of me right in the fucking mouth, and then I spit blood in her face, and I had to get one over on her. Right?
I gotta be
I
honest.
had to get one over on the woman. Hey, I fucked you, bitch. But I like Mint a lot actually, and she's great. So I don't want to say anything bad about her, and I don't really think I'm saying anything bad about Dick. Maybe Vito disagrees. I'm not sure, but
also one quick pause. For some of the people who probably have no context to what any of this is. I know nothing about these people, but Carl's mom, wife on the left, seems to put some serious weight on since the infamous mandolin nap incident. Menopause was not kind. Mint Salad is someone who has done a lot of art stuff for WATP and the Creep Off. A lot of her art is on walls in Carl's basement, done posters and other stuff and other things I can't remember. She's really not very good at IMO. If you watch WATP, you've seen Dick as a guest or hear Carl talk about him. Looks like a Pudgy Gallagher. Podcast The Dick Show. Co-host Open Pedophile. A Dick can admittedly be funny, but his repertoire is pretty limited. He tweets a lot, and when he's not shit-stirring, defending non-practicing pedophiles, like his friend Dita with his deep and insightful tweets like, what if a pedophile cured cancer? Kino Casino are two guys that report and make fun, blah, 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 blah. Unfortunately, I do not give anything more than that. Fuck. There's a particular clip that I cannot speak on unless I can be able to find it, but unfortunately, I cannot fucking find it right now.
Well, I guess I'm trying to figure out like what your interpretation.
If I can find that fucking clip, I'm gonna rip off a goddamn band-aid on him.
Actually, I don't know what you think. Do you think Dick dislikes you?
I think he probably does now. Yeah, but
Well, yeah, but I mean, right now he might have a better reason to. You're on here talking about how.
Why would he have a reason to dislike somebody for talking on a show where he talks about things that have happened that everybody knows about? Despite both of them being lolcows in a sense. Dick Masterson is a lolcow that only gets away with the shit that he does since no people talk about what he does, and of the places that he can be seen, like on fucking Kiwi Farms of shit, he's getting mocked there endlessly, so nobody's covering and gaping for his shit. And the people who are watching it actively are probably 2/3 less sycophantic than DGX. But amongst the Dalabon, both of them are comparable on levels of retardation. Because Dick Masterson wishes he was fucking Destiny, for the most part. Why would he be upset other than him not wanting him to talk about anything that's happened there and wanting to put him in a bad light and it ultimately get clipped excuse me, and looked at by a wider studio audience?
Well, you're on here, so
I didn't talk about cow shit, to be clear, but anyway, go ahead.
No, I just want here's the thing with I think you guys
just do the event, Vito. Just do the event. That's my thing. Me and Milo had this set up. Say we were both a little tipsy, and I wasn't on that Saturday. That Friday I was. Yeah. But say we were both a little tipsy. What do you think? Me and Milo Yiannopoulos are gonna break his studio or kick his TV in or why are you cucking the content? And that's another reason I showed up tonight, because I was like, they're gonna call me a content cuck, and you know I can't have that.
Can't have that.
So that's another reason that I showed up here tonight. But like, why not just do the event? He even said that, Vito. He said that to your face. He said maybe I should have just done the event.
I'm gonna say, like, that overall is a small issue, whether or not Dick Masterson decides to do a Saturday show with you. I mean, it's not like a.
Is it small? Me and Milo Yiannopoulos, who go back 10 fucking years,
I agree,
two of the fucking kingpins of the last 20 fucking years online.
They're on the Mount Rushmore of Gamergate, Vito.
Literally, we're on the Mount Rushmore of Gamergate. You think that's not a big deal? Is that what you're telling me?
But then you're telling me, is the core issue a lack of, you know, understanding of like what great broadcasting you missed out on? It sounds like something more personal.
It was to have a laugh.
Are you fucking serious, Vito? Put content aside. Milo Yiannopoulos comes out of the woodwind, finally no longer whistling Dixie with both butt cheeks pressed together, and says, if this man gets sober, I will work with him. Potentially putting him on a level of content the same way. It's the same story about fucking Chaos Casino. Ash comes out of the fucking woodworks, post Andy Raceworski, pulls him out of the fucking dearth. Over COVID, they get this shit fucking running, and it's PPP and fucking Andy Worski on the King of Casino. A rival show wants to go to your platform to talk about how they're going to start up that fucking business, and you're telling me that it's got to be, I really hate these guys, and you're not going to be there at the genesis of when something is fucking made and born? You're really going to tell me that you're going to let that shit go to the wayside? I need to go deliver dinner real quick, 1 second. You're going to tell me they're going to look at the wayside of that entire fucking segment, the entire breakdown of any and everything that has to do with Milo Yiannopoulos? You're really going to tell me that you're not going to have Milo, you're not going to have fucking... You're not gonna have fucking Ethan Ralph. You're not gonna have both of them in the same room on your show, on a camera, just easily shooting the breeze and shooting the shit. With the two of you able to play off the both of them, regardless of your fucking hatred of them, just for the sake of being able to have a fucking conversation and see what the fuck you could talk about. Good airwave, good time, good show. Now if you put in content, one internet lolcow, one infamous internet troll, hot off of being embarrassed over fucking Yay 2024 not happening. The only person who's down more horrendous in that sense is, you know, everyone's favorite Fed Catboy, who barely survived getting murdered in the streets. Both of them are coming to your program that's putting eyes on your material and giving you the ability to possibly reach an audience and maybe even break out of the hole that is the Sektur's shadow into the mainstream. And you're telling me he did it on purpose? You're telling me that he cut the fucking show off? And that it's not a personal vendetta of, no, I won't give you clout? Are you fucking for real? Are you smoking the fucking hash that he was smoking? Alright, 1 second. Yes. I should have made food when I had a chance. Now all I get to eat is a block of cheese. Okay.
You think any of this is great broadcasting?
No.
It's not. They work for TV. Professional broadcasters work for fucking television. We're not professional broadcasters, dude.
I'm saying, but
well, technically any person can be a professional broadcaster as long as you're capable of making a syndicated show that can be recognized in IMDb and then have a backlog that's used against it. If someone's willing to actually put an ad on your show, it can make you a broadcaster. It's all about what's inside of your contract, but let's not split hairs.
like it's a disagreement over. He goes, I don't want to do the show. I think it's not going to be good, and I'm worried about your, your mental health or whatever.
Cope. Of all the times to be worried about his mental health over all the years you've used him, now is when you're worried?
Okay, so he cucked the content. I mean, but like, it seems like
was
now
it really that?
Well, that's what I'm asking.
What?
Or was it 80s girl, I don't want this guy around? Like, that's what Milo said. Maybe Milo just said that to stir the pot. I don't know, but like,
I do not believe that Dick Masters thought you were gonna assault 80s girl. I don't think that ever came up.
I hope not, because I never have and never would, and like her a lot better than him. Because she's a better person. Not that
I've
I'm
never
the
heard
greatest
him do
either.
anything like that. I can't imagine that's the reason.
Well, I know that.
You have to imagine harder.
Didn't Milo say on your show that she shut it down?
I believe he did say that.
But why would he know that?
I wonder why.
Well, because he talked to Dick beforehand to set up the show.
They would.
Milo's claiming Dick said, "Hey, I really want to do it, and it would be great, but 80s girl is worried, so that's why I can't do it." I don't buy that.
Yeah, well, Dick could
call him up. Should have called him up in his spot.
Be lying too, right? Like he could just be saying that because he doesn't want to do it, right?
Let me
a lot of speculation.
Let me throw in.
I was there in the summer, and Dick said I looked like death warmed over, is what he said actually the other night, which I didn't. I looked a lot better than you, quite frankly, Vito. And I lost 100 fucking pounds.
The gun strikes back.
And he said that. He said that. And I didn't look like death warmed over. I looked like a guy who had been sober for 60 minus the weed. That one night.
Sober as a judge.
Okay, Cali sober, as they call it. And so I didn't look bad at all. I looked much better than you and arguably him with that fucking whatever Jerry curl he's got going. But
But if that's
am I wrong? And you didn't say shit. You didn't say shit. You laughed at that. And you know I didn't look like shit that night. And you thought it was funny because your paycheck depends on that.
Wait. When did I think it was funny? You taking 50 tabs of ass?
Do you not fucking remember your own fucking words, Vito?
Literally said, oh, Ralph looked like death warmed over the last time he was here, which I didn't. We have the episode on YouTube, The Biggest Problem in the Universe, me, you, and Dick, and I thought it was a great show.
With that episode, I think.
Did I look bad that night? Like, I mean, seriously.
Well,
I thought you looked handsome.
You were doing the kill stream from his house over the summer as well, right?
No, I only been to his house one time in the past, like, I don't even know, a year and a half or 2 years almost.
There was a period of time when you kind of
so twice. So April 2023, which was the disaster stream, as I call it, and then
now why
last
was it
summer,
a disaster stream?
I just got through telling you because I fucking took 50 hits of acid and drank my brains out because my relationship just got fucking obliterated.
So all I'm saying is, look. Dick obviously likes you. If he doesn't have people,
that's not obvious.
He's had you stay at his house. You guys have hung out. I'm sure he likes you. Maybe it's, or at least there was a period of time.
You know what?
Where we can confirm that he liked you. Maybe it's changed. I don't know.
I can tell you this.
He's always been using you for content.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. But you know who did say that? Mary Jane, the chick I talk to, who watches my show every day and a big supporter of my show, told me he's been using you for years. He doesn't give a fuck about you. He's feeding you drugs. He doesn't care. He just wants to use you for content. Yeah,
this is like most of this starts getting long, like a year and a half back, but
let you stay at his house, but he doesn't really give a fuck about you. Every time he talks about you, it's like in a diminishing way usually, and like the whole southern accent that's even worse than PPPs, right? And it's like, you know, I'm not saying I believe that, but I know people who do believe that. I don't want to believe that because then it's like, well, 6 years of my life I just got taken for a dupe, right? So no, I don't want to believe that, and in my heart, I don't believe that. But like, you know,
look, I will tell you an anecdote right now. I obviously go over there to do the podcast, and half the time I go over there and the kill stream is on. Okay, Dick's laughing his ass off. 80s girls laughing her ass off. Now you can argue, oh, they're laughing at me and they actually hate me. I think they think you're a talented broadcaster and they like.
Well, that's the thing.
But the last time, you know, you've come through their house.
But tell him he's handsome, Vito.
You know, okay, you can say, look, there's a perfectly reasonable explanation why I got totally wasted. I accidentally drank a bottle of acid. Okay. But it's fine that he, as a guy who's got a pregnant girlfriend, is a little like on edge. Like, I don't know. I hope Ralph's not, you know, gonna have a repeat of that. You know, I think there's too much being made out of it.
I drank all the acid. I can't repeat that one.
And
but,
where is the evidence that that's his kid, by the way? I mean, why should he care?
Well, that's the strongest point you made, to be honest, tonight at least. But like, I wasn't like, what do you think? I was shooting up heroin? Like, I don't do that. Like, I don't know what to say. Like, yeah, I drink every once in a while. Like, I
make a very good argument. Like, you know, he's being too, you know, he's worrying too much. He doesn't know what's actually going on. You know, but I think you're taking it to a place of, oh, this lady he told me he never liked.
He doesn't have to take it anywhere. He can just simply go off of what he's seeing and what he's hearing directly in front of him. The fact that you're his co-host and you have no idea what's going on in his head is a goddamn problem. Because this entire time that they've been talking, only now are you pitching in to try and push back against things. Either because you're just so fucked off in La La Land that you don't have any fucking response to it, or you had to wait specifically for when the conversation would turn onto him to immediately start as much as you possibly could. Not just because your life depends on it, but to stop it from being as viral as possible, so that people would hear more of your fucking obnoxious bullshit than anything fucking else.
Like me, and he feeds me drugs, and he's just using me. And
I'm saying what she said. I'm saying what she said. I'm not saying I believe that.
But you know, Dick, you have hung out with Dick. Whenever you were hanging out with him, did you ever get the vibe, this man is trying to feed me drugs to use me for content?
No.
Well, there you go. So why are you listening to this bitch? She's crazy.
Because she probably knows a little bit of what she's talking about, and without any evidence, he'd have more reason to be wary than anything. Why would we just ignore her? Especially considering his wishy-washy behavior.
Well,
unless I'm just manipulating you for content, and I'm very good at it.
Yes, Vito, you're not good at manipulating it, but you will manipulate and lie to people for content, especially if it allows you to act as though you're Master Troll.
But I don't think I am. So
I'm not. I never said he was, but there's that belief out there, and she's not the only one who thinks that. And they thinking about me, they thinking about Ricada, and they thinking about other people. And it's
a little bit more obvious now, especially after the fucking drug charges, and now him pleading guilty, possibly for parole and good behavior, that they only ever wanted him on for shit. But in the case of Kiwi Farms, they originally only wanted Nick Ricada as a law feeder. They never intended for him to break away and then go do his shit. The second he did that, they turned on him. I remember the fucking thread. Instead of a regular old thread, it was love threads. Yes. Lady and Lord Rackets and their BBC thug busting what did he fucking call himself? Some fucking stupid ass word. Man going his own way. Thug busting, gigolo to the stars, Drexel. I remember those fucking threads. The shit immediately dried up the second that he fucking bit the hand that fed him. The second he turned on him was the second the site turned on him. And the second that he was no longer useful to anybody, every single person ran from him and dried up. The first person to stick a knife in him, both publicly and privately, was Dick. And you were right there next to him when he did it.
It's like, I'm not saying I believe that, but what I'm saying is there's a common thought, and you too, Vito, by the way.
Ralph,
he brings fat Vito around.
I go out and I grab kids and I shove them in the back of a van and I rape them. And if I wanted to, I could spend my whole life obsessing over what stupid little internet trolls are saying about me.
Despite you being one of those stupid little internet trolls that will say anything about anyone. But then, when other people start doing it to you, you can't control the situation, so you fucking flee.
I could just enjoy the kid rape and not, worry so much about the commentary on it.
Please, God, don't do this, Vito. Look, that's gonna get clipped. But anyway.
Anyway, the point is, Ralph, you worry too much about the perception and the haters, and it doesn't even matter if Dick actually likes me because people think he hates me, and that makes me look bad. Just be a happy guy. Like
okay, I was happy. I went to California. I got to see my son, who was the light of my life, and you wouldn't even believe. Dude, you wouldn't believe how down I was over this because I had a really bad week. And it's like, okay, I set up this Milo. Dick asked me, he said, hey, is Milo in? And I said, yeah, he's in. I set it up. Not him, me. And then he contacted Milo later on, and I was like, man, hey, I kind of need a big W. Like, I just passed out in my fucking chair and busted my head and all this shit, like looking like a fool, right? I kind of need a big fucking clippable moment, right? And so when he canceled that,
why do you need that?
Because that's how you fucking win, Vito. Like, what the fuck?
Are you seriously asking him why would he need to have a win? True. You're so used to getting fucked up and fucked over that you don't know what a win feels like anymore.
Yeah, like, I mean, that's how you... Money, goddammit! What do you think I'm doing here, charity?
So it's a financial issue. You
yes!
No and yes. He needs money. But at the same time, we're all influencers. It's attention economy. No attention, no money, no content, no work. There are 100 people watching between 3 platforms right now. What? Hello? McFly? Hello?
What the fuck?
He lives in Mexico, for crying out loud, Vito. What did you not buy? He lives in Mexico. There's chickens running around.
Ralph.
You know what I mean? Like, I do it for fun too. But this is my job, Vito. It's your job. Like,
I get it. I get it. And part of how you make money.
Dick Masterson treats it like a job.
Look, I'm gonna say I understand that you as a broadcaster need to command a certain amount of respect in order to make money to have an audience. And it looks
no, he does not. If everyone were to go to Lolcow Live and said, Keemstar, 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 Killer Keemstar, please, 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 can I please get mocked in front of a live studio audience? All of you would be paid over. 5 times over. because you don't have any relevancy outside of the space that exists for that is not preferred by YouTube. But inside the commentary community, inside the Salt React and the Salt Snipe audience, it would go viral eternal. Because then, if you were multi-streaming it, you could put it on YouTube, you could put it on Twitch, you could put it on Twitter, you could put it on Kick, you could put it on every single application, including Rumble and Odyssey. You could simulcast the shit. You could do it from inside of a Discord server. You could do it from off of a RMTP loop Kick. You could put it anywhere where conversations in a VoIP3 chat room can be made and sold. You could put it on RSC. You could put it on the deep web. You could put it on a federated internet web as a website fork. You could have it as a Destiny.gg fork. You could have it as any kind of way you could make content, as well as on Apple, as well as on Spotify, and be able to make buku dollars. It wouldn't be hard. You'd have to take some time to set it up that way, because of course that takes tech that most people do not prefer. They prefer everything being easier to put together that way. But no. You don't want to do it that way. I know for a fact that Masterson will not do it that way. Because if Masterson were to go more viral, people would start noticing the shit that he does, and then he would start becoming Reddit aware. And the more Redditors that look into his background, the more they would have looked into something like Juju the Clown. Or excuse me, the Cow. And then by looking into Juju the Cow, they would then start looking into other embarrassing things that he got into. Then they get into the Maddox connection. Then next thing you know, another fucking Lewis McClung clone comes along and starts talking about you and him and you two collectively as a show, and then anything to do with you. And then Hassan gets on you. Then Ethan Klein gets on you. Then all of the fucking YouTuber podcasts start talking about you. All of the other podcasts, including probably in the future again Podawful, would talk about you. But then it kicks over to fucking the Whatever podcast and things like that. You'd have the ability to go places and actually build something off of it. Influencer marketing. But you can't do it. Yeagers won't let you. You and your dangerous fat won't let you. Because the more people hear it and see your fucking antics, well, fuck, they're already gonna have a problem with him. But you? Ooh, buddy. Ooh, buddy.
It's bad for you when a guy's saying, you know,
spits in my face. My longtime friend spits in my face and says, "Oh, fuck off. Oh, fuck off." And then doesn't even have dinner with me. Doesn't, not drinks, by the way. Dinner, nothing, no type of meetup. That makes me look like shit, is what that makes me look like.
I agree.
A guy who has defended me for years, but I've defended him for years. And including the things he allegedly did to Jesse and other people.
True.
And it's a two-way street. It's not just like he's the only one doing the defending. I've been defending his bullshit for years. He couldn't even meet up and have a dinner.
Can I throw in? Can I throw in?
I'm serious.
I get. Look, I understand where you're at, and honestly, if I came out to California and there was a miscommunication with somebody,
he's trying really badly to try and get a control on it, but at the same time, if he tries to stop him from talking, he loses out on the content.
The dear friend, and they look. I'm there. I get it.
I know you would, but I'm asking, why wouldn't he? Like a guy? No, I don't know.
Well, hang on a second.
And you know
Ethan, didn't you ask Vito out for lunch?
Yeah, I did actually.
What happened with that?
I tried. You left California too early.
Well, I was in Otay. It was a little far away from I think from where you are anyway. Yeah, it's kind of a drive. It's California traffic's a nightmare.
All I'm really learning from that is that Vito Swalty refuses to go do the legwork to make a meetup happen.
But
not surprising, not shocking.
Yeah, I know you would, but it's like, why wouldn't you even think to do that? It's like, okay, I let Ralph down. He was really counting on this. Maybe we should meet up for a photo op, and you know, let's have some dinner. Go out with the 80s girl. She said she wanted to go out to eat dinner in the first place. So nothing I'm saying is a lie. Everything I'm saying is the truth. People can take it for what it's worth.
I
mean, I don't feel like I was in the wrong.
When you look at the facts, when you look at everything known, everything said by everybody, none of it adds up. You've got 80s girl wants to go out to dinner, 80s girl likes you, she wants to see you, but also she's the reason you're not allowed to come there. You've got Dick.
I'm saying it doesn't make sense.
You've got Dick setting up the show, getting Milo involved, a third party, and then last minute canceling on it. You've got Dick telling you that he cares about you and wants to do an intervention. You've got him telling Milo it's all about the entertainment. You're just some sort of, squeezable thing for him. And then finally, and this is the part, I just want to throw a third option out there.
Well, I will say this. Dick did say the intervention that I should be sober on the intervention. It would be funnier. And I was sober that Saturday. The Friday, okay, I had a couple drinks on the fucking plane. Anyway,
It was canceled.
Ralph,
it was canceled long before. No, Vito. It was canceled long before Saturday. Canceled.
No, I know. Yeah, you're right. It was canceled on Friday.
So, does he think it's impossible for you to sober up after 24 hours?
Know. Like, what the fuck did he think I took?
Well, he said in the phone call with Milo, he said Xanax. He thinks you're on Xanax. That's what he said.
Well, Xanax lasts 4 hours. I know that precisely. And so...
Do you have a prescription for Xanax?
A Mexican?
He's been popping Xanax.
I had a prescription. Yeah, I mean, it's a dime a dozen in Mexico. You don't have to fucking shop for doctors in Mexico. You just say, hey, give me Xanax.
How would you characterize your sobriety on a scale of 1 to 10? On a scale of
sober as a judge.
Well, I mean, so what is today?
Day-to-day sobriety.
All right, here you go.
What is today? Today's the 13th. So the last time I used was on the 10th. It was that Friday.
All right, so Ethan, if we were to use the scale I've got here, you're currently, I would say you are sober as a judge. Now, when was the last time you were zooted as a line cook?
That would probably be New Year's Eve. That's actually when I relapsed, was New Year's Eve, because I just couldn't resist.
Have you at all been gigafried as a Mexican tourist?
No, I love the Mexican people. I will never comment badly about them.
Would you say on Friday when you got
Mexicans though? I don't know, but full-blooded Mexicans, never.
On Friday when you got canceled on by Dick Masterson, where would you say you were? Were you as buzzed as a bartender? Where were you in this?
I was probably like a 4 or 5, honestly.
Okay, that's a drunk as an airline pilot.
Yeah, exactly. Right. It's like, it wasn't even that big a deal. I think I put out a video or something and people were like, whoa, Ralph is like out of control. And Milo was putting out all kinds of crazy shit with my mom burning in hell. Because
that was
you know why I did that? Because we got in DMs and I said, Milo, this is only going to work if people really fucking believe it. I'm a wrestling fan. You know that, Jesse. Everybody knows that. Ugh. I said, it's only going to work if we go all the way. That's why I was mentioning Ali Alexander. That's why I was mentioning all this stuff. Right. Yeah. I don't even want to repeat it because I want to piss him off again. But like I said, it's only going to work if you go all the way. I don't care what you do. Pull out pictures of my mom. Do whatever the fuck you want to do. That's the only way.
And that's content, baby. That's just on content.
It's gonna work because people are gonna really think we hate each other. That's the whole point of wrestling, is to draw money by putting asses in seats, and that's the whole point of live streaming. Vito, that's what I was.
That's a hard disagree for me there, but if what we're talking about is cash money, the only thing that you could say that there's value for from Dick Masterson is seeing a fucking trash fire. So if that's the only thing that he can be able to make, why would he cancel on something that would make him a lot of money?
Talking about earlier.
I understand that. Okay, here would be my question to you. Would it really be unfair for someone to look at Ethan Ralph and go, this is a guy who, depending on the day or time of the week or whatever, he could possibly be wasted out of his mind based on your history? Is that possible that somebody could rationally assume that about you?
Yeah, it's possible. Also, Jesse's doubling me up here. I don't know why. But
that's for the stream. That's for the stream. I wanted to put you.
Oh, so they can see it. Oh, so they can see it. Yeah. Well, I mean, I've had drug problems, but so is Dick Masterson. That's the thing. So why am I the subject and he's not?
Let's say I have just because I have a drug problem doesn't mean I want to invite another guy with a drug problem over.
Okay. Well, I've seen Dick Masterson shit faced off his ass.
That's not really a talking point. What do you mean? If I'm a guy with a drug problem, I wouldn't call over to the guy with a drug problem. That's a party. What do you fucking mean? That's a party.
I'm okay with being a hypocrite.
He's probably putting shit in his face from a guy's ass too.
I've seen him drinking in a rage, screaming at Warski, who I despise, but still, like, I've seen him just like, I've seen him plenty fucked up. And so for the topic to be me, I'm the bigger drug addict? Is that my Madden score is higher than Dick's when it comes to drugs? Is that what we're going for here? Like
What I'm saying is the mere fact that Dick Masterson also does drugs. I mean, he can never call shenanigans on anyone else for doing maybe having more of a problem, possibly.
Yes. Because if he's doing worse shit or has done as bad shit as you, he cannot moral fact. Yes, that is correct. I am glad that you figured it out. Now extrapolate that onto yourself. Remember your behavior. Remember the context. Make sure you do that.
By his, again, and I'm not saying necessarily you do have more problems.
And you forgot the context. 3 seconds. That's all it took. 3 seconds.
Have a problem with drugs. I just got through saying that today. I'm not lying about it. But what I'm saying is the whole high and mighty, when a drug addict, you saw the clip today, Jesse. When you tell a drug addict, no, that got me so fucking pissed because I'm like, motherfucker, you're a drug addict yourself, and you're not the only one you know in close proximity. And so for you to get all high and mighty about being a drug addict is the height of comedy. And it's the funniest you've been since I've known you.
Oh! Can I throw in a possibility here? Since everything doesn't add up, the reasoning, the timing, like why cancel on a Friday?
Burning Man. Somebody said Burning Man. The whole reason is to go to Burning Man and get fucked up. Anyway,
and
go
also
ahead. Sorry,
to
Jesse.
get fucked by guys. He goes there and gets fucked up. It's true. It's true.
Look, man, I don't want to get into all that stuff, but go ahead.
Well, he did. I actually just you know what? I'll be fair to him since I know you got a history, and since Vito's here, I'll be fair to him. He actually did.
Yeah, let's not put
No, he addressed the Burning Man thing today on Discord. Vito and Dick have a Discord that I can see.
Why would I did see that actually.
Somebody,
I won't repeat it.
Yeah, he said, somebody said, who knew Dick sucked dick? And then this is Dick right here. He says, why would I go all the way to Burning Man to suck dick? There are tons of dicks in LA.
Which actually is a fair point. That's one of the more.
Well, I can say the logic holds up.
I can actually address that.
There's a lot more dicks to suck in LA.
The reason
but
for
Burning
that,
Man's like a giant fucking orgy, drug-fueled orgy out in the middle of the fucking desert that the police don't even give a fuck about.
Well, the reason, just to be clear, he also does suck dick in LA. It's both. So
well, look, I don't know about that, but I know. Remember when they canceled Burning Man during COVID, and he was like brain fried.
He was soaked out of his fucking mind. It was crazy and hilarious to watch.
Just fucked in the head, like when they canceled Burning Man.
Well, because he was ready to get cum drunk. But all right, now here's
But Jesse, look, I don't know about all that, but I do know
saw
he
the
was.
cow costumes. You saw the cow costumes.
I did see the cow costumes.
Have I lied about anything so far with this?
But what I'm saying is, well, but were they doing that as a joke? Like, they say, like, I don't know. Maybe I'm still trying to make excuses, but yeah, they both had on matching cow costumes. I'm not kidding.
It happened. Listen, I'm throwing out another option. Okay, Milo came on my show on Friday. Dick Masterson.
I saw some of that.
Dick Masterson knew that Milo was coming on my show on Friday.
Yes.
Milo was supposed to be a guest on his show on Saturday. I wonder, is it possible at all that maybe, knowing that Milo would hear all the Dick Masterson stuff from me, Kooky Jesse, if maybe you are an easy, soft target to use as, that's why. Ralph is drunk. We can't have him on the show. In reality, he didn't want Milo to come on.
Oh, because Milo was coming on the day before.
Uh-huh.
You know what? I don't think that's a preposterous theory.
Well, Milo seemed to think that might be the
Milo's
case.
a cold motherfucker. I know him well. And, if he smells blood in the water and if he just thinks something's funny, like he's going to go for the throat.
Which is exactly why he prank called Dick. I mean, that is literally what
happened. That was the funniest fucking shit, honestly. Like, it reminded me of the Medicare who I hate now, too. But
hey, it's everybody.
People I like, actually. But when he said to Jar Garbo, what was it? Call yourself a cum-filled bitch or whatever the fuck it was. It reminded me of that. It was like, say it. And I thought he was going to say it for a second. I thought he was actually going to bow down to Milo, and he almost did.
Well, when you say to Dick Masterson, act natural, he actually gets down on all fours and starts mooing. So it's a very real possibility for him.
I don't know. They did have on the cow outfits, though.
And notice the entire time that he's doing this, not a fucking peep from Vito. Every single time they're going back and forth, Vito has nothing to fucking say. Why is Vito so quiet at these moments?
I do know that.
True.
I don't know anything else about like shenanigans at Burning Man or anything like that. I know why people go to Burning Man though. It's to have a fucking giant drug-fueled orgy.
Right.
There's no other reason to go there.
Guys and girls, flesh grinding,
Yes.
Holes. Every hole's a goal. It's just holes and flesh.
Yes.
But the point is, Ethan, I think you're a soft target because let's look at it logistically. Let's look at the.
And Vito still has nothing to say.
reality
And
of the
Vito still has
situation.
nothing to say.
Does it
He's
make
still not
sense
talking.
to cancel on an intervention because a guy is drunk?
No. Matter of fact, that makes it better. That's what I said. Milo said the same thing. He's like, well, wouldn't it be funnier if he was drunk? Like,
I mean, forget funnier. It just makes more sense. Like,
it's like, oh, this is a drunk guy who needs help. Yeah, like, I don't know, man.
I legitimately believe he doesn't want you to get help because then you're no longer content for him. I mean, excuse the phrase, but you're no longer a lol cow for him.
Correct.
Well, people have told me that, and I don't want to think that about him. Honestly, I know I've made a lot of jokes tonight, and he's probably never going to talk to me again. Whatever, but like, I don't want to think
He's never
that.
gonna talk to me again either. You guys fucked me.
Why would he be fucked? You're a perfect little butt boy. You, for every moment when you chose to speak up, you're always trying to defend him. You're always trying to gaslight them. If it's that easy to throw you away, good fucking riddance. But I don't think that's the case.
Well, I've been trying to make that happen several times.
You know what? Let me apologize to Vito because we actually had this whole thing worked out where I wasn't even going to show up and I was going to pull this whole prank and I trolled Jesse.
Vito, is that true? Is that true, Vito?
Yeah, we had a big.
We had it worked out. Yeah,
nobody needs to apologize to me. All I'm gonna say is, look, I like all you guys. I even kind of like Jesse for some reason. Okay. And I know there's always all this internet infighting, and here's the problem: is it's always in front of an audience, right? We're always like constantly fighting. We need the audience to like us. We can't show weakness. You got to be the alpha male. You got to be a tough guy. When at the end of the day, I really wish everybody could just sit down, talk about it, be like, "Hey, man, you know this really hurt my feelings. I didn't like how this went down. I know you're worried about my health, but I'm doing fine. And I hope something good comes of it." But obviously, I'm just here sweeping. I know that, because what else can I do? I have to sweep.
But I mean, you know, that would settle a lot of problems. I'm not lying with you, but I mean, people hate each other. It's a nasty place, as Trump says.
Nasty business.
Nasty businesses, I say. Yeah, yeah, exactly.
I think a big problem with all of this.
What, you think it's gonna get a little more nasty, a little more mean? You know, but you're not wrong. But
I know
this could have been settled in a 5-minute phone call by Dick Masterson.
How about
calling to me and saying, "Hey, Ralph, let's go out to dinner. I'm not, you know, 80s girl's not sure about this. I'm not sure about this. Let's just go out to dinner, have fun tonight, and, you know, forget about this intervention nonsense, and let's just have fun." And that would have been it. There would be no show right now. That would be it.
How about
this? I know the chat hates me, and I agree. I'm being an insufferable.
He's complaining about the chat. Right now, snapshot of the chat. Jesus, Vito's voice condolence. Vito, you are a slug. Kick Vito, kick Vito, kick Vito, kick Vito. Jenny Vito, back at it again. No, Vito, nobody wants you. Like, nobody wants that, you dumb ape. Ultimate content cuck. Shut up, Vito. Really, Vito's gonna theorize about being an alpha male and having some confidence, and at the end of the day, Dax keeps Vito around as a joke, but he's too stupid to realize it. More tomatoes, more tomatoes. Chinese flag. I think they typed in the wrong kind of CCP there. Kick Vito, kick, 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 kick. Wholesome Chungus. Imagine being teased for that by a homosexual Vito going to cry. I hate you, Vito. Okay, thanks, Vito. That's enough. Shut up, Vito. This is a streamer's life, Vito. It's what you all signed up for.
Sweeping bitch. Because honestly,
the guy posting tomatoes right now is an actual pedophile, like confirmed pedophile. So I don't really. I'm not even joking.
That wizard guy actually is sick as fuck. Ban that motherfucker.
You can look him up online. I can't get rid of this guy. He's like fucking herpes. Listen, this is an option. All right, I know this sounds crazy, but this is an option. And Vito, you could make this happen. We could just wrap this whole fucking thing up. All Dick would have to do is call in.
I have no control over that.
You have no control.
You have no control. You have no say. You have no influence. You have no sway. You are a bitch. I don't have any control over that. Then you aren't really a co-host.
But you have influence.
If you think
call in.
He started by laughing.
Ralph, you know exactly how much
I know he won't call in,
or
but-
you has over Dick Masterson. You know that we have
Which is close to zero.
I think
I
I've
have
been-
zero, and you have close to zero.
I think I've been a very fair moderator here. I'll let you guys work it out.
Actually,
you know, I'm trying to be reasonable here.
I'm kind of impressed with you tonight. I gotta say, Jesse, because I was a little like, I don't know about this.
Well, this is my audition for host of the new Kill stream, which is we're calling it the Kill
Heard
Shelter.
that show. No, I've never heard of that one. You wouldn't believe how many people try to talk me out of coming, and then there was like the last two people I talked to, and I was like, you know what? I'm coming on this fucking show.
Well, I'm glad you did. You would have looked really bad if you didn't, but I wouldn't have cared. You literally asked me to do this, so I would have just said, fuck everybody who showed up. I don't give a shit, and shut off the stream. It really wouldn't have mattered to me. Here's the thing. If I'm wrong and the reason that he canceled the episode it had nothing to do with Milo showing up on Podawful, then it should be no problem for him to show up here and just address all these problems with you directly. I mean, I don't see a problem with that. I don't see, by the way, why he couldn't have all right, you were in LA, sure. Why couldn't you have called into the last 2 episodes he just did over the past couple days? Oh, Milo
that's what I was saying. I can't even do the Dick show.
Milo is finally in. Did he shave his head?
Milo, what's up,
Milo
brother?
is here.
No, his hair's wet.
That makes 2 of us forbidden from the Dick show.
Honey, we live?
Can you
Is we live?
Oh, wait. Sorry, my house friend.
His house twin trying to get onto the camera. For a second there, I thought that was a woman.
Makes 2 of us forbidden from the Dick show.
Honey, we live?
Can you
Is we live?
Oh, wait. Sorry, my house tranny's causing problems again. Go and cook. My
Servant.
It's my catamite, you see. Who's Vito?
I'm co-host, Milo.
Sorry.
And now starts the mogging.
Who?
Here's what we came to see.
Juju. Juju the clown.
Yeah, Juju the clown.
The clown.
I meant the cow, of course. I meant the cow. My mistake. Juju. So you're kikiing with Juju, are you? Okay. Vito.
I don't know all the gay slang, Milo. What's
most of it? Hang on a second.
Look, it's my fault. I've moved in a troon, and she set my recovery.
Vito knows most of the gay slang, if not all.
Disavow, by the way. Disavow. These are the words of an individual. This does not reflect the thoughts and views of the streamer.
Most of the gay slang. I don't know all of it.
I've seen some of his tweets on the subject. It's not just homosexuals, is it? It's
no.
It's
oh my god.
Ralph has been sharing some very questionable tweets about kid diddling opinions from Vito. Now,
my
listen.
opinions are all good. Go ahead.
Yes, I didn't think so. So, no, have you... I've just got a couple of questions for you.
Is that he's showing up as he red point as he continues the mocking?
Raped as a kid, so you would probably be like
We were that is kayfabe. We did that as kayfabe. Me and Milo did that as kayfabe.
Vito, you don't.
Man, that was real though.
You don't say that about a guy just out now.
What?
Come on.
I mean, he was victimized by the Catholics. It's a tragedy what happened.
Oh my
I'm sorry.
God, Vito. Jesus
are you
Christ.
That's what I thought happened. I didn't fucking know.
You're gonna.
Milo, were you raped by a priest or not? I thought that was the thing.
Well, as you can read,
You said it was like a learning experience, right?
And he just keeps talking.
Like they taught you stuff.
It was a learning experience.
To be honest with you,
Well, it was like Catholic school. That's how it was explained to me.
I was better. I was better at giving head than he was. I think I was probably more experienced, even by 14. No. I have a couple of questions for you. Have you ever seen in the flesh? Have you ever witnessed an encounter with Juju? Have you seen Juju? Have you been caught in
Have I been in the presence of the divine Juju?
Have you been caught in flagrante delicto yourself with Juju?
Well, you know,
Latin. Oh my God, he's killing me. All right, go ahead. Sorry, sorry. I'm a mark for Latin.
Unfortunately, I've never had an encounter with a Juju. Sorry about that.
Have you now? What can you tell us? This is the great revelation of 2025 so far for me. Is the existence of this cow? I tried to, I called our friend Dick and I said, please moo for me. Give me a moo. And he wouldn't. So I was left to imagine what the moo might sound like myself, and I imagined that perhaps it was sort of.
You're gonna tell me you've been in the gay community and never experienced any sort of animal encounters? I don't think you're a real gay guy, Milo.
He's not. He's an ex-gay guy.
Yeah, I mean, once you were with all the gay guys, aren't they all fucking dogs and eating dog shit and whatever? You've seen all this.
Yeah.
What?
His best material.
On the dog
He's not even reacting.
Each other in San Francisco. I saw a picture.
Milo fucked like NFL players and shit. Like, I don't think they're into that. I don't know, but like,
anyway, want to wear the dog mask and eat.
If you don't mind me saying, a completely different kind of animal.
So the dog shit is good. The cow stuff is too much.
No, I'm not much of a fan of either, actually.
But you've seen it.
No.
You've never seen a gay guy eat shit? There's no way.
No, I haven't.
You don't go to like a gay party?
I've seen that.
Yeah, come on.
Not up close, but
I've seen it on the fucking like pictures from fucking San Francisco. They do it.
I find it weird that Vito doesn't have his camera on so that he can be seen on camera.
A priest, but you won't watch a gay guy eat dog shit. I don't know, man.
What a lunatic you are.
And it's just bouncing off of him.
You're doing everything to change the subject here, too, by the way.
Granted, he's just throwing this shit out, and he's not even shutting up long enough so that he can even respond, so.
He's acting like he's never seen a gay guy.
Hang on a second, Vito. Didn't you fucking finger your cat or some shit?
Now wait.
I can't speak. Sorry,
Oh my gosh.
my bad.
It's all right.
I can't speak to the actions of the demon that previously inhabited this body.
The gay demon.
But in a couple of days, on the 20th of January, I will be 4 years ex-gay, which is a very long time, and I'm very forgetful. So, no, I really don't remember very much about my old life. I buried it, to be honest.
So, are you going to say you made it through your entire homosexual career without eating the poo-poo?
I have never.
And you never even saw someone eat the poo-poo?
He's straight as a judge.
Stop.
We're eating for dinner.
What?
I've never seen it.
Okay.
I've never even been down there myself.
You've never been behind a butt.
I've never been.
All right, Vito. It's starting to sound like you are really.
What? Is this some type of?
Some type of fetish, because debaucherous in nature. Because certainly you can understand that men can be homosexual without having to have extreme left-lean Twitter display fetishes.
I gotta be honest, this is a family show.
Milo's in here going, I can't believe this sexual depravity. And I go, yeah, but you're gay.
You fingered a cat. Vito.
No, I Q-tipped
You just making fun of the move thing, and then it turned into this.
We're having a peaceful dinner. Are you live right now?
Yeah, we're live.
We are,
We're
yes.
having a peaceful family dinner, and you need to stop with this degeneracy, this filth, this perversion. I don't want to hear it, America. No more.
The twink has spoken. No more degeneracy.
Thank you, Miles. Thank you.
I like this guy.
Anyway, on another note,
You would, Vito.
So
Yeah,
on a,
of course he would.
Let's keep it clean. Have you been inside Juju the cow?
With my penis?
With anything?
I want to wear. If I ever find that costume, I'm putting it on. I think it'll give me sexual powers.
You seem to be confirming it exists.
If it does, I want to get inside it, but I haven't seen it.
Anyway,
What do you think the odds are, Vito, that it's real, that it exists?
I mean, I've been over that house. I ain't seen no cow costume.
Have you seen the drug drawer?
Just anyone.
Yeah, but like, I mean, like, isn't the kind of thing if you're dressed up as a cow, you would like occasionally leave it out or something? Like, oh fuck, I left my. Or wouldn't you get off on?
Alleged pedophile believes that a person who has a secret that they would hide would definitely leave it out in public for people to see as he has strangers enter his home, and would simply just forget based on the familiarity of the people in question. This is something that an alleged pedophile believes. I don't know what to tell you, Twitter audience. We know more than we should probably know. Twitter audience, I think we know what the fuck that really means for Rita Griswolty. For YouTube and Twitter, for YouTube and Twitch, you guys are already stuck on what the hell like 10 minutes back. Feel free to catch up.
Leaving it out so everyone could see it.
Oh, you feel like?
I don't know where that
He would hide it probably.
Ethan saw it. But Ethan saw it. Ethan saw it.
I saw it because we were going out to a rave. I didn't have a costume on though. I just had a jacket which was much too thin, and they apparently go to raves all the time, and a lot of these people at the raves have like wild costumes on and shit. And so I'm just standing there in a fucking jacket, and me and Julian from Odyssey, who ran Odyssey, I guess he still does, we're just cold as fuck and high as fuck on MDMA. Like that's all we were on. But they were on.
Speaking of which, my darling, are you feeling all right tonight? It's just you seem sober. Good. You seem sober. I'm worried.
I'm feeling great, man. You know, I knew it had to be 100%.
Only 2 months and 29 days to go.
That's right. You know I'm gonna hold you to that. I know you're not going to, but I'm still gonna hold you to it.
I know there's one thing you love even more than whatever it is that makes you fall asleep, and it is
Xanax.
Okay, only one thing you like more than that, and that is winning.
That's right.
I'm well aware that your natural obstinacy and stubbornness will carry you through 3 months.
I mean, me and you a weekly show.
I'm preparing for it.
Dude, me and you a weekly show versus the Dick show that's like dying on its last legs. Like, let's be real. They just brought in this stiff. Like, I can't even listen to it.
You're talking about Johnny, the audio engineer. That's horrible.
He sucks, dude. Look, I'm not even.
Seen it. I've got like 45 emails from Dick for over 10 years begging me to come on, but I've never seen the show. Is it good? What do they talk about?
No, it's not good.
It's.
I'm not on that.
It's not usually good.
Fucking Christ! Your co-host can't even defend the biggest problem in the universe. He can't even defend it. Holy fuck!
No, but they just replaced their longtime co-host Sean, who was beloved, right? Like the audience loved him.
Yes, I know about the sector. I have my credentials of the sector. That's why I know so much.
Some fucking stiff, yeah, under mysterious circumstances, if you want to know the truth. But he said he lost his smile, basically. He said it brought out a bad thing in him, and he didn't like what it brought out in him anymore.
Ooh.
Maybe.
You know what they brought out? What they brought out was Juju the cow.
Anyway, Dick had the bright idea to replace him with a fanboy from like 6 years ago. I don't even know what the fuck's going on.
A long time interacting on a daily basis with Dick, this gentleman found himself looking slightly lovingly at coyotes, just sort of licking his lips every time he saw, like the neighbor's dog, and he thought, I better get out of there because before I know it, I'm gonna be sticking my penis in various fluffy animals, and thinking about Mr. Tibbles from next door.
I don't know. It was a curious exit. I'll say. I always like Sean, so I'm not gonna trash him.
Who's that female Ben Shapiro that just left the Daily Wire? Brett Cooper, is it?
Yeah.
Bit of a Brett Cooper situation.
Yeah, it was one of those where like, what's going on here?
I believe.
Well, dude, pull up the clip then and tell me what you think, because
I'll tell you what the clip kind of sounds like. Is it sounds like Sean just, the show is.
Why do you have to describe it instead of just pulling up a clip and showing?
James.
Well, Sean's got another career too. I won't
John's
go into
also,
it. Yeah,
the other thing he said that's important is, he actually is an audio engineer, and right now AI is kind of ravaging his industry, and he's like, I kind of need to knuckle down and make myself very useful right now, or else I might not have a job in a year.
Yeah.
I mean, being a sound engineer is not necessarily that hard. All you have to do is just find a fucking gig and just do it. If Quartered Black Garrett can be capable of going from production with Steven Crowder to Nerd Erotic and Geeks and Gamers for Friday Night Tights, I'm pretty sure it's fucking possible to be able to do it. Because ultimately, at the end of the goddamn day, even if that's not the programming that you're necessarily on, Vito, you see enough about the back door that it's like being a part of anything that I've done in my productions, or any production that I will do in perpetuity in the future. There's no way that you can't have an opinion about the show, and how it was ran, and how it's done. And there's no way that you can't be able to give an opinion about somebody that you've watched the content of, and that you've been there to see the material creation of how it's made. There's no fucking way that you don't have an opinion and that you're not going to talk about the clip live on fucking air while you're fucking protesting this goddamn hard.
You know what? Okay, I'll give you a point there. Go ahead.
So Vito, you're obviously planning your next move. So where are you interviewing? Like, what are you going to do after you dump Dick?
Well, I've been looking into unmarked vans, large dog cages, and whatever else I could find. But other than that, just taking each day as it comes.
He's trying to figure out this whole thing with gay guys and shit, if he can get into that.
Yeah, I want to know more about the gay guys. I feel like there's money to be made there.
I've had sex with more people than I will ever be able to remember or piece together, and not one of them has been quite as interested in poop as you.
Well, Vito's fucked a guy. Vito's fucked a bunch of dudes.
Guys are eating poop, and then you hear there's like a whole bunch of guys.
Hey, hang on a second. Just to be clear, Vito has fucked guys and transes, and
no way. Really?
Yeah.
So
you probably fucked with poop and ate poop, according to your logic.
But I've asked.
No. I need to know about this. I just rewatched Serial Mom, which contains it's a movie with Kathleen Turner. It's a great film. It contains the immortal scene in which she reveals in court, this mom, that she's been going through the cops' trash, and one of the magazines in the trash is Chicks with Dicks. Vito, tell us about. So there's that famous Cernovich blog post where I think he was just kind of like doing a game thing. Like I've never understood the appeal of somebody with big bazonkas, a big booty Latina, and then with some like giant 12-inch stonker. I'll tell you a brief factoid about Chicks with Dicks, then I have a question for you. So you know that like all trannies end up either suicide or murdered. Well, black men, black men are their primary customer base when they are prostitutes out on the streets, which is of course how most transsexuals make their money. And they always get into violent altercations, and the reason, which always shocks people, which I found out from a vice cop in LA, is when they get back to the motel, they both think that the other one's going to be the top. Right. And they're fighting over who gets to bottom.
Of course.
The black guys who pick up, no, this is true. And then it turns into violence. The black guy who picks up the chick with dick wants to get fucked by them. And of course the tranny's like, big black creepiness. So I'm wondering, Vito, when you went home with your transsexual prostitutes, did you argue over who would fuck who? And who was victorious in the battle for the bottom?
Right. It's kind of a mutual pleasuring experience.
No, Vito, don't.
Bullshit. Oh, no, not Vito Goswalti, king troll of the internet. No. Surely you have a story, Vito. Come on. Look. It's a podcast, Vito. Talk about it.
There's no mutual pleasuring when it comes to it.
Vito, can you come on camera so Milo knows who's saying that? I want him to see you.
It's a big gross fat guy.
It's a big gross fat guy, Milo.
No, I was.
Wait a minute. Wait. Now that he's said exactly what I said earlier, and he's told you, hey, why don't you come on fucking camera? Why are you running away? Wait a minute. No. Not this Vito Goswalti. No. Wait. Hold on. No. Wait a minute, Postman. Wait. Wait a minute. Wait, hold on. Wait, whoa. This shit's fucked. Oh shit. There we go. 760p. As I now pull from the historic archives. Chill. Definitely gonna try watching then. Oh, and a sneak peek from the article. Things are gonna get nuts if Andy does go on. Oh, Tommy, you should call in with single player Carl. He was going pretty hard at Vito a few days ago with superpowered dunks. He might be down going on live. Haha, get it? Look, getting that autist to ever make a lick of fucking sense. Not this, Vito! Wait a minute! Wait! Not you, the genius that knows what everybody's thinking! Wait a minute, no! Don't let me tell you, chat. Let past Carl tell you better than he did. Wait a minute! Not this Vito Goswalti! Not the man that posts pictures of children in dance magazines as a gotcha about people supposedly desiring to fap off the children. Not a pusher of cuties. Tell him, past Carl. We get there. This goes on for a bit. To when I start roasting him directly to his face. And Vito's so fucking incompetent that not only does he lie, he pulls out a fucking link to a thread where I'm telling someone it is not a smart idea to lie about people and give them opportunities to try and win a form of fake and gay optics in front of their sycophantic followers, which somehow makes me the autist for pointing out and laughing at him for trying. Because the entire argument during this moment, in this, that all of this is constructed around, is three things for Vito. One, I'm talking about good things. That means you can't antagonize me. Two, you can't bring up things I've done before, because if you bring up things I've done before, that just means you're petty, and you're stupid. And lol, you're salty and mad, and you have no reason to disagree with me, because you have no optical point. And three, never mind the fact I did all of those things, I'm doing good things now. You should promote me for doing good things. It's just and devout and right, and I'd do this for anyone. See, this is where it gets really fucking retarded. Because if you actually listen to Vito talk for half a fucking second, it's very obvious to know why every single person was hammering him as hard as he was, but because he's stupid, and because I'm supposedly retarded, we're gonna have to lay this out and go really slow. If you create a different terminology and a different definition for what you claim cancel culture is, namely, not when people are quite literally trumping up invalid charges and are creating a hostile environment where people make it normal to bring up bullshit that has nothing to do with anything, but instead you say it's simply people lying, and you spend your time feloniously bullying people, building up bullshit information, and stretching the truth in your own definition to try and prove some kind of thing, you and yourself are advocating for cancel culture, and you are yourself creating the very problem you say that you're trying to stop. I told you this, and several other 100 users told you this. You didn't want to listen because you thought that you were smarter than the average bear and that you could trick people into doing what you wanted. What's worse is that you can't even keep your lies straight, because there's been several hundred times where you've been caught in 4K lying through your teeth. You can't take a position as though what you're doing is just and devout and good when you yourself are complaining about how hard it is to try and trick people to get them to do what you want. You also don't know what the hell you're talking about half the goddamn time, because you make the most head-ass takes and then you claim, actually, that was bait. Is it bait to make you post your L's online twice? Now, you'd hope that after having his L's posted real hard like this, that he'd at least go into hiding for a long period of time to, get the heat off of himself. But, no, let me tell you what he did next. After the black one. He's up in there. But no, not this Vito Goswalti. Wait a minute. No, not this Vito Goswalti. Not King Troll. No. Not King Troll. Prince Troll. Duke Troll. Not Prince Duke Troll. No. Certainly no. He should have the confidence to do anything he wants. Why would he ever let the death of Fat stop him?
Up in all situations I've had.
Well,
I think once they're dressed as a girl, they.
Oh, now you want stop in all situations. All right, okay. You should have said that from the start.
Just one moment, please. So if
Is this an SMT OMT? No, the sound effect that you're hearing in my backdrop is actually a specific loop that I use. As for what you're hearing in the background right now, this is a sound replacement pack for Balatro called Balatro Soiree.
if you're on top fucking a tranny, that means you're doing him up the ass. So you are a poop dick faggot.
Right.
Sure, yeah.
Disavow. This is the words of the person in the content, not the words of the streamer. This is the words of the person in the content, not the words of the streamer. Mercy, Twitch! Mercy, Twitch!
Okay. Poop dick is different from mouth poop.
Well, you've had more poop on your dick than I ever have, and more probably in your mouth than I ever have. So I think it's a bit rich.
What
it's a bit rich.
Is that how you got so fat?
How are we doing this?
What kind of gay guy?
I just think it's a bit rich.
You didn't have sex?
It's a bit, no, but I was the girl, so it's a bit rich for you to come in.
You got your ass pounded, and that was more
bit rich for you to come in hot and ask me about
coming in hot
when you probably still have bits of sweet corn stuck under your foreskin.
So hold on, you're saying
this evening. There are remnants.
First of all, sometimes I always use it, but no, I don't want to be. Okay, anyway, go ahead.
I always use a condom. I'm not fucking any tranny in LA without a condom.
If you don't mind me saying, if you still have bits of human effluvia jammed up your urethra.
It's possible. Quite possible.
And you have, if you don't mind me saying, you have the chutzpah to ask me about poop. I think it's a bit rich. And yes,
what's just asking? What's just a harmless question? You've lived in the gay community for multiple times.
So have you.
It's just a harmless question. Why are you coming at my throat like this? No! What happened? Vito! What is that? Well, let's be fair, chat. Let's be fair. Let's bring back past Carl. Vito is not a stranger to these types of crash outs, as Carl's about to tell you. old shit. Right back with the beginning of Bounty in the Comics before John F. Trent would go off to do the bullshit he's currently doing with John De La Roz. I'll let past Carl tell it.
In the very obviously well-documented case of the black woman being supported by the company and being endorsed by it, because anything that's posted by an official account for Disney is an action being taken by Disney. And you'd think that he wouldn't do something stupid, like go on to a live broadcast and try to lie about the very person who's platforming him and the person who wrote the articles documenting these examples. You wouldn't suppose that he'd be so stupid to do something like that, right? Because what kind of dumbass would do that? You know, how stupid would you have to...
Things about race. But to extrapolate that out to, well, I guess Star Wars hates white people. Buddy, your outlet has such an obvious ideological slant. Every article I read,
thank you.
Is biased in the same exact.
You've made these same arguments on Twitter before.
Yeah,
there's nothing I've ever heard.
Look, I don't want to. And just so we're clear,
on Twitter, like I'm not here to like get in a fight with this guy.
Yeah, and if that's the case, Vito, you've said your point. I'm not here to try and sandbag.
Okay,
John
you have a disingenuous, terrible outlet on here. These guys are liars and crooks. Have fun.
But just so we're clear, Vito, he did.
This guy
He's a liar. When did Star Wars say all white people are racist? You're a liar.
I'm trying to show you.
One thing they didn't do, though, Vito, is they never, ever stood up for Gina Carano, who has been... And he just took the fuck off, so whatever.
But so Vito...
Sorry for swearing, but that's
no, it's fine. And John, I wasn't trying to sandbag you. He had a question.
Oh, but what happened?
I gotta ask the same question Pascal did. Buddy, what happened? You had no problem going on to other people's content and talking about other people when you have the ability to hide your fucking self. What's the problem? Wait a god! Where's the energy? Where's the same energy? Why is it here? Veto. 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 Ridiculous. Sad. 1 second. Use the bathroom. Say it ain't so. Say it ain't so. He did not find his fucking breath. He doesn't have his energy. Yes, thank you, Past Carl. Thank you for having to tolerate the bullshit that we all have to deal with. And putting it in a video so that we can have it to reference in the future.
Well, you know, Vito, sometimes questions can be accusatory and sometimes questions can be admissions. And in this case, it sounds like it was
so
both.
asking me about a magic cow costume is an accusatory? I'm just trying to find out.
Vito, it's not magic. It exists. In fact, let's see here. Ooh. Well. 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 Vita Swalty, I put to you the following. If Juju the Clown is not real, why? On this date, on July 2nd, 2024, did they put a cow mask on the property? And why did Dick Masterson blame it on a comic capo? No! I see we're back to doing that thing where we write checks that our mouths can't cash. Vito Swalty, if at any point in the future that you can be capable and willing to cover this content on your channels, feel free at your leisure to be able to explain why would Dick Masterson reply like this. Please. We would all love to hear it. I'm sure that Milo would love to hear it. I'm sure that Jesse, if you need to come back, would love to hear it. Everybody would want to answer. All I want to do is I want to find out truths. If it's magic, and it doesn't exist, but it's from the drunk guy, why did he react like this? I put the question to you, chat. Let's get back to the show.
some stuff. You have questions about a cow. I have questions about, you know, all the poop eating and the
But you were talking about somebody else, not you.
It sounds like when it comes to poop on a dick, poop on a lips, you're the expert, not me. So physicians,
there's been no accusations that Milo's been eating.
In order, just a moment.
That would mean you're sucking a poop covered dick.
In order that I can really properly assess the situation between you and these cross-dressing coons you've had sex with, can I see, if you don't mind, can I see just how disgustingly fat you are? I think I need to see.
Yeah,
would you mind?
Oh, I'm like huge.
Please, Vito, if you'll just come on camera.
He's so scared. It is unironic how scared he is.
Like, hold the camera up above you.
Just for a few minutes, because from your weight, from your BMI, I'll be able to tell what kind of fantasy you're able to get. You see, because there's a whole smorgasbord of gender benders. You see?
I agree with Milo.
I'll know whether you were like so fat that you could.
I wasn't fucking the good trannies, is what you're telling me.
Well, see, because if you're big, you probably would have the you'd have to just get the leftovers. So you'd be fucking like Hispanic trannies who will literally they'll fuck a fireplace for $20, you know.
Right.
So I just want to understand, like, from your BMI.
I have run the gambit. There have been black trannies.
The fact that he is so terrified to go on to fucking camera, despite what he has done, continues to do, and will probably be doing right now at this exact moment. Wow. Fucking wow.
Like from X-Men?
And how deep is the barrel scraped? And by barrel, I of course mean another man's anus when by your cock.
Did you say, Vito? Did you say you ran the gambit because that's an X?
Gambit.
That's an X-man.
Oh, wait, a gambit is different than a gamut.
It's Spanish for suck on my titties while I fuck you. So listen, I've got to see.
Every single person in the chat room so far. Ralph born has 2 girls. They saved him together. He looks like Wings of Redemption. There's literally no difference. Camera on. Ralph thumbs poop. Let's see the fog's glasses, Vito. TDV. Or actually, TVD. TDV. Vito is jacking off. Milo geeking. Jeez. Lol. Real big. Work the camera, Vito. Definitely not passable. I'm unsharing this on Twitter. Ralph, thoughts? Keep your shirt on too. Don't throw a bigger tit. Vito, be clothed! BMI, that guy has his own zip code. Ralph is the least disgusting panelist right now. Ralph is so uncomfortable. Gunted! And of course, my personal favorite, imagine trying to troll Milo. He has his fangs in. Let's see what happens.
I'm so sorry. I've got to see.
Go to the youtube.com/biggest problem. You can see me live every Friday.
Don't do that.
Well, I'm not that interested. I just, I heard that the biggest problem is a shoddy dime store ripoff of a British show called Room 101, which is the worst show on British television. I know Americans rip off a lot of British TV, but couldn't you have picked a good show? I mean, like, we've got The Weakest Link, we've got Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. Couldn't you have picked, like, any of the good British shows to copy?
I'm sorry we ripped off your nation's entertainment there.
In fairness, they ripped off a different podcast.
They rip it off all the time. Actually, Steptoe and Son, The Office.
It's my understanding that
the proud British Broadcasting Network.
Hey, I'm an Anglophile. What can I say?
We're gonna rip off Downton Abbey next. That'll be good.
I doubt it. So what we've established here is that you are a plagiaristic, cock-sucking, cross-dressing coon fucker. And you've got...
Disavow. I might even have to preemptively cut off the Twitter cut. I'm sorry, Twitter chat. It's getting into the big energy. He's bringing up the nuclear options quickly.
Milo.
And you've had the old. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm gonna have to bleep me.
Wait, you never had sex with a black man?
This is what Vito looks like.
You dated a black man.
Oh, you look not just like an egg, but you look like an egg that's been out for weeks.
Oh, I agree.
And it's been rolled in something sticky, and there are now growths on the bottom of the egg.
100%.
And those.
I'm a horrific individual.
No, please, put the picture back because I'm trying to go ex-gay, and I feel like this picture might finally push me over the edge. So look, just throw up his image again if you'll be so kind, Jesse.
No problem.
I'm gonna say you're not gay anymore. You're the cattiest fucking faggot.
I feel if I were to wake up in the morning to this.
Okay. One, Twitter audience, you have to go to one of the other two platforms. We have to say salute on this one and sunset the broadcast on your end. There have been too many slurs. Meanwhile, YouTube and Twitch and Twitter audience, lock the fuck in. Settle in.
Image.
If I woke up in the morning to this image, oh my dick would be so fucking weird.
Okay. Unlimited slur words. This is definitely a strategy, Vito. I don't know if it's a bold strategy, but it's definitely a strategy. Let's see how this works out for you. Oh, God.
I would be white.
It is 2014 Milo.
You've ripped off the great British baking show. Don't you know that, sir? You've ripped off our great British entertainment, sir.
Well, listen, I bow to you on the subject. I bow to you on the subject of baked goods.
Thank you.
You will get no argument. You get no argument from me that you are certainly the expert when it comes to baked goods. I bow in the presence of a master when it comes to the bakery.
All I wanted to know was you got fucked by a priest. You said it was a learning experience.
Why would you open with that?
It was important for the gay community that more kids get raped by priests. I didn't get it. I don't follow that.
I haven't yet finished talking about the picture.
And it kind of blew up your career. I think you're kind of upset that you said that.
Dear God.
I mean, you were on top of the world before you told everybody, hey, more kids can get raped by priests.
This is like if a raw.
Don't let your children watch it. Even I didn't know this would be here. God damn. How did you get fatter? LA. Not even once. Let's be specific. Douchebag LA. Not even once.
Turkey.
This is when he was thinner.
If he wiped off his penis on a raw turkey.
All I'm saying is, when I got me raped by Mr. McPingles, we learned a lot about the gay community. Me did.
If you know that you are so physical.
Live from the chat. Shocking revelations. Vito blundering into another disaster stream. So fat. Lol. Ralph is uncomfortable. Etc. 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 What a stinker. Vito L. Get Ralph back on. Oh Lord. Kino. Vito ran out of material. Straight from the chat. Vito, you stink. Vito openly hostile now that he lost. Cry, Vito, cry. And Vito wonders why people think he's a pedophile. Milo looking thin as fuck. What a stinker. You'd think step one to being ex-gay would be divorcing your husband. Vito is a disaster. Ha! This is lit. Because they got a wine glass emoji. And this live chat's got it all. We're already over halfway through, chat. Let's round this bitch the fuck out.
Physically repugnant that you can only get Mexican cross-dressers to have sex with you. Why wouldn't you just like work out? I mean, Ralph's bettering himself. He's going to be sober.
I like fucking the Mexican cross-dressers. It's fun.
Oh gosh. Ooh.
Clip it. Mark it. January what? 26, 2025. Vito Gaswalti. Vito, I fucking in the butt. Good luck getting that autistic make sense. Single player Carl Viswalti. I like having sex with transgenders because say it again, Vito. Say it again, Vito.
Mr. McDingles. We learned a lot about the gay community, me did.
If you know that you're so physically repugnant that you can only get Mexican cross-dressers to have sex with you, why wouldn't you just like work out? I mean, Ralph's bettering himself. He's going to be sober.
I like fucking the Mexican cross-dressers. It's fun.
He likes fucking the Mexican cross-dressers. It's fun. Exact words. Hard ship it.
Oh gosh.
All right, so I was trying to be fair. Hang on a second. Hang on.
You know what's amazing about Ralph? You know what's amazing about Ralph?
All right, go ahead.
This guy can go from like barely sentient in an airport 4 days ago to looking normal, being articulate.
Sober as a judge.
The way that Ralph like snaps back, it's like one of those Asian tiger mums after pregnancy. They get their body back after like 4 days, you know? Like the way that Ralph like snaps back to normal is incredible.
It's a superpower, man.
I can see why you overindulge, because you always know you're going to be fine by Thursday.
Yeah, because I'm gonna be fine like in a day or two max, and that's why I was like, okay, Dick, what are you talking about, dude? Let's go. I'm ready. Like, anyway.
You have to understand, like Ralph is on the floor in a bathroom in an airport. I'm gonna fucking kill you. I'm coming with a crowbar. And then 2 days later, he's talking about Baudelaire and Shakespeare. It's amazing. It's amazing. People like to say that I have been in my life at various moments a drug taker, which is a horrible allegation. But I have never, hypothetically speaking, snapped back as fast as Ralph. It is incredible. This is one of the reasons people call Ralph a force of nature, more of a concept than a human being. He's an immutable part of the universe, because it doesn't matter what you do to this motherfucker, he's straight back by Thursday. It's amazing.
I was like, well, I didn't even tell him this, but I was like, okay, I was like at a 4 or 5 the day before. Like, that's nothing for me. I would take like a 14 or a 15 to stop me the next day. Like, right? Like, I don't even know, man.
People were DMing me, there's no way they'll let him on the plane like that. And I'm like, if he needs to get on that plane, he'll be on that plane.
Yes. Of course they'll let me on the plane. Are you kidding me? No, I have gotten kicked off a plane or two.
In fairness, it's just going to Mexico.
Let's talk briefly. I've got to go. But let's talk briefly about a podcast that will be much more entertaining and much more successful than a rip-off of some British talk show that was so desperate for guests. They had to start paying people to go on it by season 3, so it's a good choice there to copy it.
Thank you.
Really did your homework on that one. Let's talk about a podcast that will be infinitely more exciting, and I would like to get Jesse's opinion about this. It'll be the Ralph and Milo podcast. It will be.
You're giving me the lead name. Wow. Okay.
So you see, as my dear grandmother said, one of life's givers. A bit like Vito with the trannies. Look, Jesse.
Yes.
What's your vision for a Ralph Milo podcast? Should it be the two of us chopping it up about the issues of the day? Should it be the two of us bullying an unsuspecting member of the public? Should it be the two of us presiding over a revivification of blood sports? What would you like to see from?
It would be really hard for you to try to go full blood sports, because if you try to go 2014 blood sports, you'll be banned off of Twitter and Twitch and YouTube extremely quickly. That's why I had to cut the end of the VOD on Twitter. Or, excuse me, on Twitch. As soon as he let the 2014 out, too many slurs. Too many hard slurs.
From the Ralph Milo podcast, because I'm soliciting format ideas.
We got to Vito, are you Jesse? Or are we on Podawful? Number 1. All right, so Vito, number 1. No veto. That's number 1 on the list.
Number 1.
You know. I hate to interrupt you. I'm so sorry, Jesse, but that was, if you don't mind me saying, a given.
Okay. And number 2, I think it's time to move away from the blood sports thing. I think blood sports is kind of over.
It's a little bit played out every once in a while, but like, you know,
it's fun here and there. No more blood sports.
I also find it sort of diminishes everybody involved to the point where the more successful you are, the more useless all your best guests become. Because they become such damaged figures, by the end of it.
Yeah. What I would like to see
beating the shit out of each other the whole time. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I agree.
Right.
What if you can have 1 or 2 a year if it's a big match, right, or something like that? But even I've gotten tired of the blood sports.
I'm looking for something that will last for.
Let me pitch something. I think I've got.
Just let me frame it for you. I mean, look, this is going to be a meeting of titanic proportions. This I'm just referring to Ralph and my waistlines. This is going to be a meeting of colossi, and it's going to run for the full length of time that Ralph can stay sober. So an entire 3 weeks. And during those 3 weeks, I want a format that's predictable, that's relatable, that's enjoyable, that's predictable. Something we can do every week without it like taking over 3 days in a row. Something you just show up and just do.
I've got two pitches. I've got 2 pitches. All right, 2 pitches. Here we go. Pitch number 1. Every episode of the show is Milo trying to do an intervention to keep Ralph sober, and Ralph doing an intervention to try to keep Milo straight. That's pitch number 1. Pretty good.
So 2 people who have a decade-long, intimate, professional and personal respect and affection for one another, both realizing the other one needs some help. And I think, if there's anything that I could teach Ralph, it's about avoiding career pitfalls. And if there's anything that Ralph can teach me, it's about success as a man and a father. So I'm just kidding.
Had to do it.
I made a joke at my own expense about career pitfalls.
I know about your waistline, and you never talk about how fat you are. Anyway, I remember Jesse Lee Peterson. I swear to God, saw him in person. He said, "You're fat." He said that at APAC, and I was like, "Wow!" He said that to Milo Yiannopoulos. That was really rude.
Well, Jesse does like his skinny boys.
Wait a minute. I've heard that, but I don't know.
Maybe the podcast is 4 weeks of trying to find a woman that Jesse Lee Peterson's ever had sex with.
That'd be a good one too.
I'm out.
That's a podcast.
And Vito's just disappeared again. I don't know why. He's just gone. He's just gone again. Every time he's just gone. He just disappears in the middle of anything that he's doing. What is that? Vito, where do you go? What happens behind that mauled eye of yours? Why do you disappear? Come back to us.
That could last for all time.
Can you get a hair lip from sucking too much dick? Is that possible?
Can you what?
Can you get a hair lip from sucking too much dick?
Oh, well, if that's amazing. No, I don't think you can. Imagine having sex with that guy. You're just about to go down on him. It's that's amazing. Amazing. Give me the other format.
All right, the pitch number 2, and this is all I got. All right, it's sort of a Milo versus Ralph kind of thing, where every week you guys come in with 2 problems that you think are like some of the biggest ones in the whole universe, right? Okay. And and the audience votes on which problem is the biggest one.
I do like audience participation, and so we have to persuade the audience that our thing is worse than the other one.
Exactly.
Right. Okay. Fine. So if I come in and I say like, Juju the cow represents an existential threat to the Western civilization, and then obviously I'll go on to something about furries and trannies. It's whatever. Yeah. And all that is necessary for evil to triumph is for good men to do nothing. Vito's just sitting there, just watching this cow get just rammed, not telling us, not admitting it on interviews. He knows everything but says nothing. It's the measure of the man, isn't it? It's the measure of the man. He knows. He knows the arcane secrets. He knows the lore. He knows the deep, dark, mysterious secrets of Juju the cow, and he won't share any of them. He's like, "Oh, I've never seen the costume." Of course, yeah. He has seen those cum-stained Frisian outfits. There's a black. When you see Juju the cow, the most horrifying thing about it is that it looks now. Like those Frisian cows, the ones with the black and white spots.
Right.
Well, that outfit started all black. But it's not anymore. It's not anymore. And Vito knows all of this, but won't tell us. And I think, after I've come into this interview and been so tender and sweet, self-effacing, and asked to just open any question, I was hoping for a little bit more honesty.
You wanted honesty about
a little bit more of a forthcoming.
Yeah.
I want to know what you know.
Somebody in chat said we should do a content cop ripoff, basically. Nah, it's kind of a ripoff though, so I don't know about that.
You lost me at ripoff. You see,
it's got to be original. Yeah, I agree.
You've got two people here who have changed the face, not just of internet culture, but of culture generally.
And one mountain.
Vito and Ralph.
And one mountain.
Well, the rest of it. Sorry, not Vito, just for the avoidance of doubt. Not Vito. But, I'm sorry.
Ralph and Jesse.
But still three people.
There's a viewer who thought I meant Vito, so I just need to correct that. Ralph and I have have done things that have.
We're responsible for the modern internet. Yeah.
Change the face of it. I mean, there are entire swathes of conservative media that I invented 10 years ago, and Ralph was there on the front line. Ralph is the one on the Gamergate Mount Rushmore wearing the crown. I'm not wearing the crown. He's the one wearing the crown on the Mount Rushmore.
Days, baby.
He was there. He was the momentum behind all this.
The halcyon days.
You see, you've got two people who have so much to give, so much love to give, and so much
to take.
And
those days are behind us.
I can see why people don't watch those shows. So I'm thinking it's got to be something. Got to be something original. You
gotta be super OG. Yeah, I agree.
You get more viewers for your show with Dick if it was just a close-up of his anus in the outfit. Just with one of your trannies just banging him, just.
That's one of them. You get all of them there.
You get honestly, you get more views. You might get 10 times the viewership. I would recommend it. Anyway, if you wouldn't mind not interrupting, just because you're adding nothing to the conversation, if you don't mind. So anyway,
he's not wrong.
So Ralph and I have to come up with something.
Fucking Christ.
We're gonna have to workshop this. Yeah, we're gonna have to workshop this.
Come up with something that is unique enough to justify the Titanic
collaboration
that we bring to this format. You see, so I like the problem idea because it's it's open-ended enough that we can have fun with it.
Yeah.
I like that very much. Basically, just sort of something loose and open-ended, then we can sort of make whatever we want out of it. I think that's doable. I like that very much.
Yeah, I say go with that. Call it the biggest drug problem in the universe or something, whatever.
We could just call it the biggest problem because it will so quickly eclipse what Vito's doing that it will then be the biggest problem podcast. You see, I mean, within a week,
for a title.
Within a week, we'll have surpassed subscribers. Within a week, we will.
He's still so fucking upset.
About the glory. Vito mentioned glory days.
Desperate second.
You could talk about.
He's so fucking upset he can't even get the words out correctly.
Glory days, like back when Vito vaped Belle Delphine's bathwater.
You've won, and
Dick
they're getting
was
mad
on
when they're starting
Dr.
to repeat things they've seen in comments online. Sort of like the lowest, the lowest, easiest, the lowest and easiest imaginable. Oh, you're just
someone else said that. It's weird that would be a recurring theme.
The difference between you and me, Vito, the difference between you and me is that I have been relevant. That's never going to happen for you. It's not on the cards. It is not something that's in your future.
So you were relevant.
Never going to happen for you.
You do agree. I'm glad we agree on that point.
I am a
Vito, I was relevant. Yeah, I know, Milo. That's kind of the problem.
And desperately reduced figure, but I still have another shot at fame. It's never gonna happen for you.
It's happening, buddy. Here it comes, buddy.
And now he's going back and forth with him.
People love comebacks.
I envy you.
Comeback is in the cards. Guys, I'm not gay anymore. Oh,
I envy you, Vito. You know why I envy you?
Nick Fuentes, I could fuck way more ladies than you.
You know why I envy Vito? Because
Milo,
he's in a completely risk-free position. There's no further to fall.
Going.
You can't get any lower than
Milo.
Vito.
You weren't
can't fail any harder.
Oh my God, there's a gay guy willing to say all this retarded shit.
You cannot get any lower than where he is.
50 years old going, I'm still relevant. I was the king of Gamergate. I was on the fucking Gamergate.
Hey, whoa! Let's not bring in Gamergate here, Vito. You're going to get me on your case now.
Vito, I'll just tell you this, okay?
Milo,
let me tell you this. In November, 2 months ago.
You're right. You're
the Hollywood Reporter.
Did you guys know Kanye hired me to do nothing? I'm like, so important.
That's actually pretty big.
2 months ago, the Hollywood Reporter shared the news.
Let him finish.
Finish this sentence, it would be wonderful. 2 months ago, The Hollywood Reporter shared the news that Melania Trump had called me on election night to thank me for the work I did getting Trump in office. That kind of thing will never happen for you. It's not coming.
You're right. That's definitely not going to happen for me.
You will never have that. And you know,
I'm not trying to get Trump elected, so you're right.
You can speculate about what you think my influence might be, but you don't know. You have no clue what's going on.
To be fair, hang on a second. To be fair, Vito did help Kamala Harris.
Just to be very clear, you're an extremely powerful influencer behind the scenes, and that's why you're going to do a podcast with Ethan Ralph.
No, I'm going to do a podcast with Ethan Ralph because I love him. And because I'm a loyal person.
I love you too, brother.
Because I'm a loyal person, because I love him, and because it entertains me to do so. And I've only ever done anything because it entertains me to do so.
Ethan, I think you just heard the reason why you didn't go on Dick Masterson's show.
Because I would look forward every week to spending 45 minutes chatting to my buddy. So yeah, I'm gonna do whatever the fuck I like.
Yeah, that's the whole reason we were gonna go on Dick's show.
I'm so glad you've made time for Ethan Ralph. I mean, with all the important behind-the-scenes influencing you've been doing.
The thing that people don't understand.
You know, is that an insult? What kind of behind-the-scenes influence are you doing besides sucking Dick Masterson's cock?
You're talking shit. Oh,
okay. Well, you don't know anything about Milo. Do you know how many books he's written from politicians?
It's very rare. It's very rare. It's very rare that you get somebody
I can
who has
take
the kind of
Trump's
reach.
virginity if I ask nicely enough.
He's still fucking molding. But let's go back a little bit. Right there in the
2 months ago, The Hollywood Reporter.
Right.
I think my influence
Part right
might
here.
To be very clear, you're an extreme
and because I'm a lawyer
behind the scenes and
right here.
hang on secret stuff.
Hang on a second. To be fair, Vito did help Kamala Harris.
This is 2014 Milo peak. But listen to what Vito says here.
Be very clear. You're an extremely powerful influencer behind the scenes, and that's why you're going to do a podcast with Ethan Ralph.
No, I'm going to do a podcast with Ethan Ralph because...
So he specifically spends all this time trying to get a word in to get reaction from Milo, gets nothing, and lists him as a powerful influencer that's doing it to bring him back. Jesse then intervenes by saying, I think you heard the reason why he canceled on you. Vito, I thought you said that you had no idea. And I thought you said you had no relevancy and understanding of what Milo does. It seems to me that you didn't want to put your webcam up and go Mog for Mog against, again, certainly not King of the Trolls, but probably one of the better gladiators of the Trolls. And you're basically explaining that they should have had all of the reason to have them on the show. He's one of the most influential influencers. So why didn't you have him on your show?
Such a big deal.
Because I love him, and because I'm a loyal person.
I love you too, brother.
Because I'm a loyal person, because I love him, and because it entertains me to do so. And I've only ever done anything because it entertains me to do so.
Ethan, I think you just heard the reason why you didn't go on Dick Masterson's show.
Because I would look forward every week to spending 45 minutes chatting to my buddy. So yeah, I'm gonna do whatever the fuck I like.
Yeah, because you got the reason we were gonna go on Dick's show. I'm so glad you've made time for Ethan Ralph. I mean, with all the important behind-the-scenes influencing you've been doing.
I don't think that Vito Gesualti is a registered sex offender. I think that Vito Gesualti, in his same attempting to follow and copy another troll, because what Vito Gesualti does, by nature, is he tries to copy the energy and the efficacy of another person. I think that Vito Gesualti, in attempting to follow Max Carson, Mr. Girl, got too lost in the cutie sauce and forgot that people are not going to not believe he's not a pedophile based on how he behaves, looks, and acts. Especially when he likes to play devil's advocate so much. Especially when he gets as ass mad as he is in this conversation here, enjoying it, by the way. I can't yuck it the fuck up because then I ruin the effect. It's not in this case that I have absolutely nothing to say, because boy howdy, does this vindicate past Carl. Oh boy, does this vindicate fucking COVID Carl. Vito Gesualti forgot that outside of an environment of people who would not be willing to put up with it, the patience, the dedication, the time, the energy, and all again, the love of the game Morgan, for the love of the game, you can't out-argue and out-troll Yiannopoulos once he gets going with that prime white cocaine energy. He forgot. And so he's been sitting there holding in this outrage, this tarred anger that he's throwing out here now. And while I don't believe that Vito Gesualdi is a registered sex offender, I do believe that he has things that he does not want people like me or people like Milo to find. Because we will find it, and we will talk about it. I think, if he was anything, he likes Lolicon a little bit too much. If you ask me my actual real opinion, he likes Lolicon a little bit too much. But I wonder what happened after this conversation. I wonder what Dick Masterson said to his fucking lackey after he was done embarrassing himself like this. Let's wrap this shit the fuck up. We got an hour to go.
The thing that people don't understand.
You know, is that an insult? What kind of behind-the-scenes influence are you doing besides sucking Dick Masterson's cock?
Talking shit. Oh,
okay. Well, you don't know anything about Milo. Do you know how many books he's written from politicians?
It's very rare. It's very rare that you get somebody
I can
who has
take
the kind of
Trump's
reach.
virginity if I ask nicely enough. Oh.
All right. How about we don't? It's very rare that you get somebody who operates at the level.
Have fun.
Oh! It's the same crash out you threw when you went on to Pop Tour Planet! Oh my god! He's even noping out in the middle! No! I thought you were the master troll! Wait a minute! No!
Whoa! Did he rage quit? Is he gone?
He did leave.
He dropped off the call.
Wow. Well,
I think now forgive me. I know I'm very old and irrelevant, but I believe that's known as crashing out.
What's like? Okay, let's go with one of the most famous trolls of all time. Like right off the top. Like, what did the fuck did you think was gonna happen? I was just like, Vito, what are you doing?
I mean,
I like Vito, but like, what the fuck?
Vito kind of lost the plot there because he tried to say that
if I'd had the opportunity, I was going to go on to explain for a third time how nothing that's happened to me that is ever going to happen for him. But I feel like I made the point.
Well, if he wants to talk about like remembering the glory days and stuff, I mean, his co-host Dick Masterson is only
in his case, it's more remembering the glory holes.
Right.
Okay, that was good.
Unfortunately, what he didn't know was on the other side of that cubicle wall was a mamacita with the bosoms, and then after sucking that enormous pendulous Hispanic organ, he had no choice but to just to sort of go with it and pretend that he liked trannies all along, and that is in fact how all this began.
Vito's main gig where he makes all of his money right now is from being on a podcast that is remembering a podcast from 10 years ago, literally a decade-old podcast at this point. So the glory days are long past anybody on the biggest platform.
We have to do better than that.
It's one thing to be nostalgic for the past, but to be, as an entertainer, to be nostalgic for a past that only you remember and nobody else knows. It's a bit of a sad situation, isn't it? It's a bit of a sad situation. All right, so I do have to go. I'm so sorry, but I know that you two will want to finish off. I know you two will want to. Excuse me, I was going to say finish off together. I'm sorry. We've lost Vito.
You're flashing back. No.
No. I was going to say we've lost Vito, so that's no longer on the cards. Next time I see him, I'm gonna put some fruit up my top, and just to see if I can arouse him. Maybe he'll last longer on the call. So look. If I speak in Spanish and I've got sort of two onions up here, maybe he will want me too.
He would prefer the onions down there, though. To be honest,
you don't need. Yes, it's just take off those underpants. I'm sure you'll get all the aroma you want. We don't need onions. We don't need garlic.
Well, the guy wants to eat shit. I mean, he kept saying it.
Fat people are damp, and not just that, but. Not just that, but I don't think he's seen his cock for decades, and so how's he going to wash it? How's he going to know if it's clean? It's probably encrusted. It's probably. I'm so sorry. It's a family show, but it's probably got detritus on it.
That's out the window at this point, I think.
It's got detritus on it from like 11 different Hispanic cross-dressers. And how would he ever know? How would he ever know? He hasn't seen it for years. So look, it's just no way to know. I mean, he just has to sort of rub it till it feels smooth. You know, like he just has no idea what state it's in down there. Nobody does. So look. It's very sad situation, but well, I'm glad I could be here for this.
Thank you. I am too. Vito's not. I'm sure he's so pissed at me.
Milo, what are we gonna do for Ethan though? How are we gonna, get him straight and get him fixed up?
For what?
How are we gonna fix Ethan and get him sober? What are we doing?
Well, I've dangled in front of him, much like the cross-dressers on Sunset Boulevard do with Vito. I've dangled in front of him what he wants the most. I'm kidding.
And that's money and fame and pussy. Yeah.
Listen. I think that I think he and I bring out great things in one another that are very entertaining to listen to from the point of view of the audience. I think that having something to look forward to and somebody to spar off and somebody that is exciting and enjoyable will be sufficient for him to pick that over other things. It is clear that my old friend Ralph, he can choose what he wants to do and know that he can always bounce back. He's going to be here in 400 years doing the exact same shit. Like he's just going to be here until there aren't people anymore.
I had a tough year last year. I just want to say this, and I told Milo, I said, I think my career's over. And he said, your career is not even halfway done, is what he told me. And he's just a guy I could always talk to. I don't want to get sappy or anything like that, but
it's over. It's over when you choose it's over, And something that people don't, Vito was just saying, oh, you're such a big influencer and you're going to start a podcast with Ralph. Well, something people don't understand about me is like I was in like an 11-person group chat 4 minutes before I went on Bill Maher. Like that's just who I am. That's just how I do. And that's always given me an edge over other people. It's always given me an advantage. Like my DMs have been open since I've been online. Since I popped off the first thing, like I've posted my number on Twitter, just being like, text me, nigga. Just like I don't care. I've always done that with people, and I love that. And the people that I have found on my journey that I found the most interesting, and I have kind of brought close into my warm and bosomy embrace, include this fine gentleman here, and I just enjoy interacting with this man, and so if he makes it 3 months, and I'll know.
I know you'll know, and I'm going to rehab this week to get it started off right. So
it feels like it's a long preamble because he's trying to get out all the fucking mogging he had built up that he was using and was going to use on Vito Gasualti for Rage Quit.
But Mexican rehab.
Mexican rehab, yeah, okay.
Mexican rehab just means that you're on half dose. So let's listen. So look,
should I just do a cold turkey? I can do that.
I want to see you like this for 3 months. And
okay,
then
fine.
We will under Jesse's tutelage and with Jesse's tender guidance.
Jesse will be the producer.
Well, he could certainly be a consulting. You know what? Let's give him executive producer credits. Let's do that.
Let's do that.
Under your tender guidance and with your expert feedback, I feel
the tech setup. He's brilliant with the tech setup. Honestly, I'm always jealous of that.
The only thing would be the sort of interior design. I think we could probably work on. Just because I don't want to show that I don't want to show that looks as fruity as Podawful.
Yeah, not that pink. Not XK. No, not that's too much. Yeah.
but other than that, I do like this sort of. It's a sort of steampunk meets like Duke Nukem meets like. There's a lot going on.
Keep it focused on Ralph and the shit eating and the.
No. And I love the fan behind that sort of sometimes turns as though there was as though there was once.
Dare you to figure out how to do that.
Listen, there was once a plan, and now there isn't. And now it just has a life of its own. Now sometimes it moves, sometimes it does not.
It's just slow, and I would give you $1 million if you figured out how to make that happen. You couldn't do it.
Okay. We'll talk after. We'll talk afterwards.
I promise you.
Ralph, you're going to the best rehab in the world, buddy. All right.
Salute, sir.
Enjoy your evening, both of you.
My pleasure. God bless you as well.
Love you and
Love you too, brother.
All right.
Thanks, Milo.
I would say this was a very successful program, Jesse. I don't know what you think.
I think we got
That's wonderful.
it all figured out. I
So
think
good.
I had a
So decent. So lovely. Very sweet. Very demure. So, there we have it. Another live example of Vito Goswalti being probably one of the worst fucking content creators on the internet, and thus worst comedians, and certainly one of the worst fucking insult comics in the world. Getting logged by probably one of the better ones. And is that not what we came here to see? It is, in fact. It is, in fact. As we wrap it up, because it is 9:03, I'd like to give a shout out to Jesse for having to come through in the chat room. I think he was summoned, but first, shout outs to Jesse for first allowing this to happen in the first place and putting it together to make it happen. 2, not striking the stream. That goes without saying. 3, this is the most important one. Whatever gumption was in the mind of that user, trying to stop us from simply being able to look at, comment on, react to it. And 4, viewers like you. And 5, dumbasses like Vito to exist. Content like this would not be possible without you. It's wonderful. It's great. It's nice. Now, all the material and content that has been given us today comes directly from, comes directly from the channel of, why the fuck does it not come up? It's probably because it's still on this. Comes directly from us, comes directly to us from Podawful. As can be seen here, at least this is where I've gotten the clips from. Since this directly was the person that was speaking in the chat.
He knew I.
Hot beef inkjet injection. Comes directly from Podawful, H2BH. Please go sub to them. Bring it up. Make sure more people get to see it. Watch examples like Young Milo Yiannopoulos prank calling Dick Bastrogen as you choose the clown, and other such content on his channel. And more importantly, and of course, be capable of making sure you know that Carl sent you. Now, because it's 9:05 on a Sunday, I still need to put up the second out of the third edit that I need to do today. And I cannot be live while I do that. And I want to have that out before Monday, because I then have the third one that I have to work on, whether I cut them up deeper or not. So, thank you all for watching. Thank you for coming along. We will see you next time. Same Carl time. Same Carl channel. Remember, support your own neighborhood. And I also suppose, I don't know what we would call himself, but support his planet, his podcast today. Or you hate black people. And the internet, blood sports. Goodbye, everybody. Who the fuck is taking the trash out at fucking 9? Anyways.